in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Superman. Then it goes on to explain that he comes as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, really champion. He's disguised as that, but he's come to seek truth, justice, and the American way. Well, that's the way some of us grew up. We actually understood that. Justice for all people, blind justice, truth, justice, and the American way. Well, I have to say that on January the 6th of 2021, we saw something we had never seen in this country. We saw the beginnings, we had no idea, but it was the beginnings of the perversion of justice. We saw the arm of justice, the FBI. We saw all the tentacles of the Justice Department, the thousands of employees there turn their wrath on regular American people. And then we saw them turn their wrath on people who were associated with the person that actually they were after, and that was the President of the United States, Donald Trump. They wanted him destroyed, and in order to destroy him, they've tried to destroy Americans and people that love America. It's so twisted and bizarre. It really is what they call a color revolution in our country. We're going to talk about two different phases here this morning. One of those, well, I just want to give you some stats. Julie Kelly spoke yesterday. Don't you love Julie? I know, what would we do without her exposing, that she's a great journalist, and they're few and far between. 1,350 people have been charged. This is according to Joe Biden, because he was bragging about it. 900 of those people at J6, there was a few million that went to support the president, and they were concerned about how the election was conducted. We all saw it during the count that night, the election night. In my whole life, I've never seen the counting shut down and the chicanery that took place. We knew something was wrong. So lots of people, like you and me, went to say, we've got to do something about this. And of those people that went, 900 now were not only arrested, but they pled guilty. Many of them were forced to do that, by the way, re-educated, and convicted. And they are now serving a combined 840 years in prison. And as I heard Joe Biden say that, he's pretty happy about it. So there we are. This is the color revolution. Well, I want to turn first to Jerry Perna, who's to my far left. Jerry's nephew, Matthew, was one of those people at the Capitol. And just one young man out of millions, age 37. And I would just say that shortly after, maybe 2 years later, Jerry can make this clearer, Matthew committed suicide. I want to talk about him today because I want you to know who he was. He's an example of the kind of nefarious, the results of the power grab by the elites in this country, the deep state. It's cost real lives. So, Jerry, you were Matthew's aunt, and thank you so much for joining us. I always like it when you tell us about Matthew, because they all become demonized. They're all, we see the videos, and they're angry, and they're waving things, and we don't think of them as individuals. So what was Matthew doing? What was his life like before that day?
Matthew was extraordinary. He had traveled the world. He had a love for people of all races, religions, creeds, anything. He loved old people. He loved talking to old people. He always said how much you can learn from talking to your elders. He was a respectful person who believed in our country. He loved our country. And he went to January 6th because he thought he was going to be part of a historical moment. And instead, it was a day that ruined his life and so many others as well.
Just as I recall, because you and I have discussed this before, we've had a wonderful interview I'll never forget. You talked about his education. I mean, he was highly skilled. He wasn't Penn State, something like that. Tell him about that.
Matthew graduated from Penn State and Penn State University toward the top of his class, and he went on to teach English in other countries. He went to Thailand and South Korea, and he taught English to school children. He read constantly, often 2 and 3 books at a time he was reading. He was forever with a book in his hand. He was highly intelligent. He wasn't the epitome of what they're making out the January 6ers to be, a bunch of hillbilly, MAGA-loving idiots, the way the media portrays them. He was very intelligent, and this world lost when he died.
So, Jerry, people, of course, want to know, they always ask and want to know and deserve to know, what did Matthew do, for heaven's sake? What did he do in that Capitol?
Matthew walked through the Capitol with a cell phone in his hand, recording. And recently, Speaker Johnson released a smidgen of the surveillance tapes that showed Matthew walking, just like he said he did, calmly through the Capitol, passing by 6 Capitol police officers, and even giving them a little raise of his fist in solidarity and support. That's what he did. And he was criminalized for it.
Yes. Did the FBI come to his house?
The FBI did after he turned himself in. Matthew turned himself in the morning he found out he was on their website.
So we can't tell every detail, but this is a tragic story. Can you, in a sentence or a paragraph, tell us what brought Matthew to the point of taking his own life?
You know, that's funny you bring that, because I did bring a note card with me, because this sums it up. I sacrificed my freedom when I entered the Capitol building on January 6th, and in despair took my own life the night that I wrote this. Signed, Matthew Perna. This is my nephew's suicide note that was found in his Bible. He stood up for his rights, and it cost him his life.
As I recall, they had him in confinement at home, and even your friends and neighbors, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people in your community turned against him because the headlines and the way he was portrayed, and he went into depression, and then the Justice Department added another charge, and that was like the final straw, as I remember, Jerry. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
And so, well, there are no words. But that's an example of what our Justice Department has done, and the FBI, which is part of the Justice Department. And speaking of the FBI, the man sitting next to me is the former Assistant Attorney General. He has gone all the way back to the Bush years. He's held some incredible posts. He graduated from Harvard and Georgetown, and yet one of the outlets that wrote about him after he ran in the crosshairs of the Justice Department, it was called The Man with No Pants. Because, he's been called a Trumpist. You see, I think of Saul Alinsky, who was the radical communist agitator who wrote Rules for Radicals. Target and make it personal, said Saul Alinsky. And Jeff, that's what they did to you.
Well, as many times as I hear Jerry's story, it always gets to me, so I would just ask everyone in the audience or who's watching to pray for Jerry and her family. And so Sandy, yes, I mean, they've tried to destroy me, but I'm still standing, and I'm going to keep fighting. I had my house raided in June of 2022 by the agents of the Inspector General's office. They were in flak jackets. They had all kinds of weaponry. They had electronic sniffing dogs they brought into my house. Luckily, my family was not there. I don't think that my wife would have taken it well. And they even refused to show me the warrant. I had to have a whole Fourth Amendment argument with them about that. And
you're attorney at Justice Department.
I was a leader of the Justice Department. There are 7 litigating divisions at Maine Justice. I had charge of 2 at the same time. I was the only assistant attorney general who had that span of authority, and that was a total of 1,400 lawyers and countless support staff. So a mere 18 months later, under the Biden administration, I'm subjected to this indignity, including, not that I want this to be my selling point, that they pulled me out without allowing me to get fully dressed.
You even asked them, and they refused to let you do that. That's how disgusting this all is.
Yeah,
Same but different with Jerry. Obviously, Matthews has a tragic ending, but this is part of the destructive phase. It's to destroy in any way, reputations and life.
And the reason why they did that was because I was the only leader in the Justice Department who wanted to investigate the 2020 election with energy and drive and to look at all of the possible problems with that election, and there were a lot of them. There are legal problems in terms of the states changing their election laws without going through the state legislatures, which is unconstitutional. They were just flat out disobeying state election laws in many of the battleground states. And then I think there were also issues with mail-in ballots, very serious issues with mail-in ballots. And there were also issues worth looking at about electronic voting machines. And I think all of my colleagues were very interested in just moving on to return to their wealthy lives in private practice. And by sticking my head up out of the trench, I became a major target, and that's why they came after me.
Yes, it's interesting that he wasn't your boss at the time, but William Barr had been your boss, the Attorney General. And after the election, of course, he makes his famous declaration that there was no vote. They looked into everything, and there was no malfeasance, no voter fraud, whatever his words were. What were your thoughts when that happened, Jeff?
I wondered what investigations they had actually done. And indeed, I demanded to see the investigations, and I was never shown them, which is telling.
Yeah.
And I will also tell you that Bill Barr testified to the January 6th committee that he saw 3 categories of issues. One were the state legislatures' laws being changed by other bodies in the state other than the state legislatures, which I think is unconstitutional, and many agree with me. The second area was violations of state election law that had been set in advance and then violated due to this COVID cover. And then third were issues of whether, there's some kind of form of ballot stuffing. He said he only looked at the latter. And I can also tell you, what I've seen of public records, the amount of things that were looked at, even in that third category, was very small. So 2 categories entirely ignored.
So I want to, you presented a letter to President Trump. You asked your superiors at the time if the Justice Department could investigate, and we could declare that we were investigating this. And then you presented a letter to President Trump to the officials in Georgia, because Georgia was particularly notorious. It still is. And for that, the letter was never sent. The president said, let's don't send it. And that is exactly why they came. Isn't that the catalyst for why they came? The letter, they actually charged you with thinking about sending this letter.
So here I should caution you that just recently, President Trump on January 4th sent me a letter that all of this is covered by executive privilege, law enforcement privilege, attorney-client privilege, deliberative process privilege. Indeed, I have to go to a hearing in the D.C. Court of Appeals today at 1 p.m. about my case, because they're trying to take my bar license, where the topic of executive privilege may come up. My colleagues in the Justice Department, the reason why you know this is because colleagues in the Justice Department, in my view, violated all of those privileges and ran to talk to the January 6th committee, which I refused to cooperate with because it was such a sham.
Your arrest, yes. You weren't even arrested, were you? They were just going through your home when they dragged you out.
I was never arrested, okay. Although they took a picture of me standing in my driveway with my hands behind my back because I was thinking about my Fourth Amendment arguments, and CNN put that out to give the misleading impression I had been arrested and handcuffed.
Well, and of course, it's again the Saul Alinsky target and, destroy. And so that now the right is the right. They don't get that category. But anyway, the Justice Department is employing those methods. But you then were charged with racketeering with the 18 others in Georgia. And as we know, Fannie Willis, the whole story behind her is pretty sordid, and we're waiting to hear that. How do you think, Jeff, that will affect the outcome of the 18 of you? I know each is different. I recognize that. But do you think that'll have a big effect on the charges of racketeering? Your charges of racketeering for thinking about sending that letter. That is really what the charge is. He thought about sending a letter.
The whole thing is absurd. Most of the 19 people don't even know each other, so the idea that we had formulated some kind of short-term mafia to hijack the elections is ridiculous. But that hasn't stopped the New York Times from claiming that I was one of the coup plotters in chief, along with my friend John Eastman and President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, et cetera. And I've never met Rudy Giuliani. So the whole thing's crazy, and it should collapse of its own weight. And in particular, in both my case, President Trump's case, and Mark Meadows, who was the White House Chief of Staff, we all should be immune from that prosecution because the states shouldn't be able to reach into the federal government and regulate federal officials. It's a total legal absurdity.
There are so many legal absurdities, too, like not protecting the president's executive privilege. That's right now, the SCOTUS is considering 2 cases regarding this right now, I believe, right?
The issue of immunity is before them. The issue in terms of what happened to the J6ers of 18 U.S.C. 1512c2, the issue of applying this crime of obstructing an official proceeding, which is a total overreach.
Which they made a felony, which now is added years and years to a lot of people
Yes.
who did nothing but walk through the Capitol.
And, if that case is reversed, if the rulings of the lower court are reversed there, then half of the indictment against President Trump by Jack Smith in D.C. goes away.
Excuse me, and let's talk about that. Because if that gets reversed, don't get me wrong, I will be thrilled for the defendants from January 6th if that gets reversed. But that will mean that my nephew, Matthew Perna, killed himself over something that was unjustly charged against him. And this government, and this DOJ needs to pay for this.
No argument, I think, from anyone in this audience, unless it might be some members of the media. Jerry, that's why we're talking. The injustices are breathtaking. And that's why our country is in such turmoil and people are upset. And the real heroes, I think, and doesn't mean that let's just say, some of our real heroes were there on January the 6th, actually putting their lives on the line when they saw the police attacking the people. It's a sordid story, and I would recommend the Epoch Times recent video on this, just if you're not sure about some of the details we can't get into. Jerry, do you keep in touch with other families, J6 families?
There are several J6 families that I keep in touch with.
Can you give us an idea of some other circumstances?
I get messages through Twitter almost weekly from January 6 defendants who are talking to me about taking their lives.
Oh.
I get this all the time. And just last year, Jordan Meacham shot himself, 22-year-old kid, killed himself, a January 6 defendant. And I did say when Matthew died, there will be other ones. There will be more suicides. They are pushing these people to the brink of insanity. There are organizations that help these people. Patriot Freedom Project is one that I have reached many family members who are going through what my nephew did. And I really wish there were organizations like that when he was going through it, because they would have been priceless to have someone to talk to who's going through the same set of circumstances. It's priceless to have that. No one should be pushed to the brink of suicide by our country ever, a country that he loved.
There is another source, patriotmailproject.com is a place where you can write to these guys, and some of them are still in solitary confinement right here in the D.C. jail. It is ridiculous. Some have been held for almost 3 years. If you haven't been following this, you have no idea. And so I think the question, I don't know, there's an answer to this, but the thing that occurs to me is everyone, the talking heads are all talking about Putin. And I'm not a lover of Putin. Communism is not our friend. It's horrific, and that's what they're trying to institute here. Let me make that clear. Putin is a dictator, but he is, now the newest criticism, of course, that people are disappearing or being killed. Well, that's terrible. But what are we doing here? What is President Biden doing here? What are our congressmen doing? Sitting by and actually doing hardly, and there's a few of them, but very few. They need to do something. They need to do something. This is awful.
Recently, I had the honor of being in Dinesh D'Souza's movie Police State. And the tagline for the movie Police State was, "Are we living in a police state?" Yes, we are. And you'd have to be blind not to see that your freedoms are being taken away every day in this country. And no one is doing a damn thing about it.
Well, I think people are waking up. I guess, I realize the powers that be have been really slow to come to the party, especially in Congress. Trust me, I did what I could. I still am, to shake those trees. And some have come around, but early on they wouldn't do anything. And with Jeff, I don't know who's defending you guys. You guys are experiencing, I know John Eastman, the debt that you guys are going into, your families, they want total destruction. And so this is the path that we're on. I think I would say that the God that we serve, the God of our founding fathers, is a God of justice. And he will, at some point, bring justice, either in this life or the next. Quickly, any final word from you, Jeff?
So I would say, look, the grave injustice of what's happened to many of the January 6th defendants is apparent. It violates basic principles of congruence and proportionality. In other words, crimes are being applied that are not intended to apply to them. That's the story of this 1512C2, and it's up at the Supreme Court. And then proportionality, they're being punished far out of line with anything that they did. And that is a glaring injustice, especially as compared to what happened to Antifa and BLM, who burned down cities, caused billions of dollars of damages. I was in charge of a task force related to monitoring what was happening at the Mark Hatfield Courthouse in Portland, Oregon, attacked night after night, including with commercial-grade fireworks, with ball bearings smashing the windows. That lawlessness went largely unpunished. Somehow what happened on January 6th for just a few hours is being treated as if it's the worst crime ever. It's totally unjust.
All right, so in conclusion, let me just say this. You can't fix all of this. None of you individually, none of us. You can't fix what's happened to the J6ers. You can't fix what's happening to John Eastman and Jeff. You can't fix all of that, but you can do something. I always say something, do something, speak out. You can pick one thing and you can do it. You can give some money to a cause that is ringing at your heart. You can help. You can call your congressman. Just don't stop doing something. And God willing, with his help and his blessing, will save this union and restore justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of America First, Sebastian Gorka.
Morning, guys. Morning. Please sit down. You guys are the hardcore team, right? The guys who are here in the morning. The day before the president gets in, now that's hardcore. All right, I'm kind of at a loss here because the prior panel stole my thunder. Because really, is there anything more shocking than what you just heard? My parents fled communism. My dad was actually liberated from a communist prison. He was put there at the age of 20 with a life sentence because he was a patriot. When you hear these stories of political prisoners in America, people who are being kept without a hearing in prison for 1, for 2 years, that's fine in Venezuela, but not here. And then to hear that tragic story of Matt Perner, that beautiful young man, Did she tell the story? I don't think Jerry told it here, but she's done it on my radio show, America First, a couple times. When they went from charging him with trespassing because he walked through the velvet ropes with a few months of a misdemeanor, and then they gave him a new trial date on his mother's death anniversary. Can you think? The DOJ gave him a new hearing on the anniversary of that young man's mother's death. And they said, oh, by the way, we're going to add a terrorist upgrade to your sentence, and you'll probably go away for a decade. He walked through the velvet ropes for a couple of minutes and then left. What did he do? He hanged himself. He's one of at least half a dozen. You heard, a 21-year-old young man killed himself instead of rotting in one of Biden's political prisons. So, most important thing I can do here is just one thing. I'll give you a little speech. I've got 10 minutes. But the most important thing is that website you heard, Patriot Freedom Project. Now, write it down, put it in your phone, patriotfreedomproject.com, and donate. Donate to the families whose lives have been ruined by Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and the corrupt FBI. Okay, thank you. So what's the most fun part of Cpac? Come on, what is it? Me? Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. All right. Selfies afterwards, okay? Tomorrow afternoon, my boss, or my former boss, or God willing, my future boss. The speech from 45, and if we do our part, 47. So let's talk about him for a bit, because it kind of ties into Matt Perner, political prisoners, and what the president put on Truth Social a couple of days ago that I'll share with you. Wherever I go, I just got back from Idaho, Nashville, off to California soon, and I speak to patriots across the country. Doesn't matter where I am, who the audience is, sooner or later we get to the Q&A, which is the most fun part, right? To ask people, get in a communication with them. I want to ask you this, Seb, and Dr. G, tell me about that. Wherever I go, whoever's in the audience, sooner or later, what question do they ask? What's he really like? Right? Everybody wants to know, what's he really like? And as his former strategist, his former deputy in the White House, I got some bad news for you. What you see is what you get. I've been living in this stinking cesspit of Washington for 16 years. And there's nobody genuine here, right? At least in politics. They have the perfect hair, the white teeth, right? And they're all fake. And they're smiling for the cameras, and then behind closed doors, they're just scum. Just scum. With President Trump, whether you've seen him in an auditorium with 60,000 people in a stadium, or whether he's with me by myself in the Oval Office, he's exactly the same, because he's not a faker. However, let me tell you one story from a guy who worked for him. I got hired by him in 2015, right? I'm OG, right? I'm original gangster. 2015. There's a connection between me and Stormy Daniels. Do you know that? I, too, signed an NDA with the Trump Organization. So when he hired me, I thought, can I work for this guy? And we were in Trump Tower, just me, the future president, and Corey, his campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski. And we had this amazing discussion about national security, from the Civil War to ISIS to nuclear weapons, you name it. And halfway through, classic Trump, it's like The Apprentice, like an episode. He stops the conversation dead, looks at Corey in the corner, and says, I like this guy, let's hire him. Right? Not fire him, hire him. And I decided, yeah, I can work for candidate Trump, Because within 30 seconds of meeting him, I knew two things. Just viscerally, like osmosis, I knew. Number one, this man hates political correctness. He hates political correctness. And the second thing is, he loves America. He loves America. And so I became part of his transition team working for the great General Flynn, and then I ended up in his White House as his deputy. And that was amazing. I mean, think about this. No other country on the planet. As you can tell from my deep Alabamian accent, I wasn't born here. My parents escaped communist Hungary, ended up in England. I was born and raised in England. And I married an American woman, my boss, my muse, Katie. And so I'm a green card holder. And I moved to America to become a professor for the Defense Department. I became an American in 2012. So just track with me, if you will. And the day after the inauguration, everybody's hungover because they all went to the inauguration balls, right? I don't drink. So I said, it may be Saturday, but hey, I work for the president. I'm going to go to work. And Saturday morning, by myself, because everybody's hungover, I'm walking around the West Wing. And I go, when I tell this story, I still get shivers. I wasn't an American 6 years ago. And now I'm walking around the White House, picking out my office. That doesn't happen in any country in the world. That's America. But despite that experience, despite working for him before he's president, as he's president, helping him out after I leave the White House, I didn't realize who this man was until November before last. It's the midterms. My wife is working a 16-hour day as chief election officer, right? Because we know what happened in 2020, right? Right? So she's making sure there's no shenanigans in our voting district. Where am I? My wife's working this interminable day. Where am I? I'm eating the coconut shrimp at Mar-a-Lago. Because the president is about to announce what? His re-election campaign launch. And the ballroom is full. It is like MAGA headquarters, 900 of the best patriots. And I thought I knew the man. And I'm standing on the side, and I'm listening to this speech. It's one of his best. If you haven't seen it or you forgot it, go back and watch it tonight. Okay, go online and watch the president from Mar-a-Lago, November 22, launching his re-election campaign. And I'm standing there. And I worked for the guy. I support the guy with my radio show and my TV show on Newsmax. And 20 minutes in, it's like somebody gives me a gut punch. And I'm like, I realized, oh my dear God, he's doing it again. He's running again. And it hit me. What has this man just committed to? For 4 years, what did they do to him, his wife, his children? A man who lost literally $1 billion, didn't even take a paycheck from the government, who's called a misogynist, an Islamophobe, a white supremacist, and an anti-Semite? The man whose daughter converted to Judaism, whose grandkids are Jewish, the man who moved the embassy to Jerusalem and recognized that as the capital of the eternal state of Israel. He is the anti-Semite. He could just go away, get back to his businesses, live a peaceful life, play golf for the rest of his existence. But he's doing it again. And what have they done to him since then? My former boss is facing 730 years in prison. He's just been banned from doing business in New York, a city that he probably bought, I don't think we can estimate it, $10 billion to. How much business did he bring to New York? The guy who fixed the ice rink, the ice skating rink in Rockefeller Plaza when the city couldn't do it for years. That guy is banned. So, what do we need to understand about the stakes? After Tucker's recent interview with Putin and the death of sudden death syndrome of the most powerful opposition leader in a Siberian gulag, President Trump wrote this on Truth Social. The sudden death of Alexei Navalny has made me more and more aware of what is happening in our country. The police state that my parents suffered under is here. It's arrived. And the only reason President Trump is facing 700 years in prison is because he's the only man who can save America. So, like you, I'll be back here tomorrow waiting to hear the boss. But I'm sorry that's not enough. And I'm talking to everyone watching on YouTube, Rumble, social media, on the video posts after this, everybody in this room. It's not enough to be at Cpac. It's not enough to watch my TV show, Newsmax, or listen to my radio show. Or if you're not actively working to save America, you're working for the Democrats. If you're not an election volunteer, an election officer like my wife, if you're not knocking on doors, Katie and my wife knocked on 18,000 doors in the last election. 18,000. If you're not running for the local school board or helping somebody who is, I'm sorry if you take this personally, but please take it personally. If you're not doing any of that, you are helping Joe Biden with his creation of the police state. So, the charge is ahead of us for the next 9 months. Good Christians every morning pray to God and should ask themselves, what am I going to do to glorify my Savior today? At the end of the day, you should ask yourself, did I do it? Did I do something to glorify God? For the next 7 months, I want to add one more thing to that. In the morning, when you decide, how am I going to serve my Lord and Savior? I want you to say, how am I going to save the Republic? And at the end of the day, as you rest your head on one of Mike Lindell's My Pillows, promo code GORKA, you ask yourself, did I serve Jesus today? Did I do something to save the nation? Because it's up to us. As one of our founding fathers told that nice old lady after that meeting, what do we have, sir? Madam, we have a republic for as long as you can keep it. God bless.
Thank you again for joining us at Cpac 2024. Do you have any questions? If so, look for the volunteers with this blue t-shirt, and they will direct you to the right place. We hope you have a great time at this year's conference.
The biggest investigation in FBI history.
There are more than 1,100 arrests.
I sacrificed my dream job to share this information with the American people.
Those involved must be held accountable.
He's an innocent man.
It's going to change narratives no matter what your political perspective is. The only homicide on January 6 was the unlawful shooting death of Ashley Babbitt. This major new lawsuit that Judicial Watch filed, a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit against the United States government. She was unarmed. There were no weapons visible. She was shot in the shoulder and killed by Lieutenant Byrd. He popped out and shot her dead. Ashley was shot in cold blood, and the rule of law requires justice for her.
Nowadays, expressing your love for our country is more crucial than ever. MAGA hammocks, chairs, and scarves allow you to proudly express your honor and courage. Each product is uniquely handcrafted with materials sourced entirely from the USA, becoming a symbol of quality and national pride. Loved by true patriots, MAGA hammocks is more than just merchandise. It is a statement. MAGA hammocks. Swing right.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from America's Frontline Doctors, Dr. Simone Gold.
Thank you so much. I'm here today, in my opinion, to give you the most important J6 news since J6. I will be talking fast, so I think you have to listen fast. The SCOTUS, as we heard a little bit from Jeff Clark a little bit ago, the Supreme Court will be hearing a J6 case called USA versus Fisher in 8 to 10 weeks. They will give a ruling in June, and that will either bring down this entire house of cards or will bring down the pretense that we have a rule of law in our nation. When SCOTUS accepted cert on Fisher case, several D.C. District Court judges started whining that this increased their workload. Never mind that their own mediocrity and lack of judicial temperament caused such biased rulings that the Supreme Court has to step in. Accepting the Fisher case also paused Jack Smith's D.C. witch hunt. The Fisher appeal poses 2 legal questions that implicate thousands of laws in this nation. One is to define the word corruptly, and the other is whether a subset of a statute can be orphaned from its parent. You know me as a doctor, but many of you may not recall that I'm also an attorney, which is what I'm speaking on today. Let us first explain the specific felony statute. 18 U.S.C. 1512c2 is part of the Corporate Fraud Accountability Act of 2002, and its title is Tampering with a Witness, Victim, or an Informant. Witness tampering ranges from minor to severe, from murder to violence to threats. Congress enacted the subsection C2 to capture the bad corporate actors who shred documents, specifically in response to the Enron accounting scandal of 2000 and so. In fact, 1512c2 is universally known as the Arthur Anderson loophole. When passing this law, the legislative and executive branches expressly stated that the intent of C2 subsection is to indict corporate bad actors. Congress said this is in response to Enron, and President Bush said the executive branch shall define corruptly as requiring proof of a criminal state of mind. I'm going to come back to that. And for 2 decades and thousands of cases, the government has never used this statute against ordinary citizens, not once prior to January 6th and not once after January 6th. None of the thousands of Kavanaugh protesters were charged with this.
None of the protesters at Trump's inauguration were charged with this. Remember Democrat Congressman Jamal Bowman, who pulled a fire alarm a few months ago, right before a congressional vote? He was not charged with obstructing a congressional proceeding. Just the J6ers, only those people were charged with the Arthur Anderson loophole. So the first legal question for the Supreme Court is, the government must show proof that a defendant acted corruptly. Virtually none of these cases did the government do that. The D.C. district judges and most of the appellate judges seem confused about what acting corruptly means, even though we all know that acting corruptly is defined as acting with an intent to procure a benefit for yourself or someone close to you. In addition, the president who signed this law, President Bush, specifically stated it must have a criminal state of mind. But our judges seem very confused on this. Law School 101 teaches that to break a law, you have to do two things. You have to do the act of breaking the law, and you have to have the mindset to break the law. It's called an actus rea and a mens rea. They're different. In J6 cases, the government simply evaporated the mens rea, the intent to break the law. The government's position is that each defendant had a corrupt intent because him being present meant it was a corrupt intent. This circular reasoning completely evaporates the concept of mens rea completely. It makes everyone susceptible to felony charges all the time. There's a book written about 10 years ago called 3 Felonies a Day, and it describes how prosecutors can now charge almost anybody because the charges, the federal statutes are so disconnected from English common law. There are now tens of thousands of federal statutes which prosecutors can select that are a vague or technical prohibition and charge really any person with a felony. And that is exactly what happened on J6. Prosecutors picked an unrelated 20-year felony because it carried such a potentially lengthy prison sentence, and then they selectively charged the people it wanted to charge, right? So, Congress said at the time it passed this 1512c2, it is to crack down on the corporate criminals and rebuild America's confidence in our markets. President Bush said we should never use this statute to charge civilian protesters. But that's exactly what happened. Now, it did not matter that the charge contradicted the explicitly stated words of Congress or the explicitly stated words of the president who signed it into law. It did not matter that the charge violated the way the statute had been used thousands of times over 2 decades. And it did not matter that the plain English language of the statute does not support the charge. Once a weaponized DOJ decided to use it this way, all the U.S. prosecutors fell into line, all the judges rolled over, hundreds of ordinary Americans with no intent to commit any crime endured frightening and violent SWAT team arrests, including me. Thousands were thrown into prison or threatened with prison, and another 100,000 more or so are anxious about it. Virtually all of the D.C. judges and many of the D.C. appellate judges agreed that the act of being present proved an intent to be corrupt. Yelling foul at this legal fiction were several dozen criminal defense attorneys, hundreds of J6 defendants, and journalist Julie Kelly. Finally, the most brilliant jurist on the D.C. appellate court, Judge Katsas, clarified for his hysterical peers that having a corrupt intent is required by the plain reading of the statute and by precedent. If the government's reasoning was correct, it encompasses almost any behavior. If there is no corrupt intent, then any conduct that affects any official proceeding, for example, lobbying, could be deemed illegal. So that's the question before the Supreme Court. The issue of, did these people walking through the ropes, walking peacefully, act corruptly? The second issue before the Supreme Court in the Fisher case is whether a subset of a statute can be orphaned from its parent. Chapter 73 of the Federal Criminal Code is the obstruction of justice code. It's 15,000 words long, more than 30 pages long. 1512c2 is one tiny subsection among hundreds of subsections in this one chapter. With a straight face, the government has been arguing that a subparagraph nestled inside a subsection found in the middle of 19 otherwise narrow prohibitions is actually a standalone, all-encompassing statute. This is absurd reasoning, and it's the best one-liner I ever read in a judicial opinion. Judge Katsas said, Congress does not hide elephants in mouse holes. It's crazy. C2 cannot be divorced or orphaned from the 1512 above it. Chapter 73 lists escalating penalties depending upon the facts. Picketing and parading carry 1 year, threatening force is 5 to 10 years, shredding evidence was the 20 years. The government's interpretation collapsed all of this, making any form of obstruction of any felony, of any official proceeding, a 20-year felony. Under this reasoning, a congressman who falsely pulls a fire alarm 5 minutes before a House vote would have to be charged with a 20-year felony. You know, unless he's a Democrat. Now, if SCOTUS does not void the felony charge for Fisher, it will evaporate the concept of mens rea, or intent, eliminate the plain English language of the word corruptly, ignore what Congress and the President said when they passed the law, and redefine infinite federal subsections to become all-encompassing standalone statutes. Its decision will be felt far beyond this one statute, this one day, and this one cohort. If SCOTUS sets arson to decades of precedent, centuries of common law, and the plain meaning of the English language, then we are no longer operating under the rule of law. We will find out this June. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of the Center for Fundamental Rights, Miklos Santo.
Dear friends, fellow conservatives, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen only, no other gender, okay? Over the past few years, I've become a regular guest in your great country and, of course, at Cpac, and I'm really overwhelmed by the hospitality of the American spirit, but I will say that the number of woke people hasn't declined since then, at least here in D.C. And let me be blunt. The cult of woke and its priests in the mainstream press, Hollywood, the music industry, and corporate boardrooms are a clear and present danger to our way of life and even our security. Hungarians, we know this enemy all too well, having survived the Bolshevik nightmare in the past. And let me tell you, woke is just a new form of communism. It is a civilizational threat too. When the West defeated the Soviet Union, my compatriots were convinced that Hungary had finally returned to where they belong. We have won because you were right, and we together defeated the evil empire. Yet overcoming an existential threat can breed smugness and a false sense of security. Liberals embarked on a campaign to weaken the natural immune response in America and Europe to leftist progressivism. Western Marxists gradually began to occupy crucial institutions, universities, media corporations, popular culture, and the rest. The deep state in DC and Brussels took over what was once the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Brainwashing in education, cancel culture, and political correctness in public discourse created a tangled web of lies. Mass illegal migration waters down the political power of those voters who still remember the American dream and European prosperity once were. And with its gender ideology, The new left obeys the dictates of Karl Marx as it targets children. Confusing and sexualizing kids undermines the family, which is the cornerstone of our societies and the surest mechanism by which Western civilization reproduces itself. That is why all socialist social engineering begins with the deconstruction of the parenthood and parental rights. But gender ideology, cancel culture, rejection of the divine, and illegal mass migration are insidious but slow-acting poisons that seek to paralyze the nation and the body politic. But ladies and gentlemen, today the cult of woke has also emerged to the level of official foreign policy. Just take a look at the policies of the Biden administration, and this could lead to unthinkable and abrupt tragedy. Personal passion, emotions with wish fulfillment fantasies have replaced the rational realism that won the Cold War. Progressive elites want to force their delusional version of democracy down the throats of those very few Western countries, for example, my country, Hungary, that have leaders with common sense policies. Hungary is a pain in the liberals' neck because we stand firm on God, homeland, and the family, and we do not allow George Soros to interfere in our domestic issues by giving millions to his liberal comrades. And as sovereignists resisting the globalists, we fight not only for our national freedom, we fight also to defend what remains of true Western democracy, where the father is a man, the mother is a woman, and the state serves the will of the people and not the other way around. Hungarians will tell you that protecting sovereignty means first and foremost protecting and defending democracy. The security blunders of woke foreign policy are legion, but what you feel immediately, should you ever walk the streets of New York, Chicago, Paris, Berlin, not to mention the Ivy League campuses, anti-Semitism is on the rise in the lofty towers of tolerance and sensitivity. But it even gets worse. The cult of woke drives the deep state warmongers in Washington and Brussels to push their Ukraine agenda. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead, countless high-tech weapons, millions of rounds of ammunition, hundreds of billions of dollars and euros have been given away for free, all for no measurable gain. This kumbaya affectation of make love, not war, has been turned inside out, and the corrupt war in a corrupt country has become part of the progressive identity. And if you dare to contradict the chorus of the war hawks, you get Russia hoaxed, whether you are Donald Trump or Viktor Orban. And in a proxy war with the aggressor, the nuclear Russia, the West is literally a stray bullet away from the Third World War. And if you have been paying attention, you know that the woke maniacs can only escalate, always in everything they touch. That is why we need ceasefire now. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me be clear. No migration, no gender, no war. That is what we say on the Hungarian right. This is actually a quote from Prime Minister Viktor Orban. And we must stop them, the liberals, the wokists, now. By the time the next election cycle rolls around, our world, as we know it, may be over. Devastated by an insane cult that has driven our political institutions berserk, destroyed the connectivity of the world, and plunged it into a savage war. If wokeness is an evil, deranged spirit that robs liberals of their senses, then we must become the woke busters and put an end to this ghost of Marxist past. Draining the swamps in Washington and Brussels is no longer just about avoiding another term with Hunter Biden-level corruption at the top. It is an urgent priority for global security. This is the year we take back our civilization, or or condemn it to a possibly very violent decline. And we have the leaders to do it. Donald Trump is the greatest American president in living memory. And Viktor Orban is the conscience of what remains of Europe. They are men who will bring peace as champions of civilization, common sense and liberty. The new fault line of the 21st century is between sovereignists and globalists. So we should build up the global coalition of anti-globalist forces, not for saving ourselves, but to secure the future of our children. I'm here with you to take back what is ours and belongs to the next generation. And that is also why Cpac is heading to Budapest this April for the third time in a row. We have momentous task ahead of us as we conquer DC and Brussels, but there is no cavalry coming to our rescue. Either we save our civilization or no one else will. Together, we will make America great again. Together, we will make Europe great again. Together, we will make this world sane again. Together, we will win, and they will lose. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Government gangsters are the group of individuals, career bureaucrats, who have been installed by what we call the deep state into every agency and department in the United States government.
What do you think of the way that the intelligence community handled the so-called Russia dossier? And overall, how do you think of the way they've handled Donald Trump?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Pentagon Chief of Staff and author of Government Gangsters, Kash Patel.
Thank you. So I thought it would be fun to go on a manhunt of government gangsters together. And I'm so proud to be at Cpac with so many great Americans who represent Donald Trump's army to take this country back. And that's what it's going to take, an entire army. And we all have a job to do. We have the benefit. We're blessed by God to have Donald Trump be our juggernaut of justice, to be our leader, to be our continued warrior in the arena. But we have to fill that arena with Americans behind him who are going to take the fight to the mainstream media, who are going to take the fight to the corporate bureaucracy that controls the swamp, who are going to take the fight to the national defense industry that has monopolized war and sent our sons and daughters to die for other people's fights. We are going to put an end to that behind Donald Trump, and we are going to do it together. What I want to talk about is, you guys have been so kind to make Government Gangsters, my book, a bestseller. I thought there would be no better place than to announce what you just saw, which is a joint venture with Steve Bannon and War Room Entertainment to launch conservative films back into the ecosystem. So Government Gangsters, the movie, is the first one, and it's coming out in the spring, just in a couple of months here. So we're very excited about that. But here's the thing. 8 years ago, the deep state was real. When Donald Trump came down the escalator in 2015 in Trump Tower, the deep state was already moving at 100 miles an hour. But they, the deep state, projected on us that we were the neocons, we were the conspiracy theorists because we dared to call them the deep state. And when we fast forward 8 years later, they have multiplied. They have put their army on the ground in government agencies and departments from the DOD to the FBI to the DOJ. They have weaponized justice. They have politicized the intelligence community. They have seized our Department of Defense from the men and women who have the audacity to serve and wear the cloth of this country, and they have tarnished their reputations. And they have led to disasters in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, in Israel, and elsewhere. But they blame us. And one of the main themes about government gangsters is we cannot take their bait. We cannot take the overcorrection approach that they want to government. What we must do is identify the people in government that are crippling our constitutional republic. What does that mean? First, we have to identify them. It's not a Republican or Democratic thing. The people that started Russiagate are back in power now. If you think, and the following took me 2 years to prove with Devin Nunes and the House Intel Committee, that a political party in the United States of America could go overseas and buy fake intelligence and hijack the FBI and go to a federal secret court and lie to a judge just to surveil their political opponent. That's conspiracy stuff. But that's what happened in our United States of America to our president the first go-round. What do you think these people are doing now? And there's no coincidences in government. Let me give you an example of the news that's been back in play thanks to great reporting out there about the details of how vast Russiagate was, how the intelligence communities were using operatives overseas. None of that happens by accident. When you go to England and a place like that and you say, you the FBI, you the intelligence community, go out there and surveil illegally Donald Trump associates, someone's got to authorize that. Now we know it was John Brennan and Obama who came in with the directive, but who issued the order on the ground to allow that to happen under the law? Gina Haspel, London station chief in 2016, who would later go on to be Trump's CIA director. She's the one who singularly blocked the report that you guys are now all familiar with about John Brennan's corrupt ICA. That report still sits in a skiff at the CIA under lock and key because she blocked Donald Trump's release of that report so you guys could see the corruption of their ways. The fight's not over. The coincidence don't stop there. Chris Wray, Rod Rosenstein ran the Russiagate cover-up operation, signed the illegal FISA warrants to surveil Donald Trump while he was president of the United States, to rob us of our single greatest benefit in this country, our freedom to vote. Do you know where Gina Haspel and Rod Rosenstein work today? Gina Haspel is a national security advisor to Chris Wray's law firm, where Rod Rosenstein is a named partner with Sally Yates. Since they left the Trump administration, do you think it's a coincidence that the architects of Russiagate, the greatest conspiracy ever perpetrated against the American people, are all making tens of millions of dollars together at a white shoe law firm in the United States of America? Good, identify the problem. It goes beyond Brennan, it goes beyond Clapper, it goes beyond Esper, it goes beyond Barr, it goes beyond so many people you've heard about from the Trump administration. And the only way we are ever going to break that logjam is if we don't accept their projection. They, the radical left, have told us we are the ones who hijack law enforcement agencies. Are we the ones that sent law enforcement into houses of worship? That was them. Are we the ones that told parents that you will be dictated the agenda for your children's education? That was them. But they did it in the name of America, and apparently since they have the mainstream media, they're getting away with it. And here's the kicker about the media. They serve an invaluable purpose in our constitutional republic until they fail us, which a large portion of them have. And there is no deep state, there are no government gangsters without some of their corrupt actors in the media who continue to print the lies about Donald Trump's success, about our movement, and about our America First mission. And so what I started the conversation with is up to us. We've got the greatest leader we could have ever asked for, but he's going to need some help from us. And so what do we do? What do you do in the next 240 some odd days till the next election? You pick one thing. You pick one thing, whether it's healthcare, education, sheriffs, law enforcement, countering drugs, narcotics, weapons, what have you, ending the forever wars, Veterans Affairs. You pick one thing and you go out in your communities and you do it 245 times. And you will see that message resonate because Americans across this country are tired of the swamp And the swamp only exists because Washington, D.C. has perpetuated itself to overcome the will of the constitutional republic that is the United States of America. And we have to end that. And we cannot end that unless we do the following. Embark on a mission to educate Americans across the country. Now is not the I told you so moment. Now is not the time to go to America and say, we were right about Russiagate, we were right about Jan 6, we were right about the 51 Intel letter, we were right about Joe Biden's classified documents case, we were right about President Trump's classified documents case and the two-tier system of justice. We were right because we dared to put the truth out. We were right because we were fighting for this country and our future generation with facts. And that's what we have to arm the American people with every single day. America's Voice and everybody else that's willing to take that fight out there. It's imperative that you join the mission. We will follow Donald Trump's tremendous leadership, but we are going to need every one of you times 100 across this scary country to make sure our message is received. Because here's the thing. 2016 is when Russiagate happened. We're in 2024. There's like 40% of this country that still think Donald Trump's a Russian asset because they believe the lies of the mainstream media. And who in the media is again starting to circulate that lie that somehow Donald Trump is still a Russian asset when we now know definitively the Russians preferred Hillary Clinton to win that 2016 election? How is that truth still buried? Because people like Hillary Clinton go back out there into the media and inject their fake narrative to try to seize you of your right to vote. So the main thing I'm here to talk to you about today is we have to join together in whatever way you want, in whatever mission set you desire is most important to you, and do the following. Put the mission first. That is the single most important thing that we can do to help Donald Trump on his mission that he is on to help rescue our country. And when we wake up in November, it is not going to be just hope that pushes us across the finish line. We are going to look back together and say, we helped destroy the two-tier system of justice that is targeting Americans illegally. We helped destroy and identify an intelligence community that has gone rogue to seize our right to vote with their lies and fake disinformation campaigns. And we collectively joined forces to take on the most powerful enemy that the United States has ever seen. And no, it's not Washington, D.C., it's the mainstream media. And these people out there in the fake news. That is our mission. I will be with you on the road every single day following Donald Trump's great leadership. But if you want the following to occur, then we got to go big on Trump. Do you want a secure border? Do you want to end CCP fentanyl? Do you want to stop the forever wars? Do you want to shut down the narco-traffickers? Do you want to end human trafficking? Do you want to put our soldiers first and take care of our veterans and make sure our schools are free? Do you want to secure our communities? And do you want a constitutional republic to live in? Or do you want to be dictated to by the lunatics of the mainstream media and the radical left? The choice is yours. I'm going on a government gangsters manhunt. Who's coming with me?
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change.
no matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
Don't miss out on hearing from your favorite leaders in the conservative movement. Make sure you go to cpac.org/agenda to see who all is coming up next on our main stage.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
The biggest investigation in FBI history.
There are more than 1,100 arrests.
I sacrificed my dream job to share this information with the American people.
Those involved must be held accountable.
He's an innocent man.
It's going to change narratives no matter what your political perspective is.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Saving Bethlehems. Please welcome former Undersecretary of the U.S. Treasury for International Affairs, Dave McCormick, and former Special Assistant to the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Milstein.
All right, Cpac. It's great to be back at Cpac 2024. All right. And it's a tremendous honor to be here with Dave McCormick, who is running for Senate in Pennsylvania. It's a very, very important Senate seat that we need to pick up to regain the Senate in this upcoming election. And Dave, I want to start off, please tell us why you decided to run for Senate. I know you had told me previously that as a combat veteran, as someone who has served our country in uniform, the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan was one of the prime reasons why you decided to run.
Yeah, well, thanks, David. Thanks for doing this. I decided to run in 2022 because I watched what happened in Afghanistan and the incompetence of it, the weakness. I think sent a message around the world that America was weak and our leadership was weak. And I jumped into the race because I was worried about the direction of our country. And I'm running again in 2024 because I think the America we know is slipping away. And it's unrecognizable economically, in military terms, spiritually, the challenges around the world we see everywhere. And we need leadership that's going to shake things up and take America back. And that's why I'm running. I'm honored to do it, and I'm in the ring.
One of the biggest and most disastrous policies of the Biden administration is facilitating the open borders. What we're seeing on the southern border and even the northern border, it's not just over 8 million illegal immigrants who are coming into the country. It's also people who are coming from China, from Russia, from the Middle East, people who aren't even being vetted. We've talked about how border security is very much national security. Yep. Why is this one of the biggest reasons why you've also decided to run and one of your biggest priorities when you get to the United States Senate?
Well, I hear this everywhere on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania. And if you think about the national security crisis we're experiencing, 160 people apprehended that were in the terrorist watch list. It took 13 to take down the towers in 9/11. But it's far more than that. It is the scourge of fentanyl, which is destroying our communities. I went to the border in 2022. I literally was with the Border Patrol. You could look up on the other side of the Rio Grande, and they would point to the cartel members up in the hedgerows pushing people across. And that fentanyl takes about 48 hours, and the cartels have it in northeastern Pennsylvania. Luzerne County is the worst county per capita in the country for fentanyl deaths. So this is a crisis of epic proportion. 5,000 Pennsylvanians last year, 106,000 Americans. This is a national security crisis. And just think about it this way. If you were an adversary and you were sitting in Beijing, or you were sitting in Tehran, or you were sitting in Moscow, and you were saying, how do we really mess with America? You'd invent something called fentanyl. You'd ship its ingredients to Mexico. You'd manufacture it. You'd send it across the border, and you'd have it undermine and destroy our communities across America and kill Americans. That's what's happening, and we need to treat it as the war that it is, including not just shutting down the border and doing the actions that we should have done from day one under the Biden administration. He's failed us miserably. But I also think we should consider using military force to go after those cartels. This is a war, and we need to treat it as such.
And you're running to politically defeat current Senator Bob Casey. What is his record on this?
Yeah, Bob Casey's record in general is a man of inaction. In arguably the most consequential state in the country. This is where the country was born. This is the battleground state that's going to determine the presidency, right? Pennsylvania. In that Pennsylvania, we have a senator that has had no leadership, not done a single thing from a legislative standpoint in 3 terms. But more than that, he's voted with Biden 98% of the time. 98% of the time. So when you look at inflation, when you look at a wide open border, when you look at the weakness that we've shown abroad, when you look at legislation proposing biological males to be able to compete against my 6 daughters in school with biological females, Bob Casey's been there every step of the way, and that's how to step with Pennsylvanians, and that's why I'm going to win, and that's why we're going to win in 2024.
So one of the many issues that is certainly near and dear to my heart, and I think actually countless Americans, is what's going on in Israel and the importance of America to unequivocally support Israel. As everyone knows, on October 7th, Israel suffered the deadliest and most heinous atrocities that were committed against Jews since the Holocaust. And Hamas, which is backed by Iran, was able to, unfortunately, massacre, rape, burn alive, decapitate, the worst evil you can possibly imagine, over 1,200 innocent people. They kidnapped barbarically over 200 people. By the way, it's not just Israelis. This was not just an attack on Israel. It was an attack on America. It was an attack on Western civilization. There were countless Americans who were massacred, and there also were a number of Americans who were kidnapped, and there still are over 6 Americans that are being held hostage by Hamas. Dave, you did something that I will always forever appreciate, and I think countless Americans will, which is you and your wife, Dina, actually chose on your own to go to Israel, I think last month, so you could see firsthand what took place. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was really heartbreaking in every way. I thought President Trump had made such enormous strides with Israel by moving the embassy to Jerusalem, the Abraham Accords, which my wife had the honor of being part of that team that was able to achieve what it was a monumental achievement in the Middle East. And we wanted to go to see for ourselves what had happened and to show solidarity with the people of Israel. And we landed and went to Kfar Aza, one of the communities, 800 members of that community, 100 of them were massacred on that day. You walk through the streets, you see the bullet holes, you see the blood on the furniture in the homes. There's a safe room where a young woman and her boyfriend were texting back and forth with her father before they were slaughtered. Families burned, parents killed in front of their children, people decapitated. You can't believe the level of evil. We met with a young woman who was at the music festival that day and was in one of the bomb shelters, was shot through the knee and fell down. Her friends fell on top of her. They were killed, and the terrorists thought that she was dead. That's how she survived. We met with hostage families. We watched this horrible video taken from the body cams of the terrorists, and we met with the IDF and spent time with them as they talked about prosecuting the war. And the takeaway was threefold. Number one, you can't imagine this level of evil in the world. It is beyond anything. You think about it, but when you see it, you can't imagine the evil that exists that would do such a thing. And that evil is not just directed to Israel. That's directed against the West. That's directed against all of us. And so it absolutely has to be eradicated. Hamas has to be eradicated, and that evil has to be combated. The second thing is we need to support Israel completely in its need to do that. Imagine if forces came across the border terrorists came across the border from Mexico and killed 1,200 Texans. Imagine what we would be doing in response to that. We need to give Israel our full-throated support. I have complete confidence they will prosecute this in a way that is both morally right and also fulfilling its obligation to ensure that people want to slit their throats don't sleep 600 meters across the border. And the third thing, which we can't turn away from, is the original sin. The original sin is Iran. Iran is the original sin. This isn't just Hamas. This is Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis. This is all part of a terrorist network that's being underwritten by the $100 billion of resources that Obama, Biden, and a senator named Bob Casey, who was the deciding vote, has put in place. And so Iran has to be stopped. Iran has to be strangled. And we have to confront this evil because it's coming after us.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of press reports, as everyone knows, very left-wing, very anti-Israel, in many respects, very anti-American, that wrongly try to slander Israel and how it's prosecuting this war. But it's very important for everybody to know, and I'm sure you know this, you've seen it, there may be no other country in the world besides America that goes to such unprecedented lengths to only target the bad guys and to avoid civilian casualties. You're talking about an enemy, a ruthless enemy, again, backed by Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, that deliberately hides among civilians, in hospitals, in schools, in mosques, firing at Israel from civilian areas, both of which is a double war crime. And then obviously it's a triple war crime when you also attack Israeli civilians. But what are some of the things you learned over there about?
I want to say, I was a West Point graduate. I served in Iraq. I was in the 82nd Airborne Division. The toughest mission is this urban warfare where you're rooting out these terrorists block by block, street by street, building by building, room by room. And imagine that mission, and then imagine a whole city underneath the ground of equal complexity. This is an incredible, I see an 82nd Airborne patch there. I love it. All right, 82nd, good job. So this is a horribly difficult mission. And it's going to take time. It needs to be done with a lot of care, and the Israeli forces are doing that. We sat with IDF soldiers. They talked to us and showed us the targeting, the double authentication they go in to make sure their drones and their missiles are targeting only the terrorists. There's great care being taken. But remember what's happening. We have a terrorist group that is completely integrating itself into the civilian population. We have terrorists in Hamas that are blocking humanitarian aid going to women and children. We have terrorists that are blocking those humanitarian corridors for people to get out of these areas. So this lies at the feet of Hamas in terms of the terrible crisis that we're experiencing, and I have every confidence that Israeli forces are prosecuting that with both effectiveness and honor.
One of the many disastrous consequences of October 7th is the rise of, or the further rise, I should say, of anti-Semitism that we've seen across the world. We've seen it on our streets in terms of vandalism against Jewish-owned businesses. We've seen reprehensible pro-Hamas demonstrations. We've seen anti-Semitic discrimination targeting Jewish students on campuses. What has Bob Casey done on any of these issues? And isn't it time that we actually bring real accountability to our college universities to defund them, to revoke their tax-exempt status if they're not even protecting Jewish students and fighting anti-Semitism?
Yeah, what happened on campuses after October 7th is emblematic of a spiritual decline, really across America. The recognition of right versus wrong, the moral clarity, the idea that America is an exceptional nation that we need to fight to defend individual freedom. So this is emblematic of a huge problem where the left has really defined our society in terms of the oppressed and the oppressors. And that finds its way into everything. And you say to yourself, how could it be? How could we see our kids, Jewish children staying in their room, Jewish kids in colleges staying in their rooms because they're fearing their safety? How could that be? He said, how could that happen? And then you watch the testimony of those three presidents and you say, oh, that's how it happened. That's how it happened. We have leaders, and Bob Casey is a perfect example of this, who won't stand up, who won't say the difference between right and wrong, who won't lead and push back against these progressive ideologies that are taking our country over a cliff. And so, yeah, we need to shake things up in a dramatic way, and that's what I would do in Washington. On universities, there's enormous benefits that come with the tax exemption they get on these endowments, billions of dollars. They shouldn't get that if they're not going to fulfill a basic principle of we're not trying to create safe places. We're trying to create places where everybody can speak and feel safe. Second, they get enormous federal dollars, R&D dollars, to conduct research. It's a huge part of what makes these universities. That should be predicated on our universities carrying out a true meritocracy of ideas, as opposed to the crazy lefty stuff we're seeing today. So I think we need leaders who are going to push on that. Bob Casey's been the exact opposite. When Liz McGill, the president of Penn, showed her lapses of leadership, I was one of the first people that said, fire her. We got to fire her. Bob Casey waited and said, well, we probably need to make a change at some point. That's what you get with Bob Casey. My mom's from Punxsutawney, and I say on the campaign trail, you know, Bob reminds me of Punxsutawney in that he's like Punxsutawney Phil. He only pokes his head out of his hole once every 6 years. And that's what's happening right now with Punxsutawney Bob.
So, in the few minutes we have remaining, I actually want to ask you one or two questions about, I think, the biggest national security, geopolitical, economic threat that this country faces, which comes from China and the CCP. I know that this is a big issue. It's a big issue for Pennsylvanians, but it's also a big issue for our country. What do you think we should be doing about China?
Well, I think the best thing we can do to ensure our adversaries aren't testing us and challenging us is to show strength. And we have a president in Joe Biden that's showing weakness. We've lost deterrence. We had deterrence under President Trump. We had a leader where people said, okay, we better be careful about messing with the United States. We're going to show what we're going to get. Deterrence is having ability, it's having will, and it's keeping them guessing. Biden has lost the capability, he hasn't shown the will, and he does the opposite. He forecasts exactly what he's going to do. And that's our biggest problem. That's why we're being tested. That's why we're being tested in Europe with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That's why we're being tested by China. That's why we're being tested by Iran, is because they perceive weakness. Go to the playground. We all grew up on it. If the bully perceives weakness, they're going to push, they're going to punch. So we got to get strength. That's number one. With China, we've been weak for too long. We've had 20 years, most of them bipartisan, of hoping that China would come around. And what happened with President Xi is they made their motivations clear, which is to become a techno-authoritarian leader of the world, the new superpower of the world at America's expense. And so I've laid out a very clear path, which is we need to up the ante. Bob Casey's not done this. We need to up the ante. We need to ban China's extra protections it gets under permanent normal trade relations and the World Trade Organization. They haven't played by the rules, right? They haven't played by the rules. We need to get China thrown out of the World Health Organization, right? We don't know. I mean, can you believe we still don't know the origins of COVID? Here we are, millions of people killed, trillions of dollars, and China's not been transparent at all of what happened in Wuhan, right? Can you believe that China's strategically buying farmland across America? We should ban that. We should stop letting companies invest in China in ways that supports the PLA, in ways that supports the Communist Party. We need to show leadership and show China that there are consequences for bad behavior, and we need to reduce our dependency on China, and that's what I'll do as a senator on the first day.
Well, I think we're about finished. So thank you, Cpac, for having us. And obviously, please visit Dave's website, if I may say on my personal note, to help support him, because we really have to retake the Senate, and Pennsylvania is ground zero for that.
DaveMcCormickPA.com. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Of course.
Thank you.
Making an investment decision with someone is the most sacred act that can be performed in business. You see, most people do not reach their position in life easily. You're taking something hard-earned and having faith that another will cherish and protect it as you would. Go to panex.us/learn and see why hundreds of Americans just like you have placed their faith in my family to generate them tremendous tax benefits and revenue by developing and producing American oil. For 3 generations, American oil is all my family's ever known. Go to panex.us/learn and see why the people at Panex are people that you want on your team.
Are you tired of the fake news? Well, go to cpac.org/now, where you can watch all the episodes of America Uncanceled, where Matt and I talk to the top conservative leaders of this great movement.
In an era marked by climate change activists, new technologies, and massive geopolitical instability, we see energy policies have profound implications. The last 3 years have seen record-high gas prices and once-in-a-generation inflation. Energy has been at the center of all of it. During President Biden's first month in office, American oil production fell nearly 27% from its previous high. By the summer of 2022, a gallon of gas averaged more than $5 for the first time. All the while, Biden drained our strategic petroleum reserve, looked the other way on Iran's oil sanctions, and begged other nations to produce more oil. Not to mention, threatened to take away your car, your gas stove, and hot water heater. As the election nears, stay tuned for more updates, because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of Cpac Japan, Jay Aiba, accompanied by his interpreter, Matt Noyes.
Hello, Cpac. Yeah. Hello, conservatives. I'm Jay Aiba from Japan, chairman of Cpac Japan. And thank you. And he is Matt Noyes from New Hampshire. ここから日本語です。トランプ大統領が予備選で一番最初に勝った非常に縁起の良いところから彼は来ました。
So I'm going to speak in Japanese from now. And me, Matt, I came from New Hampshire, where Trump won his first primary. So it's an important state.
つい最近、私は日本で一冊の本を書きました。そのタイトルは、トランプの帰還、The Return of Trump と言います。
So I recently wrote a book in Japan called The Return of Trump.
Thank you, thank you. おかげさまで、この本は非常に高い売れ行きを見せておりまして、Amazon のジャパン、Amazon Japan のカテゴリー別ランキングでナンバーワンを今取っております。
And thanks to this movement, this book did very well. It was number 1 in U.S. politics on Amazon Japan.
Thank you. で、何が言いたいのかと言いますと、それだけトランプ大統領 という人物の真実が知りたい。そして保守派の考えていることの真実が知りたいと思っている日本人が数多くいるということであります。
And what I think this means is that a lot of Japanese people want to know the truth about Trump, unbiased truth, and they want to know what conservative ideas have to offer them.
だからよく聞かれるんですね。日本でもこのアメリカと同じように大手メディアの影響というものがまだまだ強くてですね、トランプ大統領になったらアメリカは世界は大混乱しちゃうんじゃないのとか、とても不安ですという声を聞きますと。
So a lot of people come to me and they just listen to the legacy media and they think that if Trump wins re-election, America's going to fall, the world's going to go into chaos.
でもそれに対して私はこう言います。必ずトランプ大統領は勝利します。その上でトランプ大統領が勝利すればアメリカも世界ももっともっと良くなりますとこう断言しています。
But when people come to me and ask, what if Trump? I say, it's not what if, he is going to win, and the US and the world and Japan will be better off because of it.
Thank you. だから今日この会場にもアメリカの保守の仲間と志を同じくする日本の仲間がツアーでたくさん来てくれています。
And right now I brought a lot of our conservative friends from Japan here to Cpac to join you all and to fellowship with everyone.
どこにいますか？手を挙げてください。
Where are you all?
あそこです。皆さんあそこに座ってます。あそこ座ってますね。はい。ありがとうございます。日本でもですね、実はこの今バイデン政権による悪影響というものが非常にはびこっているんです。
Unfortunately, in Japan, we are also facing the negative effects of the Biden administration.
例えば LGBTQ の権利、これは権利としてはもちろん自由ではありますけれども、その LGBTQ の権利を強制するような思想ですね、思想を強制するような法案が無理やり通されました。去年の6月です。
So one example of this is something that happened in Japan last June. Of course, we want everybody to have equal rights, including the LGBTQ community. But there was a law in Japan that was essentially forced through that didn't just give equal rights, it sort of forced the ideology on the Japanese people.
ここで大活躍していたのが、シカゴ市長をしていたラーム・エマニュエルという現在の駐日大使。彼がものすごく主張して、これはバイデン政権の大きな政治目標だから、ぜひ日本でも実現しなければいけないと。もうメディアで、そしていろんな政党の党首に働きかけて、無理やりこの運動を日本で起こしたんですね。
And former mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel, who is now ambassador to Japan, he's the one who really forced this through on Japan. He knew that it was part of the Biden administration's goal, policy goal, so he went to the media in Japan, he went to the politicians in Japan, and forced them to pass this horrible bill.
だからバイデン政権が早くいなくなってくれれば世界もアメリカも良くなると私たちは強く信じているわけです。
So I strongly believe the sooner the Biden administration ends, the sooner Japan, the US, and the entire world will be better off.
トランプ大統領が再選されれば、今アメリカで起きている問題、例えばインフレ、これもバイデンが止めたキーストーンパイプラインを再開し、火力発電を再開し、インフレは一気に解消すると思います。
And I think if President Trump comes back, it's going to be very good for the United States as well. I think he'll put an end to this inflation. I think he'll allow the Keystone XL pipeline back on. I think he'll allow fossil fuels to prosper this country.
Yeah. それに本当に今皆さんを悩ませているメキシコとの国境の問題、犯罪の温床となっている不法移民の流入、これもトランプは必ず防ぐでしょう。
And I'm certain that Trump will also fix this awful problem with your southern border, with the border with Mexico. I'm sure he'll end this illegal immigration crisis.
そして世界をアジアを悩ませている今の紛争ですね。戦争、紛争、みんなバイデンが起こしたことです。でもトランプだったらこれを短期間で解決するはずです。
And right now, especially in Asia, we're on the brink of war in a lot of ways, where the whole world is facing more conflicts than when Trump was in office. And I'm sure that as soon as Biden is out of office and Trump is in office, that he will put an end to this very quickly and stabilize the entire world.
あと最後、皆さんにお伝えしたいことがあります。
And lastly, I have one other thing I'd like to tell all of you.
私がこの Cpac に関わって皆さんと仲間になってからそうですね、もうこれで8年が経過しました。
So since I started speaking at Cpac and became friends with all of you, it's been about 8 years, believe it or not.
最初、そう8年前は私は結構孤独でした。というのはこの Cpac の壇上に立つ外国人は当時私一人だったからです。
And it's really surprising to see how far we've come because at the time, I think I was the only foreigner here speaking at Cpac.
でも今はもう各国のさまざまな国の本当にキーマンたち、重要人物が続々と登壇するようになりました。
But now Cpac is the place for conservative world leaders, for the key men in every country to come and share their ideas.
もうこれは本当に議長であるマット・シュラップのビジョン、そして彼の決断のなせる技だと思います。
And I really think this is the result of Matt Schlapp's leadership and his vision, chairman of Cpac. I think it's all thanks to him.
Matt Schlapp. 今年の Cpac のテーマは Where Globalism Goes to Die。これが今年のテーマですよね。
And the theme this year is Where Globalism Goes to Die.
今年の11月、トランプ大統領の再選を通じて保守派の機関、トランプの機関ですね、トランプの機関、そして保守派の機関をぜひ皆さんと実現させて祝杯を挙げたいと思います。
So this November, we're going to see Trump return, and then we're going to see the return of conservatism writ large around the world.
そして11月の勝利の1ヶ月後、12月の8日には日本で Cpac Japan があります。
Then a month after Trump's re-election, we're going to have Cpac Japan on December 8th in Tokyo.
これはトランプ大統領の勝利と保守派の勝利の祝賀記念 Cpac にしたいと思います。皆様ぜひお越しいただきたいと思います。
And it's going to be a celebration of Trump's victory and of conservative victory all around the world. So I'd love for you all to come.
God bless America. God bless Japan. God bless whole the world. Thank you.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
For over 50 years, Cpac has been the place where conservatives gather to mobilize and show how strong our movement is. Thank you for once again joining us at Cpac this year.
Is it really just about money? Are there other parts at stake?
Chinese influence was playing into what we see in U.S. films.
China said, you can't have that in there. And Hollywood listened.
This is insane.
And we all know that their goal is global domination.
People have been brainwashed without knowing it. I want to repeat again
This is what our goal should be. Our goal should be to encourage people to vote in person on Election Day. We should not have mass mail-in balloting. We should not have early voting that goes on for weeks and weeks beforehand. And we should demand that systems are in place to ensure that ballots are counted on Election Day, not for days and weeks and months afterwards. What's so hard about this?
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state.
Yeah.
Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the American First Bar Association. Please welcome, from America First Legal, Stephen Miller. From North Carolina, Congressman Dan Bishop. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. And your moderator from Article 3 Project, Mike Davis.
So thank you for joining us today. We are going to talk with this distinguished panel about three different topics. The Democrats' unprecedented, I call Republic-ending lawfare against President Trump, his top aides, his supporters, parents, and Christians. We're going to talk about big tech, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, and why they are a major problem in America. And then we're going to talk about immigration. So we have 26 minutes to get through three very big topics, so we'll start with the lawfare. Right now, President Trump faces 91 charges from 4 different Democrat prosecutions across America, 700 years in prison for non-crimes. The non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, the non-crime of paying back, the non-crime of paying back sophisticated Wall Street banks on time, in full, with interest. That's the civil lawsuit by Tish James. We see Alvin Bragg, Soros-funded Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, bringing unprecedented indictments against President Trump for settling a nuisance claim. And they've somehow turned that into the first indictment ever against a former president and future president of the United States. And we have an attorney general here from Texas, Ken Paxton. We have a future attorney general from North Carolina, Dan Bishop, our great congressman. And then we have all-star Stephen Miller. So that's our panel today, and let's start with General Paxton. What should we be doing in response to this unprecedented lawfare against President Trump, his top supporters, his attorneys, January 6th supporters, parents, Christian? You're the victim of this lawfare in Texas, where you had drunk Dade, the House Speaker, impeaching you for nonsense. So what are we going to do to fight back against this lawfare?
Yeah, and so Donald Trump, you said 700 and how many years? Mine is only 204. So I'm on the low end.
Weak.
So what I would say is the Democrats, they always support their own, whether they're guilty or not guilty. Republicans have in the past tended to distance themselves from any kind of controversy related to legal, and we just can't do that anymore. Not only do we have to embrace our people, but we also have to support them, both financially, we have to support them with our words. We can't run from it because they are destroying us with the legal system. And the way the legal system is structured now They send you to courts in very liberal counties with very liberal judges, very liberal juries, all the way up the line. So instead of applying the law, they apply politics, and your name is all that matters. Your name is Donald Trump, you're guilty. If your name is Ken Paxton, you're guilty. I'm not going to name anybody else because I don't want anybody else to be indicted. But that's the way it works. And if we don't stand behind our own people, they're going to take everybody down that stands up for the people.
I would say this about Ken Paxton in Texas. He is a target because he has been the tip of the spear leading the effort to hold big tech accountable. He's been the tip of the spear on immigration. The Uniparty hates Ken Paxton, and that's why they're trying to take him out. I always joke that I'm going to be Trump's attorney general, which is not possible because there's that pesky thing called Senate confirmation. Ken Paxton would be a fantastic attorney general in a Trump 47 administration. And here's a future attorney general in North Carolina, Dan Bishop. What would you do about this lawfare? How should we respond as a movement?
We have to fight back. That's what Ken Paxton's example has been in Texas. That's what in North Carolina, we've never elected a Republican attorney general since 1896. It's kind of an anomaly in North Carolina as the two-party system's matured there, but we've been right on the precipice of it. But what I realized serving in Congress and watching this is that's an open seat in North Carolina, and we need more soldiers on the field who can make a difference like Ken has done in Texas. And the state attorney general's tool is one of the most effective in the tool bag. But again, what we've got to do is fight back. I think it's another aspect of what Ken just said. Among people who tend to be conservative, the very fact that someone brings a charge, no matter how crazy, no matter how inventive or novel the application of a particular statute to allege a crime, people tend to be repelled or to pull back in sort of a respectful, fear or disconnection. When you see the corruption that we've seen in the system, that no longer can be the case. We've got to lean in. We've also got to use every tool at our disposal to fight them back. And that's why I'm going to run for North Carolina's Attorney General.
Stephen, what's your response to this lawfare?
Well, first of all, good morning, Cpac. It's great to see so many people here at this panel today, because this is the most important conversation topic I think you could possibly have in America right now. The fact that you're all here shows that you all understand that. And I'm honored to be on this panel with so many, three incredible legal minds and legal warriors. And in particular, I want to say that, let's give them a round of applause, especially, of course, our current and future Attorney General. Because the only way out of this nightmare is going to be filling every legal office in this country with Dan Bishops and Ken Paxtons. That's the short answer.
Amen.
And so this is exactly who should be here for this conversation for that reason. There's something very broken in the conservative brain, and it has been for a long time. And call it a mental illness, call it a spiritual failing, call it a moral deficiency, call it weakness, softness, or just being pathetic. There is something really broken in the conservative brain. They're afraid not only of conflict, we know that, but there's an even deeper fear, a deeper fear than all of that, which is having power and using power. Conservatives are addicted to the language of libertarianism, which is fine. It's a terrible ideology. But in an academic setting, okay, have these debates. In the real world, you elect a DA, you elect a judge. If a lot of judges, of course, are elected all throughout the country, and only one side plays that game, the other side doesn't. You elect a state Supreme Court justice, you elect an attorney general, and so on and so forth. To have an office with specific powers, duties, and responsibilities, with the expectation that they will use that authority to defeat evil, to protect the good, and to accomplish positive change in society. And you have to use that power fearlessly. And you have to measure your success by what is actually happening in the world. So this may seem like a tangential point, but it's not. Conservatives pass laws all the time. that say, do this and don't do that, do this and don't do that. But they don't actually change anything in the real world once those laws have been passed. A number of states, for example, have passed laws saying that you can't have this in the curriculum or you can't have that in the curriculum and you can't teach DEI and so on and so forth. Without exception, I can promise you, all the commies in the classroom changed the name of their lecture, changed one word, changed one little paragraph in the syllabus, and did the exact same damn thing every single day because they're communists and that's what they do. Were they sued? No. Were they arrested if they broke a law and it's applicable? No. Did any DA anywhere, if you're talking about trans issues, think of arresting somebody for abusing children with trans ideology? No. We write blog posts about it. That's what we do. And as long as that continues to be the case, we're going to lose the country, we're going to fail, and all we're going to have about it is a record of all the times we whined and complained and did absolutely nothing. So until we get serious, all the way down to the local DA, all the way up to the state AG, and every office in between, including judges, electing people who have power and will use that power and measure their success by change in the real world, then we aren't going to be able to beat the left. And that's just the honest truth.
A quick follow-up on the lawfare. We have to be smart how we fight back against the left. And right now there is a bill working its way through the Florida legislature. It's well-intentioned. It makes it easier to sue media companies for defamation, right? But the problem is, it sounds great. I'm all about suing CNN and the Washington Post and all the other media outlets that attack us on a daily basis. The problem is the left has more trial lawyers, they have more money, they're better at lawfare than we are right now, and they're going to use this law in Florida to go after conservative media, Christian broadcasters, independent Hispanic media outlets who aren't leftist. That's the problem. And let's start with Stephen Miller on this because you've been pretty vocal on this. What's your response to this Florida bill? How can we be smarter about how we fight back?
All right, let's see if I can do this in 30 seconds. We all want to go after the big corporate media, but you have to write laws to actually go after the enemy. Big, broad, neutral laws will be used to crush us. It will be used to obliterate us. Look at what New York did when they went after Donald Trump. They changed the law, which is unconstitutional, by the way, to go after one man. If you just have a law change in Florida that says it's way easier to punish people for defamation, end of law, what the hell do you think is going to happen? Every left-wing trial lawyer in the country is going to move to Florida and sue the hell out of every conservative influencer, podcaster, everybody else. Write the law so it protects your friends and harms the bad guys. Otherwise, you're handing them a sword to run right through you.
Congressman, what's your response?
Well said, Stephen. And here's an example of something that is carefully targeted. Last summer, the United States Supreme Court said state attorneys general could no longer sue, didn't have standing to sue, to hold the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, accountable when Secretary Mayorkas brazenly violates immigration law. Well, the Supreme Court, in that same opinion, invited Congress to confer standing specifically on attorneys general if it wanted to do so. So we've just marked up last week in the Judiciary Committee under Jim Jordan a bill that will do exactly that, re-extend the power to state attorneys general. That's going to work well without opening up a Pandora's box for us.
General Paxton, you have been the tip of the spear on the fight against big tech, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, and he is the guy who came up with the legal theory to go after Google's online advertising monopoly. That is the lifeblood of big tech. They use that money to promote their woke agenda, and they use that money to cancel conservatives. And so he got made fun of this legal theory many, many years ago when he came up with it. Now the Biden Justice Department and attorneys general across the country are going along with General Paxton's legal theory. So he has truly been the warrior on big tech. We have a problem with big tech. Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple have gatekeeping power in this country over information and commerce, and they use that gatekeeping power to silence conservatives and crush small businesses. We see this with Parler. People said if you don't like Twitter, build your own. And so Parler came along, and what happened? You had Google and Apple kick Parler out of the App Store duopoly, and Amazon kicked Parler off the internet, right? If we did not have a benevolent billionaire with Elon Musk making this terrible investment in buying Twitter, we would not have free speech online in this country. And we shouldn't have to rely on benevolent billionaires to have free speech in this country. And that's why what Ken Paxton is doing in Texas is so important. I want to talk about that. We also have Amazon. Amazon is essentially China's shopping mall, right? They do China's bidding. They're crushing small businesses in America, and they're making a lot of money doing that. Amazon has this great image in America, and we need to change that because, again, if you think of Amazon, think of China. But I want to turn it to you, General Paxton, about your fight against big tech and what we need to be doing.
Sure. I just got to make a comment. I had the great opportunity working with Stephen Miller when he was in the White House. He was our go-to on getting ideas and working with the Trump administration. And I love to watch him up here because he starts off kind of like this. He's very he's like a professor. And then as he kind of gets into it, it can only take 30 seconds. And about 5 minutes later, he's up here and he's like a Baptist preacher. So I love it. He is truly amazing. So I wanted to say one more thing about lawfare. It's not just people, the liberal Democrats that are doing this. We have Republicans doing it. I've had more trouble with Republicans doing this to me. And so we need to be aware that, like the Dade Phelans that I'm dealing with in our Texas House, who lets the Democrats run our Texas House. It's the Karl Rove of the world who enjoy the same type of push of using the legal system to take out what they call their enemies, Republicans. So we need to be very aware that it's not just the liberal Democrats that are doing this. It's some in our own party, and we need to hold them accountable. So I'm going to say that.
Well, let me add to that, because I think you see the same phenomenon in the U.S. House, in the Congress. It's Republicans that have stopped us from going to the mat to see to it that big tech firms are reined in. We've got to be able to go to the mat as a party. We've got to be able to do it together. We've got to fight for something. Unity alone, absent purpose, doesn't accomplish a thing.
So big tech, I agree with that, Dan. Big tech. Beginning of my second term, I ran a second term. We'd been fighting the Obama administration. Trump had been elected, so I thought, that war is over. Little did I know we would have Obama 3.0 with Joe Biden and even worse. But I knew that we needed to figure out what was going on with the tech companies. So I spent months going out to Palo Alto, the Silicon Valley, talking to professors, talking to technology experts, meeting with the Microsoft people that sued Microsoft for antitrust violations. I was trying to figure out who's doing what. And out of all of that came, I think, 4 lawsuits against Google, a Facebook lawsuit, a Twitter lawsuit, and those have been extremely effective. The most effective was one that no one thought made any sense. We called it ad tech. And that's where Google dominates advertising on the internet. They control 97%. They make over $120 billion a year, and they destroy companies. They increase prices on consumers, and there's no competition. When we applied that theory, no one thought it was legit. But here we are 4 years later, even after they tried to move us out of Texas to New York, we found a way back. Mike Lee helped us get a bill to allow us to control our own destiny. And this lawsuit now is scheduled against Google. We have already had some successful lawsuits against Google, but it's scheduled against Google to not just take back money that they've stolen from us and that they've illegally obtained by being anti-competitive and using unfair trade practices. It's also designed to change the structure of these companies so that they can't stop us from communicating, so they don't control our free speech. Because if the government indirectly can control our speech through these companies, the First Amendment is gone. And so we have to find a way, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah. I always say that conservatives, we believe in the free market, but that requires a functioning market. And if you have these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, using their market power to crush competition, shutter small businesses, and cancel conservatives, we don't have a functioning market. We don't have a free market. And that's why it's so important we have people like General Paxton as the tip of the spear for many, many years going after big tech. And I'm going to turn this to Congressman Dan Bishop, future Attorney General of North Carolina. What would you do as the North Carolina Attorney General? I presume you're going to be teaming up with General Paxton on these issues.
Absolutely. I think of another example that's just developed a little bit lately, and I think, by the way, there's got to be effective working relationship between state attorneys general and Republicans in Congress to reinforce what each other is trying to do. We just saw an event the other day where first BlackRock and then Citigroup and all bailed out of this organization, this Climate 100 organization, to try to force ESG through their dominance of the market. And AGs did the same thing. AGs came out and said, this appears to be a violation of American antitrust law. We're going to pursue you if you don't stop. On the Judiciary Committee, we sent out letters asking them for their documents and so forth. And sure enough, after a while, they all sort of scattered like rats leaving the ship, and you had one down. So we're going to keep looking for opportunities like that. We're going to work closely with other Republican attorneys general across the nation. And here's something that's important, I think, to say. What we're trying to do, and what Stephen Miller's done with America First Legal and so forth, is we're actually pursuing the law. We're trying to enforce the law, not abuse it by circumventing it through the position of executive authority. And that's, whether you see that in Homeland Security or in the experiences Ken's talked about, that's got to be stopped, and that is ultimately our strength as conservatives. We support the rule of law. What we've got to be is more aggressive, as Stephen suggested, in getting after it and showing that we don't hesitate to use enforcement power to pursue the law.
It's called the rule of law, not the suggestion of law. Conservatives talk about the phrase rule of law all the time, but they forget the first word in that phrase is rule, as in it is supreme. When Democrats break the law, you bring it smashing down on them. That's the rule of law.
Exactly. Amen.
We're going to end with this non-controversial topic, immigration. We have President Biden importing 10 million people into this country. A lot of these people are unvetted. They don't share our values. They don't want to assimilate, many of them. And so I'm going to start this with Stephen Miller, who's been the tip of the spear on immigration. What should we be doing in a Trump 47 administration to fix this disaster, this invasion of our southern border?
Well, as I say sometimes, the immigration issue is extremely simple. The policies involved in fixing it are very complicated. The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. Now, that's the short answer, right? You get in, you have two policy objectives that you proceed with utter determination on. Seal the border, no illegals in, everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, as President Trump showed in his first term, it's a series of interlocking domestic and foreign policies to accomplish this goal. In no particular order, just to rattle off a few fast, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you have robust prosecutions of illegal aliens, you do interior repatriation flights to Mexico, not back to the north of Mexico. It's very important. You re-implement Title 42. You have several muscular 212Fs. That's the travel ban authority. We did a few of those in the Trump administration. You would bring those back and add new ones on top of that. You would establish large-scale staging grounds for removal flights. So you grab illegal immigrants, and then you move them to the staging grounds, and that's where the planes are waiting for federal law enforcement to then move those illegals home. You deputize the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement, and then you also deploy the military to the southern border, not just with a mission to observe, but with an impedance and denial mission. In other words, you reassert the fundamental constitutional principle that you don't have a right to enter into our sovereign territory, to even request the asylum claim. The military has the right to establish a fortress position on the border and to say no one can cross here at all.
Yes.
I think the significance, Stephen, of what you just said is, in all the things you just laid out, we've got to have a president to do it. But it also is, you can't proceed in a way in which you're tentative and unsure. When Stephen said the idea that you deport everybody and everybody applauded, that's just because it's obvious what has to occur. And so you've got to actually be willing to take the step to do it. I look around this panel of wallflowers. I don't think you'll have any problem if you have people like this in leadership. In fact, I've never been on a panel where I was like the lightest, the easiest going guy. But I think that's something that's become clear in our politics. That's what we've got to do. Our nation's survival depends on that sort of aggressiveness in asserting ourselves.
Finish this out, General Paxton.
Yeah.
What are we doing in Texas? What do we need to do? If you're the future Attorney General, what do we need to do to fix this problem?
Texas has no interest in this issue. No, it's so obvious. We saw what worked under Trump. It was called enforcing the very things that he talked about. And as soon, literally day one, Joe Biden comes out and said, I'm not deporting anybody. And off to the races. We sued him. Within 3 days, we had an injunction. And he dismantled Remain in Mexico. He dismantled Title 42. He wasted all the resources appropriated to build the wall and let it all rot, paid contractors not to work, and all of that went to waste. The catch and release started up again. So all the policies that worked that brought all the numbers down, when you reverse those policies, all the numbers went up. I don't know why the media can't figure this out, but it's really obvious. And Joe Biden is clearly in partnership, without saying it, without having a written contract with the cartels. The cartels, this is true.
It's true.
He has told them openly, bring as many people here as possible as fast as you can. You don't have to hide from us anymore. You remember they used to hide? They used to try to sneak across? That is not what happens anymore. Unless they're like terrorists or really bad criminals, because they even let criminals in. We've sued them over that. So this is an administration that this is exactly what they want. They know they're helping the cartels bring drugs in, human trafficking. It is all designed by our own government. And so we are in a war with the cartels, with the Chinese importing fentanyl, and our own president against the United States and our country and my state. So we have to have a new president because this is clearly not working.
Right. Amen.
13
Amen.
seconds left.
And that's the ends. Thank you so much. We ended that time.
Yeah, I know.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Eric Bolling.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start, so go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp, the chairman of Cpac. What a great conference we're having, where globalism goes to die. Go to cpac.org to make sure you get signed up for next year.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the great one and Mark Levin.
Where am I, hon?
You're right there. Good morning, Cpac. We are so happy to be here again this year. Thank you to Matt and Mercy for having us again. Everybody knows that Mark and I love coming here and love being with you. This year, we're going to include in our conversation a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Deckelhen. Jonathan, if you can come out and join us, please. Jonathan's son, Sagi, is a hostage in Gaza. He's one of the 6 American Israelis who's being held at the hands of the terrorist organization Hamas. Jonathan, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to visit with Jonathan for a couple. We're going to visit with Jonathan, and he's going to share with us what is something I don't think any of us has ever had to relate to. So let's jump in because we don't have a lot of time. You moved to Israel when you were 18, I believe.
Yes.
Tell us what made you move to Israel and then a little bit about your family.
Well, I grew up in Connecticut, not terribly far from here, in a small town. And a small town that had a small Jewish community, but very together community, made up in great part of Holocaust survivors. And my parents both were Holocaust survivors. And very Zionistic community, and in fact, a fairly good number of sons of Bloomfield, Connecticut, wound up moving to Israel in their youth and staying and helping to build the country. And I also fell in love very quickly with this idea of a kibbutz, a cooperative farm that is really a very tight community, but also, in using the terms that our founding father, David Ben-Gurion, used, made the desert bloom. And so by 1981, 82, I was already in Israel, very quickly got drafted into the Army and served for many years. I served in reserve duty until fairly recently, actually. And by 1985, having lived on a kibbutz for several years, met my woman who was going to be my wife and started having kids. And so I've raised 4 now adult children on a kibbutz. And fortunately for me, 2 of those grown kids, after they got married, decided to come back and live on our kibbutz, kibbutz Nir Oz, which is on the border of Gaza, about a mile. My home was approximately a mile from the border fence of Gaza, right in front of Khan Yunis, which, as we know from the news, is a real anchor of the Hamas terrorist organization. Along the way, my day job for many, many years was working on the farm as the director or the head of our agricultural machinery department. A kibbutz, if nothing else, is a hyper-productive agricultural farm that, as I said, made the desert bloom. We kind of invented irrigation in many respects. And so until October 7th was really an idyllic existence. I was tight with this extended family, about 400, a little over 400 people lived on the kibbutz, from infants all the way up to senior citizens, supporting one another. In a way, realizing the Zionist dream of both defending borders, which we most certainly did, and also serving as part of the breadbasket of Israel. And along the way, I had other horizons, but still, while being a member of the kibbutz, went off to professional academics. And today, I'm a professor of history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
I see. And I remember when we spoke, you described the kibbutz as a paradise, a registered botanical garden, if you will. October 7th changed that. Walk everybody here through what happened on that day. You actually happened to be in the States for a wedding in Baltimore, which is not that far from where we are sitting. Tell us about that day.
Well, October 7th, in fact, yes, I was on my way with my wife to a wedding in Baltimore, heading towards an academic conference the next day. And we were woken up very early by a friend of ours in Rhode Island who had seen the news that in our region of Israel, along the border with Gaza, there was chaos was breaking out, and she asked us what was going on. I, of course, had no idea, and immediately looked at our internal kibbutz communication system, which is on our cell phones, kind of hyper-modern, saw that, in fact, people were crying out for help. And that would have been around 12:30 in the afternoon, Israel time. I'm also a member of the kibbutz security team, first responder team, and so I was also seeing the communication between our civilian first responders, and had quickly seen that as of 9:30 in the morning, they weren't responding anymore. I called home to my son Sagi's home. I was unable to get into contact with either him or his wife. His wife at that moment, 7 months pregnant with 2 little girls. I was able to get in contact with a son-in-law, one of my daughter's husband, who at that very moment was exchanging fire with Hamas terrorists in and around their home, sheltering in our attached bomb shelters with their 2 young boys and 3 guests who happened to be there, and my ex-wife, the mother of my kids, who is one of the 2 women from the kibbutz who were able to escape captivity on that day, and somehow heroically was able to crawl her way back through our fields to get to the family. And she was bleeding out at the time, but they were able to save her, and eventually, and today she's fine, thank goodness. Yeah.
And her story is quite incredible, because as I understand, she was being taken off to Gaza. An IDF helicopter, am I right, was
a group of about 10 people were being taken away by Hamas terrorists, women and children, on a stolen kibbutz tractor with a wagon, and they had been followed while driving. Again, this is a mile, no more than a mile. They had been driving through one of the roads going towards Gaza, and an Israeli Apache helicopter fired on them, killed the terrorists, but everyone else was thrown off the wagon. A dear friend of ours was killed, friendly fire, at that moment. My ex-wife played dead, actually, and the rest of the hostages were taken. All of them have been released since, with the women and children that were released in late November, early December. But she, heroically, somehow or another, while playing dead, intermittently was able to crawl her way back to the kibbutz.
So walk us through. Sagi was out there that morning, and what did he see? And tell us since then what's happened.
Yes, Sagi is one of my 2 sons. Sagi woke up early that morning, as he usually did on Saturdays and holidays, to go work on one of his pet projects, which is to refurbish old buses into usable objects. And he grew up alongside of me at the machine shop. He's very good with his hands. And he went off to our metal shop to refurbish 4 buses to become mobile classrooms, STEM classrooms. And he immediately saw at 6:30 in the morning a group of terrorists, well-armed, well-trained, moving through the kibbutz. He and some other people who were up early put out the alarm to everyone to shelter in place and for the security team to come out. Over the course of the next 2 hours, what they realized it was not just one group of terrorists. It was around 200 heavily armed, what they call themselves Nukhba commandos, Hamas commandos, accompanied by several hundred civilian looters, some of them armed, most of them not, everything from grannies to little children. For 2 hours or so, our brave young and not so young men did what they could to defend the kibbutz. They were overwhelmed by about 8:30. All the time waiting for our army, the IDF, to arrive, which never did. It's a question that will have to be answered later on, why they weren't there. At around 8:30, Sagi went back to his home to ensure that his wife, Avital, and the 2 girls were safely inside of the bomb shelter, locked in. He then exited again and continued engaging with terrorists in and around his home. His whole home was shot up, full of grenade shrapnel. Miraculously, his wife and daughters survived. He was taken at around 9:30 in the morning on October 7th and has not been heard from since. We have some testimony of people who, of the 100 hostages that were released in late November, about 40 of them were from my kibbutz, women and children. Some of them saw him and other people from the kibbutz in the tunnels under Khan Yunis. So we know that as of late November, he was alive, but we also know that 40 of our community were murdered on October 7th and a total of 80 taken captive. So that is the state of affairs as of now. On that same day, our homes were destroyed. Those several hundred looters that I told you about, they stole everything from my grandkid's tricycle up to our largest farming tractors. Whatever they couldn't take with them, they burned. And so this paradise in the desert that I lived on for the better part of 40 years and grew kids, I invested my life there, it no longer exists really. And at some point may be rebuilt. It's questionable whether anyone will actually want to return there.
It's a horrific, horrific experience. And Avital has since given birth to a very healthy baby girl. I actually saw a video of her in the hospital giving birth. It was most difficult. It was at the same time the joy of life, and yet her own husband is not there to share this with her. We know that this is so, so difficult for you, and I have no doubt, Mark and I pray every day for the release of the hostages, and everybody in this room shares in that prayer with you. In a moment, thank you. In a moment, I'm going to ask Cpac to put up on the screen a website that everyone should take note of and go to, because each and every one of us in this room does have a role to play. We can be ambassadors for these 136, Sagi, plus the others. And you can see photos up there now of some, there's Sagi right there. Go to the website. It gives you tools on how to reach out to your members of Congress. We have to keep the thought and prayers of these people. Mark and I and others are wearing these dog tags, if you will, that say bring them home. We encourage you also to go to the website and buy these. All the proceeds go to the families. They need our support. And what it does is it raises awareness, because people will ask you, what is it you're wearing? And it gives you the opportunity to speak where these young men and women, and not so young men and women, cannot have a voice. Tell us in the last couple minutes that you're with us here how, in your head, these people can be ambassadors.
Well, of course, it's a great suggestion to have people go to that website, and there are many options. I feel blessed by being here and feeling the partnership from your community to ours. But even within partnerships, sometimes friends have to say unpleasant things to other friends. And it's become, sadly, difficult for most of the hostage families as of late, that it seems as if our own government, the Israeli government, isn't prioritizing the lives of the hostages as it should within its general war effort. I've lived on the border with Gaza since 1982. I lived through rocket attacks, mortar attacks, sniper fire, anti-tank fire, you name it. No one needs to explain to me or any of the other people from our communities how much Hamas needs to be destroyed. That's agreed. But if I could ask for your partnership in this, to reach out to your Israeli partners, to emphasize to them that there cannot be a victory for any of us over Hamas without getting these 136, we hope, Israeli hostages home alive. And that means that as much action needs to be had to get them home alive as needs to happen for the destruction of Hamas. Both things have to happen.
Thank you. We really appreciate you being here. I don't know, perhaps technical difficulties. The website is Bring Them Home. Please go to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Our prayers are with you. Oh, it's extremely humbling and difficult.
Imagine having your son kidnapped by these barbarians and yet coming here to talk about it, to try and explain it. It's a remarkable person that could do that. I'd like to say a couple things. First of all, to our media. You're doing a lot of damage to these people. When you spew the propaganda of the Hamas Nazi terrorists, you give them hope. They quote you, CNN. They quote you, New York Times. They quote the River to the Sea crowd. We hear them quoting because there are English interpreters telling us what the Hamas leaders are saying. You're giving aid and comfort to a bloodlust ideology that would just as soon burn our country down as burn their country down. This is an ideology. This is a fundamentalist Islamist ideology. And under their fundamentalist Islamist ideology, anybody who doesn't agree with them must be slaughtered, including Muslims, by the way. We're slaughtering each other as I speak. That's number one.
And Christians.
Number two, the Jewish ancestral home is there, and the Christian ancestral home is there. Jesus was born there. Jesus was murdered there. The church sepulchre is there. Bethlehem is there, now majority controlled by the Palestinians. Hebron is there, where Abraham's buried, the patriarchs, most of the matriarchs. And the Palestinian says, it's all theirs. That's what river to the sea means. But I believe in river to the sea. I believe river in the sea shouldn't have one damn Hamas survivor, period. Not one. But I want to move to America. We are not here, media, to burn down our country. We're not here, media, to end democracy. You're doing a pretty damn good job of that. We are here to defend our country, to preserve our Constitution, and preserve our liberty. That's what we conservatives do. You want to talk about dictatorships? Let's talk about dictatorships. When is the last time Joe Biden ever spoke positively of the Constitution of the United States? When is the last time he could actually cite the Declaration of Independence? When's the last time a liberal ever talked about individual liberty or property rights or God-given rights? They're all there in the Declaration of Independence. They never talk about it, ever, because they don't believe in it, that's why. This is a battle between good and evil. Good and evil. We're good, they're evil. You know why we want to preserve our culture? The American culture, which combines all cultures into an American culture, because it's the greatest culture on the face of the earth. Americans aren't swarming into other countries. People in other countries are swarming into America. Don't you get it? It's because America is the greatest country on the face of the earth, the greatest culture on the face of the earth. And no matter what you call us, your damnable lies, mouthpieces for the Democrat Party, mouthpieces for Hamas, you're not going to change a damn one of us. Not one of us. We are not going to give up. Our ancestors fought for this country. My ancestors fought for this country. We talk about World War II. We talk about Europe. My ancestors shed blood in Europe. My ancestors shed blood all through Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Guam,
I don't need lectures from some candy ass at CNN about how we defend our country. I can tell you that. We are not isolationists. Why? Because the enemy's not an isolationist. We're not pacifists. Why? Because we're not stupid. That's why. We lived through World War II. We were attacked when we were isolationists and pacifists. And it cost us 450,000 American lives. World War II. And it cost other people millions of lives. We're not funding our military. Instead, we're funding something called climate change, socialism. We're not supporting our cops. Instead, we're funding illegal aliens. We're not securing the border. Instead, we're allowing anybody to flow into this country who's not been vetted, and of course the enemy's going to send in spies and terrorists. We now have new gangs we never heard of before. That's not on us. That's on you, Democrats. That's on your party, and that's on your ideology. They love to talk about a free press. I wish we had one. Free press. That Constitution you hate, that First Amendment, that's what secures your damn ass. And you hate the Constitution and the men who wrote it? How dare you? How dare you? Everything we have in this country, is a result of the Revolutionary War. It's a result of the Constitutional Convention. It's a result of the Civil War. We've had our problems. We have fought through our problems. Blood, sweat. The biggest battle where we had the most casualties was the Civil War to end slavery. No other nation on the face of the earth had a civil war to end slavery. We did that. And we're not going to be fooled. That little state of Israel, those people want to live. They want to be free. They want to be left alone. God put those people there 5,000 years ago. There were no Palestinians there. In fact, the word Palestinian, media, was invented in 1965 by Arafat. The Jews used to be called the Palestinians. The Palestinians of Palestine. Now, all of a sudden, they're the Palestinians. They're Arabs. That's what they are. That's okay. But they're Arabs. And they had a homeland. It was called Jordan. Jordan. You want a second state? There it is. It's called Jordan. That king has the nerve to come into our country, stand next to our imbecile. That's right, he's an imbecile. To stand next to him. Well, look, it's official now. Didn't the prosecutor say he's an imbecile? Yes. Didn't the Attorney General appoint the prosecutor? Yes. I'm supposed to ignore in so many words, okay, he's an imbecile. I got it. Fine. All right, so, and we all know he is, but he's dangerous. He's issuing executive orders against the Jewish indigenous peoples in Judea and Samaria. Since when does a president issue executive orders that extend outside of our country and are specifically targeting people like Jews? What kind of a person does something like that? Or he's telling them they must have a second two-state solution.
You know who does that? An anti-Semite does that.
What's with this two-state solution? Oh, yes. And you have to give up your home. You have to give up a little town called Shiloh. You ever heard of Shiloh? That's really where Judaism began. Before the city of David and before Jerusalem.
Our first capital.
The first capital, all the tribes came together. That's where they came together. Biden says, I don't care, give it to the Palestinians. I don't care, give Judea and Samaria to the Palestinians. The peaceful Palestinians. Where is the leader of the peaceful Palestinians? Will he please present himself so I can interview him?
I can tell you. His name is Abbas, and he is paying terrorists to kill Israelis under a program called Pay to Slay. And I can also tell you that America First Legal has sued the Biden administration for violating the Taylor Force Act. Go ahead.
And Taylor Force was an American citizen, a veteran, a West Point graduate. The peaceful Abbas Palestinians murdered him. Donald Trump said, that is enough of that. He cut off funding to the PLO. He cut off funding to UNRWA that works with Hamas. He cut off Iran and put his foot on their throat. He cut them all off. Iran was on its back. Hamas was starving to death. The PLO was in its little cage. And then comes Biden, the arsonist. Lights up the whole damn Middle East. Sends our troops there for sitting ducks. I don't even know why they're there right now. Iran, through its proxies, murder 3 of our citizens. And what's his response? Does he hit Iran? No. What did Reagan do when they hit one of our freighters? He destroyed half their Navy. What did Trump do when he said that's enough? He took out Soleimani. What does Biden do? He wants to take out Bibi Netanyahu, and he's attacking the Israelis. This is serious. And I understand this gentleman here. Nobody's suffering like him. And he raises good questions about how this happened. And they need to pursue it, and they need to figure it out. And I don't blame him. If that was my son, I'd move heaven and earth. Because these people are not just kidnappers. They're torturers. They're sadistic. They're rapists. And I'll just say one last thing. There was a report put out last week, I couldn't even read it, about what was done to these people at that festival. The devil himself couldn't come up with ideas like this. Women were murdered with weapons stuck up their genital, up their anus. They were shot. Their breasts were cut off, and they were playing catch with them. They were mass raping these young girls, murdering them while they were raping them. So I would say to the media in this country, how come you're here and you're not over there reporting? Why is that? Some of you were over there and you're actually helping the Hamas on October 7th.
I was just going to add,
somebody
they were
just got
embedded.
a Pulitzer Prize for it.
And the Associated Press just got sued for having some reporters embedded on October 7th.
So they knew it was happening.
Witnesses to this genocide.
So I say this on the moral equivalency stuff, name one IDF soldier who would ever even think about doing that to any human being. They're not raised that way. It's not a culture of death, it's a culture of life. And I want to say one final thing, we're out of time. Most of you aren't Jewish. Most of you are Christians. And as a Jew, I can't thank you enough. I cannot thank you enough. The Judeo-Christian belief system is what founded this country, whether the media likes it or not. And that's why we have the freedoms we have. That's why we have the principles that we have. That's why we have the Constitution that we have. Never forget it. Every person that comes to this country, regardless of their faith, Christian, Jew, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, or what have you, you thank the people of Christianity who founded this nation. Oh, there were Jews and others, but you thank. And I'll say one last thing. You ever go to Arlington Cemetery? It's crushing. Row after row after row after row after row of Americans. Brave young men and women. Star David, some others, the crest. The overwhelming majority of them are crosses. The overwhelming majority of them are white. The overwhelming majority of them are men. If I hear one more damn time about the white, Christian, privileged citizen, you drag your asses over to Arlington Cemetery and you tell those people that.
Thank you, Cpac.
The old civil rights adage goes, no justice, no peace.
What we have to prepare for.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor of Riverton, Utah, Trent Staggs.
Hello, Cpac. It's great to be here with so many friends. Trapped in Venezuelan prison, Josh Holt had little hope of rescue. In 2016, he was being held on fabricated charges by a brutal socialist government. Josh's mother and father were distraught. The Obama-Biden administration had done nothing. As his hometown mayor in Riverton, Utah, I too felt discouraged over the years, wondering, pleading really for someone in Washington, D.C. to show that they cared. And then came President Trump. He cared about Josh. He knew about Josh's situation and had directed America's best negotiators to work on the case. Although it was difficult, Trump never gave up. And after 2 long years in prison, Trump secured Josh's release. This can only be described as a miracle. We really need leaders today who care about everyday Americans. We need leaders who will use the full might and power of our country to defend our citizens. We need a leader back in the White House who will put America first. Like Josh and his family, everyday Americans are now suffering from a government, not a foreign government, but tragically from our own. The weaponization of federal agencies against us, tens of thousands of pages of new regulation each year by unelected bureaucrats that cripple business and criminalize routine behavior. The enslavement of our children and future generations to massive debt. Prioritization of a climate change crusade over the needs of American family budgets and American security. Caring more about the security, about the borders of other nations than our own. Allowing an invasion across our southern border that will go down as one of the worst preventable tragedies in history. What image is worse? Emperor Nero fiddling as Rome burned, or Joe Biden licking an ice cream cone as crime and fentanyl continue to pour into our country? Well, I say enough is enough. The conservatives in this room and tens of millions of patriots around this country are ready to make our voices heard. Bold, courageous leadership in Washington is needed to turn this country around, but it's up to us to make sure that establishment forces don't get in the way. Entrenched established interests are looking to upset the America First agenda. Recently, Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney, and others teamed up with Democrats to betray our need to secure our own border. Please, spare me about the speeches, how McConnell is just playing the long game, or how Romney is some grand negotiator. I've heard that too long from too many people who ended up compromising our spend of more of our money on liberal priorities. Conservative Americans have a choice in the months ahead. Are we going to allow so-called conservatives to continue their America Last policies? I say no. Will we continue to allow our elected representatives to masquerade as conservatives, but vote the interest of liberals? I say no. Will conservative leadership be allowed to continue to throw their own party's voters under the bus? I say no. It's been said that Americans used to roar like lions for liberty, but now we bleat like sheep for security. This happened because the establishment in both parties care more about maintaining their power than unleashing American liberty. But this stops today. Bold, true conservative leadership will restore our constitutional republic. With constitutionally conservative leadership, America will once again secure our border. America will once again fight for our own interests over those of any other nation. America will once again use its full might and power to defend its citizens like Josh Holt. And I'm confident that as Americans once again learn to roar like lions for liberty, it will once again become a government of, by, and for the people. Thank you, Cpac, conservatives, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Speaker of the Oklahoma House of Representatives, Charles McCall.
Good morning. I bring you greetings from the great state of Oklahoma, where we like our steaks the way we like our politics, red, bright red. I'm honored to be the Speaker of what I believe is the most conservative House in the nation. Oklahoma is a state anchored in bedrock conservative values, from fiscal restraint to the faith in the Almighty. We believe in common sense, constitutional liberties, and the freedom to chart our own course. We exercise our 10th Amendment rights under the Constitution to push back against Washington. Oklahoma sent its National Guard members to protect the southern border as the Biden administration fails to do its job. We have zero tolerance for illegal immigration. We believe our children are the most precious resource, that their education shapes our future and their future. We are a state where parents control their children's education. They can now use their education dollars for public schools, private schools, charter schools, and homeschooling has been protected in our Constitution since 1907. The Oklahoma plan keeps government out of homeschools, Christian schools, keeps private schools private, empowers parents, not bureaucrats, to make education decisions. And while we vigorously defend public education, we believe God gives children to parents, not government. We have banned critical race theory, boys and girls bathrooms, and protected women's sports. It's incredible we spend so much time on what is common sense to Oklahomans and Americans. We recognize our constitutional right to bear arms. We have a novel name for it. In Oklahoma, it's not open carry, it's constitutional carry. We have a healthy economy, job growth, fewer regulations, and we continue to cut the personal income tax rate in Oklahoma. Under Republican leadership, we have grown to be the 5th best economy in the nation. We've increased teacher pay and provided 52% more funding to education over the last 6 years, which is more in the previous 25 years combined. We balance our budgets every year. We cannot spend more money than we have, a concept that Washington should adopt. We budget less money than we're allowed to spend. That fiscal discipline has given us our largest financial reserves in state history. In Oklahoma, we are prepared for the next Washington-created economic downturn. I'm proud to represent a state that is fighting back and lighting the way for others, because the Oklahoma standard is the American standard. Freedom, self-reliance, and faith. If we hold fast to these principles, I believe America's finest hours still lie ahead. Friends, in 2024, stand up, rev up, make America great again, and I mean again. God bless us, the great state of Oklahoma, and the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from West Virginia, businessman Chris Miller.
My name is Chris Miller. I was born and raised in West by God, Virginia. I'm a husband, a father, a businessman, a bison farmer, and a boxer. And apparently, believing in good old-fashioned family values and common sense like we do in West Virginia drives liberals crazy. Like President Trump, I'm a conservative businessman and not a politician. We need more of that, because if I ran my businesses the way politicians spend our tax dollars, I'd go broke. Running family businesses, I also know that service is everything. Politicians only put themselves first. We need to run government more like a business that treats taxpayers like valued customers and shareholders. We deserve a government who audits every dime they spend so we can accurately have a return on investment for our tax dollars. Aside from common sense, you know what else drives liberals crazy? In West Virginia, we own guns because we like them. We shoot guns because it's fun. And it's our God-given right. The Constitution protects it. So listen up. Any attempt to infringe upon a mountaineer's right to keep or bear arms will be met with full resistance. Here's some more common sense. As the father of an 11-year-old girl, you're darn right I don't want her sharing a locker room with any biological males. Protecting the integrity and fairness of girls' sports is common sense. If we expect our kids to tell the truth, we can't let the woke left redefine it. Fairy tales aren't facts. A boy is not a girl. And girls' locker rooms are for girls. And I'll always protect our girls and stand for the truth. Unfortunately, today's coddle culture is making some boys more like girls. Woke doctors are literally making boys into girls. They're practicing mutilation, not medicine, and they should be in prison. The Marxist and communist on the left believe the American family structure is racist and want society to replace parents. Banning critical race theory is a start, but let's require K-12 schools to teach patriotism and civics starting in grade school. America's not a racist country. America is the greatest country on earth. And that's not propaganda, it's the truth. You know what else is the truth? Most politicians don't ever have a real plan. But I'm not a politician, I'm a businessman. And we always have plans. So in West Virginia, we have to look at our past to understand our future. Even though we've been extracted and taken advantage of, our history is full of greatness. We mined the coal that built the steel that led to a victory in World War I. And we mined the coal that built the steel that led to a victory in World War II. And we mined the coal that led to the cheap energy and the greatest capitalistic expansion in human history. We did that. And again, West Virginia has what people are looking for. If we play our cards right, we can do something amazing. We have coal, natural gas, rare earth elements, geothermal, and more usable water than any state in the country. We can become the state that powers everybody, the battery or the power plant of the East Coast. We can have affordable energy and lower taxes, a lower cost of living and a higher quality of life, a lean government that works for the people and treats us taxpayers like shareholders and valued customers. Plus, we can do all this with what people all around the country are dying to get back to, a foundation of faith and family. Because in West Virginia, we don't have the biggest cities, the tallest skyscrapers, or the best boarding schools. We've got the best people Only in West Virginia, if your Tesla breaks down, will a bunch of coal miners come out of the mine, push your car to the nearest coal-powered generator, and get you charged so you can go on down the road. That's a true story. Look it up. It's a way of life that's almost heaven. Faith in God, a focus on family, respect for the sanctity of life, pride in America. We're not a racist country, we're the greatest country. In big cities full of snobs who mock us in West Virginia, those family values are almost extinct. But West Virginia is almost heaven, and I'm going to keep it that way. Thank you.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
I'm Frank Russo, Director of Cpac Center for Combating Human Trafficking. We join this fight to hold traffickers accountable and ensure justice for all victims. We started with the premiere of Sound of Freedom, and now we are working with our partners on Capitol Hill to end modern-day slavery.
Now, an exclusive look at Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid.
Hi, it's you.
I'm running for governor, and I would like your vote.
I forgot your name. Do his initials help? RR? Honey, Roy Rogers is here, and he's running for governor.
What do you want out of this life?
I just want to do something good in this world. Make a difference.
You know what you have to do.
I'm curious, Ron, what would you say is the issue of our time?
No question about it. Communism and the Soviet Union.
I am about to start the biggest war of this century, and I'm not going to fire a single shot.
You blow up 8 years of diplomacy.
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, combating human trafficking. Please welcome Anti-Human Trafficking Director for the Attorney General of Virginia, Tanya Gould. Founder and Executive Director of Letitia's House, Elizabeth Ameling. Ohio Attorney General, Dave Yost. And your moderator, Cpac Senior Fellow, Mercedes Schlapp.
Cpac. How's everybody doing this morning? I mean, it's been hustling and bustling. Let's take a seat here, and so much going on Radio Row down in the Cpac Central Hub, and it is just an honor to be here with you. And I know we got to turn to a Very serious topic, a topic that Cpac has been involved in, and I want to really bring in this incredible panel of experts, of fighters on the front line to save the lives of children who are being sex trafficked, of young women, of young men who are being sex trafficked. I'm going to make this very clear. This has nothing to do with politics. It is about humanity. If we do not save our children, if we do not save these innocent victims, then why are we here? So to get started, Attorney General, it's great to have you here from Ohio. So I got to ask you, you ran an effective, very effective operation, Operation Buyer's Remorse. Walk us through, what did you do and how did it work?
These were law enforcement agencies and support services agencies. So we're not just out there doing the law enforcement cop thing, although we do that as well. We make sure that the survivors of human trafficking, when we encounter them out in the field, are connected with services, whether that's a meal, addiction treatment, shelter. We're there to help support them, what we call the highway to hope. But here's the other thing. Buyer's remorse, there's no market for human trafficking if there's not buyers.
Yeah.
And so we have shifted in Ohio from a focus on enforcing laws against soliciting and prostitution to actually enforcing the laws against buying sex. We have a new law that makes it, yeah, that's the right way to go. And we are trying to send a message to all the buyers of sex. Don't buy sex in Ohio. If the money dries up, the trafficking will dry up.
And what's really unfortunate here is that it is, part of this is the fact that you've got the U.S. being the largest consumer of sex trafficking. And so, Tanya, let me ask you this. I mean, you're nodding your head. You're saying, yes, this is a horrible problem. And what's happening in Virginia? I mean, you all have taken this battle. You yourself, you're a survivor. I mean, what are you hearing? What has been able to get done at the state level?
So our Attorney General has made this priority, and also the governor. So we have that. To really look at what we have been doing and some gaps. And we want to be intentional about making sure we have a trauma-informed response, person-centered. And we also want to make sure that we're reaching our citizens, you know, just so that they would understand that they are a part of the solution.
Yeah.
So one thing is we're going really
run this incredible home, Letitia's home. I had an opportunity, a great honor to go visit and see where you care for these victims. I mean, you've seen the horrors of human trafficking, of sex trafficking. What has to be done so that victims get a second chance?
There's so many things that need to be done. The first thing is that they need to find safety. And there's so few places where they can go. And they need to be in a housing setting where there's trauma-informed. Because victims of sex trafficking, victims of trafficking have complex trauma. They have DID, they have mental illness, they have addiction. They have a lot of things that need to be dealt with. And those things don't change overnight. And so we have 2 houses, and we're going national, where women come and they can stay, and there's addiction counseling and parenting classes and financial literacy. We have to overcome barriers like felonies. Women overwhelmingly, victims of trafficking, overwhelmingly have felonies and other things.
And what's the average age?
Our average age is 24.
Getting in the house, but average age that they start the sex trafficking?
12.
Average age is 12 years old. I hope the media back there is really capturing this. Average age of sex trafficking is 12 years old. And they are raped multiple times a day. They are handed off. And then who takes care of them?
Well, a lot of them don't ever make it into a safe place, and they die or they're incarcerated. But the other thing that people may not know is 99 to 100% of all of our survivors, over trafficked at 12 by her mom. We also have a lot of parents trafficking kids in the U.S. People don't know that, but it's real. And her mom sold her for drugs. She was with the same man. He had a very complex organization. She was arrested at 30 in Virginia. She had a whole bunch of felonies. She testified against him a year and a half later, and he hoped she would drop dead in the meantime, so there was no trial, because if you don't have witnesses, you don't have a trial. He got 14 years. She was trafficked by him for 18 years.
I mean, it's just an injustice.
It's just an injustice. So we help them with jobs. We pay for school. We try to help them find other ways to be employed so they can be successful.
But you mentioned this. They can't get like nail technician licensing or
you can be a chef. You can be a psychologist. You can be a legal aid.
Yeah. And that's, you're limited.
You're limited.
Attorney General, what can we do more for these victims in terms of, we talk about the safe houses, but also more importantly in helping them in changing these laws so that they can have more opportunities to be able to rebuild?
And Elizabeth just hit on something that's big, which is these collateral sanctions. If you've got a criminal record, and if you've been trafficked for any time at all, you've been forced into situations where you have theft, you have drug problems, you've got any number of criminal actions, you can't get an apartment. You can't go to school. So in Ohio, we have loosened the restrictions for survivors of trafficking have a better opportunity to get their records expunged or sealed so that they can actually rebuild their lives. And here's the other thing. I hear politicians so often say, well, I want to be a voice for the voiceless. Survivors have a voice.
Yes.
It's just time for us to listen.
Yes.
Thank you, Tanya, for your courage.
Tanya, we were talking about Virginia. As we know now, Virginia, both the House and the Assembly and the Senate, they're both Democrat-run. How much support do you get from the Democrats on tackling this issue of sex trafficking?
Well, it depends on what issues are at the table. In Virginia, we still have a long ways to go when it comes to human trafficking, understanding and learning. So that's one thing. So there's still that learning curve, educating our legislators and making sure they understand. So that's kind of where we are there. We do have on both sides, we are able to get some good policy and legislation there. However, it just depends. We are purple. And sometimes, I like to say we're purple because we don't make any decisions.
Yeah.
Right? And
but don't you think this is like a no-brainer, bipartisan issue? I know for Cpac, our goal is to actually, as we do with criminal justice reform, find, the center-left groups to come work with us and find common ground and get through legislation.
We do. We get enough support to at least, get a lot of bills heard. But again, if we're trying to do harsher penalties on buyers, that's not going to go.
And then how is it with the budget? Is there enough money there to help the victims?
Right.
And I can't wait for Elizabeth to jump in because she's going to jump in like 2 seconds. But.
So, like I said, it's still about educating our state, our Commonwealth. It really is. That's really where we are. And until our legislators understand that human trafficking, so for an example, in Virginia, we don't have a great data collecting system yet.
Yeah.
So if we don't have the numbers, we can't prove that this is happening.
Yeah.
Right? So there's still a lot of work to be done in order for legislators to understand, this is the path that we need to go.
Yeah.
I know, we know this is where we need to go, but we still have to have that data, and we're still working on that.
Elizabeth, in terms of the recovery process, I think you talked that sometimes these women are let go too soon, and then they end up back in a situation where they're being sex trafficked again. What's the frustration you're feeling as you're trying to make your home, Letitia's home, be able to bring in more girls and help them rebuild their lives?
The biggest frustration probably is that we're very limited. We have people bonded to us. There's a time constraint. Overwhelmingly, the women who come are moms. A lot of them have lost custody of their kids, or their kids are in foster care, and there's a very tight window for there to get custody back. And so we have 12 to 13 months to help somebody recover from addiction, get their GED, they maybe have a 5th grade education, learn life skills, financial literacy, improve their credit score by some miracle, get a job so that they can get an apartment with their 5 felonies and get their kids back. I mean, it's insurmountable.
And I want to add, faith is a critical part of the recovery process.
Yes.
When I walked into that home, they had the Bible there. It is prayer, and because that is part of the healing. Explain the importance of faith in this issue. And Tanya, I want you to weigh in on that as well.
Faith, our founding principle is everyone's created in the image of God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're trauma-informed, we're certified always, but we believe that when women find out that they've always been loved and there's no one like them, our house manager says, you're the apple of God's eye. He only made one of you, and you're perfect. We say that to them because they don't have moms and dads. Overwhelmingly, their parents are dead or in prison. They have to have that connection. If they develop that while they're at our house, they do better going through counseling. They do better dealing with addiction. And it is transformative because it lets them know they're loved. And when we started, the first young lady we helped, Letitia, she said, I feel loved for the first time in my life. So it's vitally important. But my wish list is that we would have enough funds so that we could provide that transformative, longer housing period so moms don't ever lose their children, because nobody should have their rights severed because they've been in jail for 12 months. It is so wrong. And children who go into the foster care system, 70% end up in the trafficking pipeline. We have to stop it. We want the housing to be there, so at the end of 3, 4, 5 years, they are independent. They have jobs. They have dignity. They know who they are. And their children are growing up loved, and we break that cycle. And they are free forever. We have to do it. Anyway.
Before I go to you, Attorney General, just mention just briefly here on the faith component in your own experience.
No, I just remember that, when you were little, right, all of you were small, just like myself, there are dreams, right, ideas and thoughts about life and what you want to be, who you want to be. And so I'm no different. I had those same dreams and ideas and aspirations, but when the trafficking experience came and so many other types of trauma that happened in my life, right, there was a big disconnect. So what happened when we're talking about faith, right, it takes faith to believe that you're still that person after all of this has happened to you. And so having people and places and folks that believe in just me being human and who I am and, the image, being in the image of God and having I am in God and God is in me, like that whole thing, there was a huge disconnect. Yeah. So being able to come back to that and having people in place to do that is, it's just beautiful.
Right, and I'm sure the Department of Justice doesn't really care about the faith component, and they're going to try to force in their own regulations with these homes. Attorney General, I want to ask about big tech. We saw Mark Zuckerberg basically apologize to family for pushing their disgusting child, abuse type of content on big tech. Should they be held liable? What changes should they make immediately to stop sex trafficking?
Well, they should be held liable, and that's one of the reasons why Ohio is part of a group suing them.
Good.
But just this morning, I'm sure you read this in the Wall Street Journal like I did, an exclusive new bombshell about these parental accounts that are featuring underage models in bikinis and underwear, and they're selling this stuff. The Meta algorithm is linking those accounts of children to known pedophile profiles. There's something seriously wrong with the algorithms that are driving our society. Meta is at the top of it. I wonder whether they changed the name Meta to be short for metastasize.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I want to get final thoughts here as we're going to be wrapping up. What is one thing you want to leave to our Cpac audience? This is the heart of the movement. This is the front lines, the activists. What do you want them to remember as we get off the stage? Tanya, I'll start with you.
Yes, for me, being a victim of domestic sex trafficking was something that at one point, even understanding I was a victim, it was just, hard to get past, right? Still a lot of shame there. But finally, thanks to President Trump, he made a big difference in making sure that I had a voice as someone who was trafficked here in our country. So just, as we're moving and we're talking about, the border, we're talking about this happens somewhere else, just remember that this is happening here, yes, in America, in the land of the free, the home of the brave. I remember going and saying the Pledge of Allegiance and singing the song, My Country is of Thee, right? That's for me too. So just as you're going about your day, just remember that. Remember that this happens here in America.
Elizabeth.
I would say we have a big heart and we want to see trafficking end in my lifetime. So, hey, I'm a grandmother, so that could be soon. So everybody listening needs to get on board. We will help you do restorative care homes. We will help you with transitional housing. We can do trauma training. We will help anyone and everyone who wants to take this national and stop it. So contact us at freeforever.org, and we will help you gladly.
Attorney General.
Our rule of law, our society, our civilization is built on a profound insight that everyone, every human being is created in the image of God, that they are recipients of God-given rights and of equal worth and dignity. Tanya, I know that survivors are frequently looked down upon and blamed, but the truth of the matter is this fight is a fundamentally conservative fight about the dignity and the quality of everybody. We don't throw away human beings in America.
Yes. Yes. Well, I want to thank my panel, and also we're really proud at Cpac to support and we launched our Cpac Center for Combating Human Trafficking. We are on the front lines, and we are supporting these incredible heroes across the country. So thank you all, and God bless.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Eric Bolling.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start, so go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Are you following Cpac on social media yet? If not, do so right now. We are at Cpac on all of your favorite social media sites, and it is the best way to keep up with everything that we are doing in the conservative movement.
They put their lives on the line to preserve our American dream. Everything we have is because of everything they give. And now, more than ever, they need to know that we stand behind them. Each year, our community salutes honors the thousands of high school seniors who have made the selfless decision to pursue military service, not knowing where that journey may lead. For just $19 a month, you can provide the recognition and resources so urgently needed. Let's say thank you together.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Shooting from the Hip. Please welcome, from Second Amendment Foundation, Alan Gottlieb. From Florida, Congressman Corey Mills. And your moderator, host of the Carl Higbie Frontline on Newsmax, Carl Higbie.
All right, Cpac. You guys ready to do some gun stuff? All right. All right, so joining us today, Congressman Corey Mills, as they just said, fantastic advocate of the Second Amendment, and also Alan Gottlieb of the Second Amendment Foundation, doing great work, challenging basically everything the Biden administration is doing to try to take away our freedom. I want to get to a little bit of social stuff on guns, but first legal. Congressman, obviously there's the left's been waging a war on our gun rights for 60 years through a variety of things. Now it's kind of turned to an ATF administrative state because they can't get it through Congress. The Supreme Court's smacking them down left and right. How are we navigating the administrative state, banning things, making laws outside of your body?
Well, of Of course, it'd be good if I would go ahead and silence this. That was actually ATF, I'm sure. The FBI is going to track it close enough. No, the bottom line is that we know there's been a continuation in weaponization. We've seen where, whether it was the NFA, which should be repealed, and I've actually signed up and truly believe in the abolishment of the ATF in its entirety.
Hear, hear.
The bottom line is that as a legislator, you pay attention to every single word of every single bill text. And our Second Amendment cannot be any clearer. It doesn't say may. It says shall not be infringed. Yep. We have a constitutional and inalienable right for the defense of our family, defense of our home, the defense of ourself. And I think that what you're seeing is there is a multi-pronged attack of not only just allowing open borders to get millions of people to stream across and hundreds who are on known watch lists, as the FBI has indicated, but these are individuals who are now wanting to say more laws and more regulations are going to stop criminals from the laws and regulations that they're already violating. Right. All it does is it actually stops the American people from their ability to protect themselves. And I can tell you, as a constitutionalist, I've been a registered Republican my whole life, but I consider myself a constitutional conservative. Those 7 articles, those 27 amendments, when they're ratified and why, is our inalienable right and protections. And I will I will fight to my last breath to make sure that our Second Amendment is protected, because that's what protects our first.
And then, yeah. Well, that's the fundamental thing, too, is you have a significant number of people not in this room that believe that, we'll just, ban guns. It'll make it, well, we tried that with crack cocaine, heroin. I mean, ask Hunter Biden. Still has a ton of that.
No, that's Parmesan.
Parmesan cheese, my bad. So Alan, you guys are the fundamental people challenging nearly every single tyrannical thing that comes out of this administration, this administrative state. You have 3 cases right now at the Supreme Court. What do you have going on?
Well, in total, we have 59 cases nationally that we're working on in court. But we have filed 2 cert petitions, one challenging the Maryland so-called assault weapons ban and limitations on magazine capacity. Right. And we just filed this past week one challenging Illinois' similar ban on so-called assault weapons and magazine capacity. Both those cert petitions are at the U.S. Supreme Court. The third one's not our cert petition, it's the federal government's. We won a case challenging some of their regulations, and in the Fifth Circuit we won. They're not happy about it, and so they've gone on and filed a cert petition trying to overturn our victory.
Yeah,
which, quite frankly, is going to be good for us, because the Supreme Court's going to reaffirm our victory and make it national.
Yeah, I mean, we have call it a 5.5 Supreme Court majority. But Congressman, the other thing, too, is they push these laws, these rules through the administrative state, the ATF, sometimes state. Like, I live in the Socialist Republic of Connecticut, if anybody's from there. They basically try to take everything from you. But they make these stupid laws, and then they say, okay, you can't have this anymore. But with 1160, which was the assault weapon ban in Connecticut, they had like 68% of law enforcement officers say, we're not going to enforce that. So when you're going to say, I'm taking everybody's AR-15s, your 30-round magazines, your whatever it may be, anything that's fun, who are they going to find to enforce that? Because how many people want to knock on your door, my door? I don't think they do.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, what they're going to try and do, and we got to just go ahead and call this for what it is. Yeah. This is not about policing. This is about politics. Mm-hmm. They are trying to do everything they can to weaken the American people, to make us dependent upon the administrative state. They have continued to do this, and at first they thought they could just tax us out of it. They thought they could just charge us with these frivolous payments. Oh, well, you have to pay this to own this weapon. Right. You have to pay that to own that weapon. You have to pay this to hold and possess your weapon. Then you've got these red flag laws, which are unconstitutional in its entirety. Look, I come from the greatest, freest state in America, the great state of Florida. And I can tell you right now, there we go, there's a couple of my Floridians out there. But I can tell you right now, while everyone else in these blue states are talking about we have the highest regulations, you know what else they have, Carl? The highest criminality, the highest murders per capita. Yeah. And the reason why is because if you come, like you just talked about, to our house, right, you better bring a coroner with you. Yeah, exactly. When you come to the blue states, you can guarantee that there are free victims there. Yeah. And so this is why shall not be infringed. Our ability to protect ourselves, our businesses, the American way of life, the understanding that this is to protect, and I wore the uniform, Carl wore the uniform. Mm-hmm. We swore an oath to our Constitution to protect and defend this against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The greatest threat that we have right now, I have gone to Afghanistan, Iraq, Kosovo, Pakistan, North Somalia, Kenya, been blown up twice in 2006. The person who I'm most concerned with is the United States government, because they're continuing to be weaponized. They're continuing to come after us. We have to stand tall. We can't be the silent majority, and we have to make sure that shall not be infringed, shall not be infringed.
What he didn't mention was he's most threatened when he comes here to D.C. to actually
I
do
have
his
to get
job.
I'm probably better off to wear a bulletproof vest in the Capitol Hill than I was when I was overseas.
Exactly. Well, Alan, the other thing, too, is obviously the recent Bruin Supreme Court decision comes down, says, yes, it is the individual's right to possess a gun outside the home as well, backing up Heller versus D.C. I live in Connecticut. I've been trying to get my gun license there for 8-9 years. They won't give it to us. How do we make sure that we enforce the Supreme Court decisions? Because New York's just snubbed their nose at them and said, we're not doing that.
Yeah, well, we have lawsuits going on against Connecticut and New York on some of the restrictions they put in post-Bruin, thumbing their nose at the Supreme Court. What's interesting, I expected that after Bruin, they'd figure out, okay, we're going to pass restrictive laws, but try and be a little less than what Bruin threw out, so we can try and get away with it and push the envelope. They didn't do that. They doubled and tripled down and passed laws that are worse, which actually makes our job a little easier in our court cases because, they're in more trouble. In fact, we just had one in the Ninth Circuit where they tried to ban advertising that might reach minors and entice young people to want to own a firearm in the future. We won that at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals 3-0. The Attorney General in California tried to get the en banc panel of all the judges to hear the case and throw it out. They couldn't get one judge in the Ninth Circuit to say yes, and now our decision is final and we won.
California. I kind of want to get to the more social aspect of the war on guns, we'll say. Look, you look at all these mass shootings that are happening recently. Most of them happen in Joe Biden's gun-free zones that he was the original architect of. You have a significant number of them happen. Actually, the top 10 most dangerous cities are democratically held cities, some in Republican states, but they're not prosecuting, to your point, the bad guys themselves. And none of these people, to my knowledge, are NRA members. I would wager that NRA members are far more law-abiding than the entire Democratic Party as a whole.
Exactly right.
So how do we fight back on the social matter when all these groups, Moms Demand Action, the Bloomberg's groups, and all these people with billions of dollars in their pocket, because they play the social war of, oh, well, if you don't want to give up your guns and take away guns, then you're for gun violence. Nobody's for gun violence. No.
But again, this is all about fitting a narrative. Look, this is where the fake media and the fake news comes in. They only report on mass shootings when it fits a certain narrative. Let it be a criminal migrant who has illegally come across our borders. Let it be someone who is of color, and watch how fast they run away from the story. What they want to do is not vilify the actual criminal who's committing an act which is obviously illegal. They want to criminalize our actual ability to hold arms. Right. And so what we're seeing right now is that there is this weaponization in an effort to try and go ahead and control a narrative, and we have to stop being the silent majority, and we have to start getting out there and being more vocal, because as Joe Biden has already leaked, in between his ice cream and hair sniffing, he has basically made it very clear that he said our Constitution is not absolute. Well, let me tell you something. Let him go walk through Arlington, through the rows and rows of headstones who fought and died for this nation in uniform to make sure that we could do something that was worthy of their sacrifices. What's worthy of their sacrifice is protecting our inalienable rights, protecting our Second Amendment, protecting our protection and our sovereignty, and making sure that we don't allow the police state to continue to be weaponized against us. And that's what I fight for every single day on D.C.
Right. Well, that's the problem, is there's not enough politicians that are willing to actually put their name on the line.
Because you said politicians. There needs to be statesmen and representatives. We have too many politicians out there already.
100%. But Alan, to the same point, it's an armed citizenry. Like after the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor, right? It's like Animal House. After the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, I watched that movie 3 days ago. So after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, they refused to invade America because they were worried about a gun behind every blade of grass. Right. How do we make sure that people understand that this is the part that the deterrence against, maybe not against somebody breaking into your house, but we're talking about evil nations that are getting nuclear weapons right now that want to do harm to us. How do we encourage people to say, hey, protect yourself?
Well, it's interesting. It's a great point you're bringing up there. And I like to point out, when there's international incidents like Israel being invaded, all of a sudden gun sales in the United States leapfrogged and just jumped in numbers. Yeah. People realize and they get it. When it comes to securing your home and your country, it's really up to you. And so every time there's some kind of an international incident or even a national incident that happens with a gun, with somebody being attacked, gun sales go up. Our people, the American population, really gets it. It's the liberal Democrats that don't get it. And, talking about the social part of this, there's a court case in Hawaii. I don't know if a lot of you have heard about it, but the Supreme Court of Hawaii ruled that the aloha spirit overrides the Constitution. And the words of the history and text of the Constitution don't matter because the aloha spirit says you shouldn't have a gun.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of stuff we have to deal with on a daily basis. And the anti-gun groups, gun prohibition groups that you mentioned, they're extremely well funded. They're outspending the gun rights lobby by millions and millions of dollars to reach people. We have a lot of work cut out for. We couldn't do it without people like you in the audience helping and supporting us. So thank all of you.
Well, we can invite the Aloha Spirit to come have this conversation with us.
Well, you both brought up a great point, though. After the October 7th incident, which is a horrendous incident that took over 1,200 lives there in Israel, we saw where the need to be able to defend ourselves is so important. Only days after this occurred, I couldn't sit, and I've said this before, in October of 2021, I actually was the only person who went over and conducted the first overland rescue of Americans who sits in the House. But October 10th, I saw a very same need, and I went over to Israel on October 10th and was very fortunate to, through our actions, be able to get out 255 Americans who were trapped in various places.
Yeah.
But at that point, I realized what keeps America, to your point and to your point, safe, free, and out of adversarial hands is a well-armed, well-trained militia that shall not be infringed for our rights, and we will continue to be able to have that so long as I'm alive.
But in the same vein, Alan, look, I was a Navy SEAL. I spent 9 years in and out of Iraq. Like, I understand that a society that is unarmed, uneducated, and untrained can fall to basically anybody. But in the same article that Congressman Mills was talking about here, the liberal left, they cheer when we armed Ukraine. You know what? We won't even secure our own border until we arm Ukraine. We want to give millions and billions of dollars of weapons to every single black hole in the entire world, but not take care of our own citizens. Yet when we want to own a gun for our protection, because they just let 20 million illegals into this country, no, can't have that.
Yeah, it's so blatantly political so they can advance their agenda of socialism and controlling people's lives. I mean, gun control isn't about controlling guns. It's about controlling people. And that's what their agenda really is. And so facts, figures, statistics don't matter to them. All they care about is taking away our rights.
Well, and Congressman, the same thing, too. They always say, well, like the Constitution's not absolute. You can't do this, you can't do that. It's like, well, actually I can. To your point, the shall not be infringed is pretty damn clear. But they always say, well, you can have a bolt action rifle because, what do you need an AR-15? Our founding fathers didn't come back from a hunting trip.
That's right. Well, and let me just tell you right now, the way that I look at it is this. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I will guarantee. Bottom line is that we do have that right. We are the longest standing, by the way, not democracy, constitutional republic, Article 4, Section 4, okay? And I want to make something very clear. One of the things that's clear about this is that our Constitution is backed upon one key item. It is backed by our Christian Judeo beliefs. And that means that our inalienable rights, our God-given rights that exist from God to man, not the way Biden and the administration would like it, which is from God to government to go ahead and politic and then to man, our right to defense, our right to free speech, our right to religion, our right to have a jury of our peers and to be tried not through the lawfare that is targeting our rightful president, President Donald J. Trump, but the idea that we have to protect these rights, and they're going to go after the first little fracture. And that fracture is our Second Amendment. Because you're seeing where, and again, I've said this multiple times, our Second Amendment protects our First Amendment. And if we allow this to happen, you're going to see a bigger increase in lawfare. You're going to see more of the indictments against other Americans. You're going to see where they're going to continue these frivolous indictments like Letitia James in New York or Fannie Willis over in Georgia. This is a hill to die on for every American. We must protect our right to bear arms, and we must protect our Second Amendment.
Yeah. Carl, you mentioned the AR-15, which is America's most popular firearm. Millions of them are owned by people.
Because it's awesome.
Okay, and but the national media doesn't want to talk about it, and it crosses my desk every day. is there are people out there every day that use a so-called AR-15 to defend themselves and their family, but you never see it on national news. You'll never see a story where somebody saved their family or their children, even sometimes where a young adult in the house saves their mother because they had an AR-15 and used it for self-defense. Yeah. It's such a one-sided debate with this national media that carries the agenda for the gun ban movement that it's absolutely disgusting.
You know, well, most of them don't even know what AR stands for. They continue to try and say AR stands for assault rifle. Well, I guess I've got an assault ink pen. I mean, look, the reality is that it stood for Armalite rifle, when the very first one that actually got created, but it doesn't fit their narrative. This is about them controlling the message, and we can't allow that. We have to be louder, utilize your platforms, help to support things like the NRA, where I'm a lifetime member, or GOA, who continue to fight this, or individuals who go against the lawfare. We have to control the narrative. We have to control our ability to hold our own rights.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, bottom line is, you know, Democrats are the greatest gun salesmen every single time a Democrat comes into office. So they actually help drive those numbers up. We're at like 400 million now. Rookie numbers, so go buy a couple more when you get home.
Exactly right.
Congressman Corey Mills, Alan Gottlieb of the Second Amendment Foundation. Appreciate you guys coming out today.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have you downloaded the Cpac app yet? It's simple to do. Go to cpac.org/app and download this important tool to keep up with the conference, as well as everything our organization is engaged in throughout the year. We're excited to see you, and we're excited that you're a part of Cpac 2024.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec.
name's Cpac. Do we have any patriots in the audience today? My name is Jack Posobiec, and I'd like to welcome you to the most dangerous speech to democracy in the world. You know, we stand on the precipice of a 100-year project and a 100-year victory. Now, as you may have heard, I don't just want to drain the swamp. I want to build a whole new shining city in its place. And in order to do that, we're going to have to drain and burn that swamp to the ground. And today, ladies and gentlemen, I've decided to reveal to you my plan, yes, my most diabolical plan yet. That is my plan, and if you've seen Joy Reid last night, or Morning Joe, or Mark Hamill, Luke Skywalker, very upset with me because I made a comment. I said, yes, we are going to be ending democracy. Yes, that's what they said. We're not just going to end globalism, we have to end democracy too, because I'm sorry, folks, it had a good run, but it's over. No, we have to end democracy. That's what the media told me. So now, my dear friends, I will reveal my plan of attack to you, my plan to end democracy by Jack Posobiec, the Pierogi Czar. Number one, we will begin with ending paper ballots and ending Election Day. We will remove all voter ID and all citizenship requirements for voting. We will replace in-person voting with low-integrity mail-in options and drop boxes. We are going to place state assets in all mainstream media. We are going to censor social media. We're going to lock up protesters if anyone has a problem with it. We're going to lock up and remove opposition parties and opposition candidates from the ballot. We're going to arrest the opposition leader 4 times. We'll flood the nation with millions of invaders who vote the way we want, release violent criminals into the cities, disarm the populace, remove religion from the public square, lock up bloggers who publish government documents called WikiLeaks. We're going to steal Catherine Herridge's confidential source documents. I'm going to do it all, and you can't stop me. Folks, this is their democracy. This is the regime that we will overturn. They say democracy, but they mean authoritarianism, and we know it. In fact, I'm considering following the example of the green sweatsuit guy that the Biden family keeps funneling all those billions of dollars to, and we'll cancel the presidential election altogether. Oh, he's an innovator in the field. You know, I almost forgot, by the way, everybody will be required, yes, I know, throughout the realm, to sleep on my pillows and my pillows only. But don't worry. Whoa, hold on. Don't worry. I will get all the subjects of the realm a great discount with promo code POSO. No promo code Tanya. I heard that. Look, folks, we understand. There is a swamp right across that river. Right up there. They are the ones that are seeking to destroy not our democracy, but our constitutional republic. And is it incumbent upon us to restore it? We've watched as our schools have turned into incubators of hatred, hatreds of Christians, hatred of straight people, of white people, of successful people, hatred for our forefathers, hatred of our history, hatred for those who founded from nothing the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America. They call ugliness beauty. They call ignorance brilliance, and we are told to just take it. We've seen the lies when they start their wars and these pretexts. We've seen the way they've turned our cities into killing fields, our subways overwhelmed with homeless fentanyl zombies, jamming our country full of millions of illegal immigrants. They want you to think that the West is dead. Well, I'm here to tell you the West will rise again. We will rise. And we've got people flooding into our ranks to support this cause that we never thought would come. People like J.K. Rowling, Bill Ackman, Elon Musk, who's given our voice back on social media. People like, I'm talking about the truth tellers, the freedom fighters who have suffered for their part in the fight. I'm talking about Julian Assange. I'm talking about each and every J6er and pro-lifer. We will pardon all political prisoners, and we will return them home to their families. Ladies and gentlemen, we will fight, and if we fight, we are inevitable, and we will join more into our ranks. And I say I open the door to anybody who may have voted for Barack Obama. I know. Even anyone who voted for Biden. We've now seen the results of 3 terms of Barack Obama, and it's time to end it once and for all. And dare I say, even to the great Taylor Swift and the millions of Swifties, the door is open. The answers are simple. Bukele has shown us the way. Milei has shown us the way. Lock up the criminals. Liquidate the administrative state. Are you prepared to fight? Are you prepared to take their best shot and say, is that all you got? They say Alexander gathered his Macedonians before the march on Persia. Well, I say, I see before me a gathering of Magadonians here in this room. And after we raise that swamp to the ground, we will establish the new American Republic on its ashes. And our first order of business will be righteous retribution for those who betrayed America. They will be judged. And there is one man who will be standing on this podium tomorrow. One man who will address the world from this very platform. One man who will never be destroyed and never let America be destroyed because he loves her too much. A man who has exposed the elites. A man who knows how to build. One man who knows how to restore our wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Donald John Trump. And he has one goal, to restore American greatness. Are you ready to restore American greatness? Then I say, in the name of truth, in the name of Western civilization, and yes, as God as my witness, next January 6th, we will be certifying Donald J. Trump and his return to the White House to finish the mission. Thank you very much, and may God bless the United States of America.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-Led Revolution.
Cpac is the only organization in the country that shows you if your representatives are actually doing the job they were elected to. Head to cpac.org/ratings to see if your member is upholding the conservative mission.
I'm Frank Russo, Director of Cpac Center for Combating Human Trafficking. We join this fight to hold traffickers accountable and ensure justice for all victims. We started with the premiere of Sound of Freedom, and now we are working with our partners on Capitol Hill to end modern-day slavery.
Freedom is not free, and neither is the truth. In order to bring you the facts, our reporters are out there on the front lines getting the true story. Some of them served 10 years of prison in China. We've been censored on social media. Our Hong Kong printing offices were set on fire, and we've been repeatedly attacked by the Chinese Communist Party. But no matter what, we believe that you deserve the truth, and so we'll continue to bring the truth to life. Head on over to getepic.com and try honest journalism that is based in truth and tradition. We'd love to have you on board.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Adam Schiff Justice. Please welcome former Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, K.T. McFarland. From Florida, former Attorney General Pam Bondi. Actress Savannah Chrisley. And your host, Executive Director of Right on Crime, Brett Tolman.
Folks, when I was asked to be United States Attorney by President Bush, so long ago, I didn't have gray in my beard. But I remember two things. I was told very distinctly by the outgoing U.S. Attorney. He said, there is a plaque in the halls of justice that say very clearly, and I remember reading this, that the hallmark of fairness in the administration of justice is consistency. And the second thing he told me was never, ever, ever relinquish any power to Washington, D.C. Those were the two things I was told. And what I have seen, and you all have heard me, and Pam and Katie and Savannah, my new friend here, talk about the justice system, the two-tier justice system, but I never thought that my justice system, led by an individual named Merrick Garland, being controlled by an executive named Joe Biden, would use all that enormous power to target their adversaries, their enemies, their opponents, or anyone they really didn't like. So we want to expose this, talk about it, and then discuss how do we fix this. So Katie, I'll turn to you. Tell us, you've been in the White House, what's going on in our country with the Department of Justice and our justice system?
Well, it starts with the FBI. I was in the Trump administration on the transition, and as Deputy National Security Advisor, moved with President Trump into the West Wing of the White House. Worked there, setting up fantastic foreign policies that were, peace in the world, prosperity in America, everything was terrific. And then President Trump nominated me to be ambassador to Singapore. So I left my White House job, went home, started reading all about Singapore, tried to brush up on my Chinese that I learned in college. And all of a sudden, I get a phone call. So we live in Long Island, lousy cell phone service, and I get a phone call, my cell phone, and it's sort of scratchy sounding, and I hear FBI here. I didn't know what that meant. And I said, I'm sorry, can you call me back on my landline, or can I call you back? No, that's all right. We're right here. So tap, 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 knock on my door. I'd just gotten back from the gym. All right, I'm in my exercise clothes. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. My husband had just left to go to the village to go run errands. Our kids are all grown, so it was just me alone. Tap, tap, tap on the door. And I open the door, and I see two big guys. And they say, hi, we're from the FBI. Flash their credentials. And they say, we just want to have a few words with you. And I said, oh. And I figured what it was FBI guys doing security clearances on people who had been on my staff, security renewals. And I said, sure, come on in. And I said, well, so what are you here for? And they said, well, we're part of the Mueller investigation. I said, okay, but I wasn't Russia policy. I was the China person, I was the Europe person, I wasn't the Russia person. And they said, that's all right, we just want to ask you a few general questions. Do you mind if we ask you a few general questions? And I said, well, look, I'm a Girl Scout. I turned in all of my files and my documents and my schedules and my devices when I left the White House. And I'm just operating on memory. I'll happily tell you what I remember, but don't take it as gospel because it might be wrong. It might be inaccurate. Oh, don't worry about a thing. So we sit down at my dining room table, me still in my exercise clothes, and they start pulling out newspaper articles and start asking questions about this thing or that thing that happened during the transition. And what they said was that they wanted to find out the level of Russian interference in the Trump administration or in U.S. government. And I said, hey, look, I want to find out the level of Russian interference, too. I don't like the Russians. I want to find out what they did. I want to find out how we stop them from doing it again. So I'm, at this point, a really cooperative witness. And I said, you're not here to investigate me, are you? Oh, no. We just want to, like, set the stage. So about 6 hours later, anyway, in the intermediate time, my husband comes home, and I pull him aside, and I said, Alan, I think these guys are, do you think they're investigating me for something? And he said, I don't know. Let me call the Attorney General. So Alan called one of his best friends from law school, a former Attorney General, Mike Buchese, and said, here's a story. There are 2 FBI guys here from the Mueller investigation. They want to interview KT about her time in the Trump administration. And the Attorney General said, oh, don't worry about it. It's probably just fine. They're just looking for some background information. I wouldn't worry about it. You probably don't need a lawyer or anything. So me, cooperate, tell them everything I think I know. And then they leave, and I said, okay, is this it? And they said, probably, but maybe not. And they said, well, we may get in touch with you again. Well, sure enough, they got in touch with me again, and this time it was not so nice with the conversations. And then they wanted to get in touch with me again. Well, by this time, I got a really mean, tough lawyer. And what was pretty clear is that although I'd had nothing to do with Russia, although I knew President Trump hadn't colluded with the Russians, they didn't really care. Their job was not to charge me with a crime. They didn't think I'd committed a crime. Their job was to try to blackmail me into committing perjury or in charging me with perjury, getting me to plead guilty to perjury, and probably implicating President Trump.
Well, and Katie, they have a policy. They won't record because they want to be able to
They don't
take
record because then
notes.
they're going to say what to do.
They're going to write down the notes, and then they're going to say, you know what you said disagrees with what my notes are, and then we're going to bring charges. And that's a prosecution that we see all the time now. So is it just the feds, Pam, or are state prosecutors abusing any authority?
Well, I don't know. Have you guys heard of Fannie Willis? Oh, yes. But, what goes around comes around. And,
That's right.
Brett, I don't know if you all saw the breaking news today. This might shock you, but they just got her cell phone records, and it disputes her timeline of her affair with Nathan Wade. Yeah. All right. It was 12,000 text messages in an 11-month period.
That's about work, Pam. That's all about work.
And he's never tried a felony case in his whole career.
And so, I was a former state prosecutor and a state AG, so we'll talk about Letitia James in a second, another one of my favorites. But Fannie Willis, it's going to catch up with these people. And this is such an organized effort. I've never seen such a well-organized, diabolical plan to get Trump than this. Because they're working at the federal level, the FBI. How we get rid of them is vote Donald Trump back in office. But on a state level, and I've said this for years, that's why it's so important to elect. You've got to look at your local DAs, state attorneys, solicitors, they're called in some states. You've got to be active in those local races. And that's why, because the Fannie Willises of the world are going to go after him. That case is going to disintegrate. It's gone. Because she lied, he lied, Nathan Wade.
And let's just call it for what it is. Conservatives have dropped the ball in not holding the criminal justice system accountable. We've given them power and not reined it in.
Yes.
From immunity to everything else. So what about Letitia?
And they don't even care. Look at Letitia James. We were all tweeting this out. Eric Trump and I went. She was campaigning on the fact that she was going to get Donald Trump before she saw one single business record from New York. Not one. She was campaigning, I'm going to make it my life's mission to get Donald Trump, and she did. And that's going to backfire, too. It's going to be reversed on appeal. We all know it's going to be reversed on appeal. Anybody think Mar-a-Lago is valued at $18 million? It's absurd what she did. The president did nothing wrong. I was a state AG. He did nothing wrong. His CPAs valued that property.
But here's the
banks
thing.
were very happy. They could have,
the whole thing is the money.
The banks were repaid.
Always follow the money. What they know, Donald Trump didn't do any of this stuff. They don't care. What they want to do is have these huge judgments against him so they take the wealthiest man in America and bankrupt him.
Well,
the whole process
here's when
is
the
bankrupting
government
people.
here's when the government will acknowledge that it's worth a lot. If they seize it, all of a sudden that's going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, and Fannie Willis is going to stay there, for a weekend or two.
But it's going to be reversed. It will be reversed. I mean, the judge was horrible. The clerk, we all know, is horrible. The AG is awful. I think it's criminal what they did, but it's going to be reversed. But the problem is that they just want to get him before November. They want him to be in a courtroom or in jail and
preoccupied, having to turn over hundreds of thousands of dollars to lawyers to defend himself for crimes he didn't commit.
And what
it makes him stronger. Every time they go after him,
it does make him stronger
because of all of you supporting him.
And let's also point out, we heard all about from the left that the criminal justice system needed to be reined in and that there were problems and we needed to rein in prosecutors. But crickets when it comes to abuses against anyone on the right, including Trump. Where are all those advocates for criminal justice reform when it comes to prosecutions against the right? So I prosecuted a lot of individuals. The last case I prosecuted was the kidnapper of Elizabeth Smart. Very proud of a lot of the work that I did. I tried to make good decisions. But Savannah has another impression of the justice system. Are there things that need to be fixed?
Oh, without a doubt. For people that aren't aware of my story, both my parents are serving a combined 19 years in federal prison. Their case was in Fulton County, Georgia, and the prosecutor started off our trial by stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here are the Trumps of the South." And in Fulton County, Georgia, we all know how well that went over, especially with the judge, and she was the youngest African-American woman appointed by Obama. And from the date of trial to the end, we knew we were doomed. They never one time showed a single bank loan for bank fraud. Instead, they showed a spreadsheet that the FBI made. And when the FBI was asked what steps they took to authenticate evidence, the FBI agent stated, "Well, what are you asking me?" "Well, we're asking you, what steps did you take? You have Quantico at your fingertips." And he said, we didn't. So never one time did you authenticate evidence, never. And now the main prosecutor on the case has left the U.S. Attorney's Office and is now at the FDIC after we allege major misconduct, huge Fourth Amendment violations. And at this point, the FBI having a 98% conviction rate, that is not a win. The government is taking our taxpayer dollars and coming after us. And you are one bad prosecutor, one bad judge away from being in the same position my family's in.
One of the things Savannah raised, which is very important, is we have expanded immunity, right?
Since 1976.
So you cannot get immunity, apparently, if you're a sitting president that gets charged after they're out of office. But you try to go after a prosecutor or after certain individuals in the Justice Department, and the immunity is so strong, you can't do it. So where's the accountability?
And that's the thing, is where's the accountability? Also, in our case, the IRS, which we're all huge fans of here, an IRS agent testified, and after trial, she stated, what I said actually wasn't true. They don't owe anything. And that is all in internal documents that we now have. And when we called the government out on that, on our reply briefs, they responded, it was a harmless error. A harmless error. You used tax fraud in order to build a bank fraud case, and it's a harmless error? I don't believe that. Instead, taxpayer dollars are going to hire more IRS agents.
Think about this case that I had. It actually got uncovered that the prosecutor and the FBI were reading the defense team's emails between the defendant and the lawyer. And they got caught. And they brought him in front of the judge, and the judge said, you know, if this were a civil case, I'd fine you so much money that it made your head spin. But I can't find any relief in the criminal code to hold you accountable. So we have a lot of work. Weaponization is real. If you're in power and you're willing to use the power of the prosecution to go after your political adversaries, how do we fix it, KT?
Well, we better fix it soon, because my concern is, having seen what happened with the Trump administration and how every conservative was sort of fair game, right? They were just target practice for the FBI. and the Justice Department, that in a second Trump administration, everybody's going to have to lawyer up from day one, because they'll come after you for overdue library books. They're going to look for every excuse they can get to prosecute people, to go after them, to harass them, to subpoena them. And at the end of the day, they know they have infinite resources. They can come after you forever. But you are paying for your own defense. So you got to mortgage your house. There goes your insurance, here goes your retirement plan, and you don't get reimbursed by your insurance, by the Justice Department. They just come after you. So I think that we better figure out how to fix it, because if the Trump administration comes back in, it's not just Donald Trump they're going to go after. They're going to go after every member of his administration for something. And every one of the government agencies, which is populated by 97%, the swamp is 97% Democrats, the media is 100% Democrats, they're all going to come after any Trump appointees, guns blazing. And so I don't know how the fix is. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a victim of all of this. But man, I don't want to see any more victims.
You're exactly right. And Pam, you'll appreciate my mother, who passed this last year, 83 years old, used to call me and say, if I could just punch Joe Biden, I would do it. And I would say, Mom, I don't think you can actually make that threat. And she would say, well, you better fix this. And she put a lot of pressure. But I know Pam and myself, Katie, Savannah, others, I know Pam and I for sure are not going to rest until we have made a difference in the criminal justice system.
Without a doubt. Right. I believe that every sector of the government needs to be completely deconstructed and then built back. And it needs to be built back on it needs to be built back right on faith, on ethics, and just doing the right thing. Because I tell people all the time, if you want to convict my parents, convict them, but convict them on the truth. And the government can't do that. The fact that we had 74,000 felony cases in 2022, and only 1,000 of them went to trial. Only 1,000. Why is that? Because our government scares people into pleading out. They scare them into doing what we want you to do. The only reason they went after my mother is because my father wouldn't plead guilty. It's what they do best.
You know, there was a point when they were going after me where they basically said, plead guilty to perjury. We know you didn't do it. Plead guilty to perjury, or tell us about Donald Trump and the collusion he was doing with the Russians. And I went back to my husband. My lawyer gave me the deal. And I went back to my husband and said, God, should I just lie and plead guilty to something? Maybe they'll go away. Otherwise, the rest of my life, I'm going to be hounded by these people. And he said, no, you'll never live with yourself. Don't do it. And so we went back to the FBI and the Mueller people and said, no, you're going to come after us. Just come after us. We're not going to lie. And they went away. But at the end of the day, what they wanted was Donald Trump. Sure. I was collateral damage in this. But they thought they could flip me. They thought I would lie and then somehow finger Donald Trump, and then he'd be in trouble.
They underestimated our brilliant friend right here.
Tough.
So Pam, what are our next steps?
Well, first put Donald Trump back in office, and he's going to clean up DOJ. He's going to clean up the FBI. It has to be done. And you know, Brett, as former prosecutors, we know that the men and women, the rank men and women of the FBI, they want to be out getting missing children. They want to be solving bank robberies. They want to be going after human traffickers. The same thing with the cops, with the sheriffs, with the police.
That's right.
Their hands are tied. Look at Letitia James in New York. Crime is at an all-time high, a lot of it because of this horrible immigration policy. Yes. Crime is at an all-time high, and their hands are tied. They can't do anything. They're getting beaten on the streets of New York, beaten, and no one's doing anything about it. And that's why we've got to elect better state officials, but we also have to support our good men and women in law enforcement.
Amen. I will say, amen. If you want to know a takeaway for this meeting, educate yourself on the abuses of power that are going on in this country and the criminal justice system, and then elect individuals that are faithful, are moral, do have a conscience, do want the rule of law in our country. If you don't, you get either the woke left prosecutor that refuses to prosecute certain types of crimes and prosecutes certain crimes based on a political ideology. You also avoid individuals that you look at and say, okay, they're prosecuting that person because it's a political opponent. I remember hearing from Mukasey, and I remember Ed Meese, These were attorney generals who said, we don't care about a person's politics. We want to know the facts, and we want to know if the law is applied correctly.
So what are they doing today? They're flipping it around to do what what Stalin's henchmen did, where show me the man, I'll find you the crime.
That's right.
Exactly.
Just last thought. When Reagan was president, there were roughly 4,000 to 5,000 criminal federal statutes. There are now over 300,000 criminal statutes and regulations with criminal penalties. Do you think they have power to come after anyone if they wanted to?
Yeah.
They do. Let's fix it.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job, Savannah.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the Cpac store, powered by Revere Payments, located on the lower level in Cpac Central. And don't forget to vote in the Cpac straw poll. Go to cpac.org/straw poll and enter your PIN number located on your badge. Remember, every vote counts.
Making an investment decision with someone is the most sacred act that can be performed in business. You see, most people do not reach their position in life easily. You're taking something hard-earned and having faith that another will cherish and protect it as you would. Go to panex.us/learn and see why hundreds of Americans just like you have placed their faith in my family to generate them tremendous tax benefits and revenue by developing and producing American oil. For 3 generations, American oil is all my family's ever known. Go to panex.us/learn and see why the people at Panex are people that you want on your team.
I'm Frank Russo, Cpac Center for Combating Human Trafficking's director. This year, we have opened our new center with the Sound of Freedom, an international summit to combat human trafficking, and by testifying on Capitol Hill. We hope you'll join us in this fight.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Judicial Watch is ready to work with you to protect life, protect our children, protect our Constitution, protect the rule of law, protect our civil rights, protect parents, protect political prisoners and the targets of Biden DOJ abuse, protect our borders, protect free speech, protect America from the predator left that seeks to upend this glorious country. You can do it. We can do it. We must do it. God bless you and God bless America.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem tomorrow will go to what her office is calling the war zone at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America is in a time of invasion. Nearly 10 million foreign nationals have broken federal law, and they've infiltrated our country within the past 3 years, bringing with them drugs, trafficking, crime, and violence.
I see the effects of Joe Biden ignoring federal law and allowing this invasion every single day in my home state. That's why I'm proud to stand with Governor Abbott and his people here that are working to keep America safe. We recognize that this isn't about us anymore. We all have family members, and what will I give them? And where will they go if we allow this country to be destroyed right now?
We need to be prepared to stand united to protect our state's constitutional right to defend ourselves, to defend our people. We must stand strong together. South Dakota will protect our people. God bless South Dakota, and may God bless the great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor of South Dakota, Kristi Noem.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Cpac. What an honor to be with all of you today. It's so great to be with all of you. Thank you for being true patriots and for loving America. You know me. You've met me before, and you know my background and my history. I'm a farmer, I'm a rancher from South Dakota who is now blessed to be the 33rd governor of the great state of South Dakota. Now, I was raised by a family who worked very hard. They solved problems, they believed in personal responsibility, and not sitting around and waiting for the government to be the answer. I still love the outdoors, and most of the time working in the dirt and being comfortable in my jeans and wearing a ball cap, but as governor, my hours are often filled with something very different these days. I'm here today to let you know that 2024 should not be a year where we get hung up on party politics, where one-issue disagreements, or picking our leaders based on how long they've been in the U.S. Senate, or how many speeches they give each year. This election, the choice is clear. There are two kinds of people in this country right now. There are people who love America, and there are those who hate America. Those who hate America are working every day to destroy it. And let's be clear, Joe Biden is destroying America and taking away your freedoms. We can't just sit around complaining about it anymore. We need to do more. You know, I was recently asked an interesting question by a group that I had the chance to speak to. It was a leadership class, and they asked me a question from the audience and said, Governor Noem, how do you make your hard decisions? And I thought about it for a minute, and then I just said, you know what? It isn't hard. It's easy, because I know the foundation that I need to start from with every single decision that I make as governor. I went on to tell them a little bit about how when I first started to run for governor of our state, it was clear that it was going to be a very different race than I had ever run before. It was showing up in my polling that it was going to be an issue that I was a woman. Now, South Dakota had seen women lead before, of course, in business and in our state legislature and in Congress, but we had never had a female governor before. We'd never had a woman as the CEO of our state. It was a new idea. Now, I had spent my entire life in a man's world. I loved my dad. He was my best friend. I spent my days in the tractor, chasing cows, going on hunting trips with him. I was usually one of the very few women driving semis, hauling grain, showing up at farm policy meetings, serving in leadership in our state legislature, and even during my time in Congress, I was one of just a couple of women on the leadership team, making decisions on policy there. It was normal for me to be one of the few women in the room, and it was nothing out of the ordinary. But I remember the day that I was actually being sworn in to office as the first female governor of South Dakota. And much of that ceremony that day was dedicated to the historical nature of that event. I was being sworn in to office on the 100th anniversary of women getting the right to vote in our state for the first time. And as the ceremony went on and the speakers continued to point out the significance of this 100-year anniversary and me taking the oath of office, it really started to hit me. For the first time, I thought to myself, wow, this is kind of a big deal. I looked around the Capitol Rotunda and I saw it filled with hundreds and hundreds of people, but for the first time, I started to notice all of the little girls in the room and all the women. And I realized that this really was going to be a part of history. They were getting to see somebody who looked like them take on a very different role. For the first time, I started to get nervous. And I thought to myself, I better not screw this up. As I stepped up to be sworn in by our Chief Justice of our Supreme Court, placed my hand on my dad's Bible, and I raised my right hand, I realized that I was only making two promises to the people of South Dakota. I was promising to uphold the Constitution of the great state of South Dakota and to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. Two promises. I can do that. So from that moment on, every decision that I make starts with asking the questions, is this constitutional? Do I have this authority as governor? What authority do I not have? What is the responsibility of the people? I think all of you know a little bit about the decisions that I've made as governor of our state. The last several years, we saw government leaders in other states use fear to control people. They used fear to promote their agenda of socialism and control. Now, that has not been our story in South Dakota. They took away, in other places, people's freedom of assembly. They took away their freedom of religion and their freedom of speech. And now they are threatening our state's rights to protect our people. Now, I was the only governor in this country who never once closed a single business. I never mandated anything to my people. I never told anyone that they couldn't go to church. We were the only state to turn down the elevated unemployment benefits because our people wanted to work. We trusted each other, and we got through our challenges together, and we are stronger because of it. Today, South Dakota is thriving. Because of the decisions that we've made in South Dakota, we broke the record for the lowest state unemployment rate in the history of America at 1.8%. We have unprecedented population growth, historic revenues, a AAA credit rating, a fully funded pension system, and we have paid off debts. We were the first state to eliminate fees for concealed carry permits in South Dakota, and we'll even pay for your federal background check. When the federal government tried to push the central bank digital currency, we were the first state in the nation to veto that bill and to say, no way, not here. We have built roads, bridges, dams, and even a railroad. Who builds railroads anymore? South Dakota does. We do. We put high-speed internet access across the entire state. We have the highest birth rate in the nation. People have hope. People are having babies, and I love it. We do not have an income tax. We have no personal property tax, and last year we passed the largest tax cut in our state's history by lowering our sales tax to 4.2%. Now, we are one of the few states whose suicide rates and our mental health challenges are going down. And we have the lowest drop in overdoses the last couple of years as well. What does all this say? This says that our people are happier. And they're happier because they're free. Leadership matters. I'm just going to say it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they suck. And, to be honest with you, we shouldn't look to Congress for the answers either. The gridlock on Capitol Hill is not going to break in time to save America. We need a president who will. And I have always believed and supported the fact that our next president needs to be President Trump. We have incredible threats to our country right now. 2 years ago, I was at the southern border. I was actually the first governor to deploy National Guard troops down to the southern border to protect our country. Now other states are following our lead, and they're sending their National Guard as well. And make no mistake, an invasion of our country is happening, and our border is a war zone. It is the fault of Joe Biden and his violation of federal law. I was alarmed recently to hear Democrats encouraging Biden to federalize the National Guard under Title X in order to take them away from the control of governors and take away my ability to be their commander-in-chief of the National Guard. I recognized immediately the danger in this threat. If the president took that action to remove me as commander-in-chief of my South Dakota National Guard, it would be the first time in American history that a president paid soldiers to stand down, to not protect our country. So I went to the border the very next day. I offered to bring razor wire there so Texas would know that South Dakota stands with them, and I would load it in my truck and bring it. And I wanted them to know that we will defend our state's rights to protect our people and to protect them from a corrupt federal government. When I came home, I gave a joint address to my legislative session, and that very day our state legislature passed a resolution in support of securing our border and standing with Texas. South Dakota was the very first state legislature in this nation to take such an aggressive action, and I am so proud of them for doing that. This week, I announced that we will be deploying National Guard soldiers to the border for the 5th time. This time, they will be constructing a wall, a barrier, to keep those who want to come to this country illegally out, and to stop them from trafficking drugs, from proliferating the sex trafficking of our women and our children, and to stop the inhumanity of Joe Biden's border policies. Now, we have cartel presence right in our state of South Dakota because of that open border. My people are affected by it every day. I will do all I can in South Dakota to bring back peace and stability where Joe Biden has brought destruction and death. We know that China is taking advantage of the situation, that they're funneling military-aged men into our country, and many dangerous criminals and terrorists from other countries who hate us are making their way here too. Some countries are emptying out their prisons and their mental health institutions to send their responsibilities to us to handle. These countries are infiltrating us to destroy us, and they're doing it from the inside. Now, I saw this coming. I was the first governor in the country to ban TikTok for state government devices. I know how China is using that app to collect our data, to spy on our people, and to manipulate our opinions and our ideas. Since then, dozens of states and even the federal government followed my lead and took action. Apparently, Joe Biden gets a pass for his campaign, but whatever, Joe. We need to face the facts. Joe Biden is not fit to be president, and Kamala is no backup plan. They have facilitated communist policies, socialist programs into our American democracy. It is not the government's job to simply do everything for people. It is the job of the government to empower people to do things for themselves. So we have a clear choice. I was one of the first people to endorse Donald J. Trump to be our next president. Last year, when everyone was asking me if I was going to consider running for president, I said no. Why would you run for president if you can't win? I didn't say that to be nice. I said it because it was a fact. No one we knew could beat Donald J. Trump. We've known that for over a year, that he's the only person who had the support to be the Republican nominee. So why did all these other people and candidates get into the race? For themselves? For personal benefit? For a spotlight for a period of time? But it did not and it does not strengthen our country if conservatives are not united enough to recognize that we need to win. We need a fighter. We need someone who doesn't give up, who has never quit on us, so don't you quit on him. President Trump, he broke politics in 2016. He just did. And I think that's a good thing because he's real. He's not perfect, none of us are, but he cares about you. And what I love about him the most is that he doesn't think he's better than you. So luckily, we are not going back to the good old days of the Romneys and the Cheneys and the Republican Party is much bigger than that now. We are filled with blue-collar workers, many cultures, perspectives, and viewpoints, but most importantly, we all love America. And we realize what a gift that this country is. This country is the greatest experiment in humankind. And if we lose it on our watch, where will we go? Where is there another country that is better or offers us more opportunity? It just doesn't exist. So for me, there is no going back. I'm all in. And you need to be too. We need to look for our leaders outside of the swamp. Nobody turns to D.C. for the solutions. Nothing meaningful gets accomplished here. It is governors who have had to lead. And I have seen governors make bad decisions and devastate their states, and we have seen governors who did the right thing. Now, as you know, for me personally, I slammed my foot on the gas. I promoted freedom, personal responsibility, and our Constitution. And today, South Dakotans are happy. They're making more money, they're making decisions for their children's education, they're pursuing the American dream in safe communities. There's a famous quote from Margaret Thatcher where she said, "God needs no faint hearts for his ambassadors." Well, with your help, we can always do more. If America wants to be great again, I'd suggest you take a look at South Dakota and see all that we have achieved, and then vote for President Trump. I want to thank you for your dedication to freedom. You are inspirational. I want you to leave here and go be hopeful and be happy. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who? Welcome to the Momland Revolution!
thank you again for joining us at Cpac 2024. Do you have any questions? If so, look for the volunteers with this blue t-shirt, and they will direct you to the right place. We hope you have a great time at this year's conference.
For the last 3 years, the Biden administration's attack on American energy weakened our standing in the world. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Europeans worried about Vladimir Putin cutting off their energy supply. Here at home, the Biden administration would blame Russia for rising gas prices, even though the cost of gas was already up 40% before the invasion. Meanwhile, Russia joined with other OPEC countries to cut oil production, further driving up the price of gasoline. We saw President Biden travel to Saudi Arabia and beg them for oil. More recently, Hamas terrorists launched a brutal attack on civilians. Under President Biden, Hamas ally Iran had a record year for oil exports in 2022, with their biggest customers being China and Venezuela. Surrendering American energy independence carries a steep price tag. It's something we should all remember because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is What You Talking About, Fannie Willis. Please welcome Chairman of U.S. House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, and Cpac Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
Hey, guys.
Can you imagine? I get to ask Chairman Jim Jordan questions. You're usually the one.
Well.
Okay, so let's start off with what's on a lot of people's minds. You know, does she not understand we can still be friends, but the love is over? Does Nikki Haley not kind of get what we're saying?
I didn't know that was going to be a question.
I told you I threw you a curveball.
Yeah, well, look, President Trump's going to be our nominee. I think he's going to win. He's the one president, certainly in my lifetime, who did more what he said he was going to do than any president I've ever seen. And I love the line. When we talk about the weaponization of government, just look at President Trump and the escalation that the left and the government have taken to going after this guy. I mean, it started with the spying on his campaign, then it was the Mueller investigation, then it was impeachment, then it was a raid on his home, then it was the 14th Amendment. It's 4 different, 2 state cases, the 2 federal cases, all the indictments. It's gotten ridiculous, but he has a great line, and you've all heard him say it. He says, they're coming after me because I'm fighting for you. And that is so true, and that's why I so appreciate President Trump. So, yeah, let's get behind President Trump and let's win
get this thing on, huh?
Yep. He actually changed it. When we were out in Iowa, he changed it. We were at this nice rally he did when it was like minus 20 degrees out there, and he still had people showing up to hear him. But he changed the line. He said, they're coming after my freedom because I'm fighting for yours. And I told him, I said, I like that even better because it is so true, so accurate, what we see with the federal government, these agencies, what they're doing to we the people. And he is fighting for us. And so let's get behind him and make sure he wins in November.
I'm not sure if Jimmy Kimmel understood what the title of this conversation is. What you talking about, Willis? Bonnie Willis. Did she get back to you today?
Yeah, we subpoenaed her. Not yet. I just talked to our staff.
Wait, is she supposed to get back to you today?
Yeah, she's supposed to get documents.
Well, did you hear from her boyfriend?
We haven't. So I was talking about this in the office, and I said Fonnie Wade, and it was like a Freudian slip, like Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. So. No, we haven't heard back from her yet. We'll see what we get from her. But there's a whistleblower in her office who we have talked to, the committee staff. Yeah, and she, the whistleblower, I think she's like 4'11", but Fonnie Willis had 7 police escort her out when she fired this lady, because this lady raised the concern that Miss Willis was not spending federal funds and not following the grant, the rules of the grant and the grant dollars. In the appropriate manner. So she raised this concern, and then Fonnie Willis fired her. She's now talking with our office, and we'll see where that goes. And that's why we subpoenaed for records and documents related to this. We'll see what we get. There's still a few hours left in today. She also was interesting. She, instead of accepting service on the subpoena, she made us send the U.S. Marshals. Even though our office had talked with her office, we've had correspondence back and forth, she made the U.S. Marshals take the subpoena there. So go figure. This is Fonnie Willis, and we all saw her, I think, her attitude on display when she took the
I
stand
thought
a few weeks ago.
I thought it was a skit, but I think it actually was real life.
It was real.
We sent out a tweet that said we didn't invite Fonnie Willis to Cpac, but there is a Fonnie sandwich with a chaser of Grey Goose vodka if you have enough cash, ready cash in your pocket.
Yeah, the comedy routine from Mr. Slap coming out today. That's awesome.
It's been a long year, Jim.
Well, but we appreciate what you do. We appreciate what Cpac has meant for conservative principles for a long, long time.
Thank you. It means a lot.
So do they.
You're a hero to a lot of us for a lot of reasons, but you have a 100% rating in our scorecard. You've had, as you have now, in positions of importance, big titles, just always do the right thing. And you always vote right. Well, how come you don't wander off and get this kind of Potomac fever like everyone else gets?
I mean, you're being kind.
Is it because you're not a senator?
There's lots of good senators, too. I appreciate that. Look, I say this all the time. You probably all heard me say it. I think we make the job way too complicated. You're a member of Congress, you're in public office. It's really, your objective is really pretty basic. What'd you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot, you ran for the office? If they, in fact, elect you, go do what you said. Go fight for the things you told them you were going to. That's how this compact works between the elected officials and the people we get the privilege of representing. And I try to remember that when I think about the people in West Central, North Central Ohio, and the 4th District.
Anybody here from Ohio? There we go. By the way, the room looks pretty full.
Yeah.
Room looks pretty full. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Wonder why. I think you're liked.
Yeah.
Mercy, who's sitting over there, worked for President Trump in the White House, and Mercy and I worked in the Bush White House together. That's a whole other story. But the White House counsel is one of the most important jobs in that White House. By the way, whenever you're the White House counsel, if you work for a Republican, everyone knows who you are. There's stories constantly about all the legal turmoil, about every Republican president. I don't know if people realize that Joe Biden has a White House counsel. He's pretty much anonymous. I've never read stories about him. I'm reading that his office is coordinating and meeting at least with Fonnie Willis, with her then boyfriend, meeting with the folks who are going after President Trump in New York.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we know who this is? And why is he getting away with what I view as, this is me, not you, as an American citizen? It looks like there's a lot of coordination from the White House on running cover on Hunter Biden and Biden Incorporated and the attack, this persecution on President Trump.
Well, yeah, Nathan Wade, the guy from Fonnie Willis's office, he's supposedly had contact with the White House counsel's office, with the White House, with the Justice Department, with the January 6th committee, all that going on. It looks
shouldn't they be running an independent
Well, you would think. You would think. Now, I'm sure he's entitled to some of that information, but we want to know how this is all played out, particularly when you think about the fact they're going after their political opponent and the history I just talked about that started clear back in 15 and 16 when they started spying on his campaign. By the way, based on a confidential human source who we now know lied to him, nothing seems to happen to Christopher Steele. I'm sure the audience remembers that name. Yep. Now we have this confidential human source who Christopher Wray told us, filled out this 1023 form the FBI did, Christopher Wray told us that this guy, we can't give you the 1023 form. This guy has been a 14-year confidential human source. We've paid him. He's respected. We don't want to risk his safety. And now they arrest the guy, not once but twice. I don't know. Maybe the guy did lie. But it sure is quite a contrast for Christopher Steele can give false information about President Trump, and he continues to get paid. This guy, this Mr. Smirnoff, can give false information. What they've said is false information, and he gets arrested. Double standard again.
I might just be slow on the go, but I don't think I'm just going to fall for the next Russian collusion immediately. I'd probably wait for proof.
Yeah. 2016, it was Trump-Russia. Of course, Mueller told us that didn't happen. 2020, it was, the laptop's a Russian information op. 51 former Intel officials signed that statement. Turned out to be baloney, and now here we go again, round 3. Maybe it's a case, but sure seems strange to me.
What's going to happen with Hunter?
Well, he testifies next week in our deposition, so we'll have some questions for him. We continue to dig into our work. One thing that I would say for sure is, I say this all the time, there are 4 fundamental facts that will never change. Fact number 1, Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma, gets paid $1 million a year. But
he is an energy expert. You have to give him that. Right?
Fact number...
He has a lot of energy.
You beat me to the punch on fact number 2. Fact number 2, he's not qualified. He said so himself in an interview, I think, with ABC News. Fact number 3, Hunter Biden meeting with the the CEOs of Burisma, they ask him, can you weigh in and help relieve the pressure we are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine? He calls DC, he calls his father, according to his business partner, Devin Archer, when we deposed him. Fact number 4, 3 days after that phone call, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine, conditions the release of our tax dollars, your tax dollars, on the firing of that prosecutor. That went against, by the way. Those 4 facts are, Joe Biden bragged about the last thing. He bragged about doing that. Those 4 facts go against what the State Department said they needed to happen. They'd send a letter to the prosecutor saying, you're doing a good job. 2 months before, they said the Interagency Policy Committee says, oh, Ukraine warrants this $1 billion. Joe Biden changed it. What caused him to change it? Could it have been the phone call from his son asking? And Joe Biden gets this guy fired who's applying the pressure to the company that Hunter Biden sits on the board of, making $1 million a year. That's not supposed to be how things operate. But those facts are fundamental. So regardless of what the Democrats say about this confidential human source, those facts don't change.
I just want to go back to the previous question and say the White House counsel is Ed Siskel. I'm not accusing him of doing anything wrong, but I do think there's a lot of wrongdoing associated with the attempt to imprison Joe Biden's general election opponent. And I think we ought to know who the man is. I think we ought to answer some questions. And I want to know why the Biden administration and the Biden White House doesn't recuse itself from questions concerning their own campaign. It seems like a very basic thing, and I think that the people of Cpac, let's start asking questions about Ed Siskel. You agree? You have all these victims. You went back through Russiagate, Russian collusion, what went on during that 2016 campaign. Mercy and I know this. We've had a lot of calls over the last several years from dear friends who are quietly bankrupted, quietly investigated, quietly having their lives destroyed, quietly having their professional lives destroyed, all because they want to wear a red hat.
Yeah.
That's the reason. I have an interesting question for you, something for you to consider. Until all those people get their legal fees back, I think of KT McFarland, who's on my board and spent 7 figures of her money just answering basic questions. Until all these victims, we have these J6 victims who were in the crowd, others, until they were made whole financially by our government who wronged them, and by DOJ in particular, won't the wrongdoing just keep going on and on and on? No one seems to go to jail.
Now there is some positives, because we focused on this, I mentioned earlier, this weaponization of the very agencies that are supposed to serve we the people that have been turned against us. So this weaponization.
And it's more than 1 or 2, right?
Right. It is, there have been some positives. So we pointed out a year or so ago that the Department of Homeland Security had set up the Disinformation Governance Board. Remember this? Right? As if some agency can tell you what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say in a country where we have the First Amendment. But they were attempting to do this. We made such a big issue of this. You guys helped all kinds of conservatives around the country that they got rid of that board. So there's sometimes just by drawing attention to the ridiculous things that are going on, you can make a difference. Another example, the IRS announced 4.5 months ago that they would no longer be making unannounced visits to American citizens' homes. And Danny Werfel, the commissioner, that's a good thing, yeah. Danny Werfel, the commissioner at the IRS, said, well, we're doing this because we're concerned about the safety of our agents. Baloney. Baloney, they're doing it because we caught them knocking on Matt Taibbi's door at the very moment he was testifying in front of the Select Committee on the weaponization of government. Now, you can't make this up. He's testifying, talking about, and Democrats are asking about to reveal his sources, attacking First Amendment free press rights. While he's explaining to them why you can't do that in this country, why he didn't have to divulge his sources, the IRS agent was knocking on it. Turned out they actually owed him money. It wasn't the other way around. Go figure. So sometimes just by highlighting these things, you can have an impact. We just got to keep it up. And then we're also going to be focused on legislation, particularly where the government is involved in censoring American speech. You have a cause of action. We got legislation that Mr. Bishop and Ms. Hageman are going to introduce on the Judiciary Committee that we think will help address this situation. By the way, that is the most important thing. All this other crazy stuff that the left has done, we can recover from it all. But if they take away our First Amendment liberties, I always tell folks, we have 5 rights under the First Amendment. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble like we're doing today, your right to petition your government, free press, free speech. All critically important, but the most important is your right to talk. Because if you can't speak, you can't practice your faith, you can't share your faith, you can't petition your government, and you don't have a free press. And that is what they're going after. And so we are really focused on that more than anything else.
So, God bless you for that. So back when I was had a little more brown hair, I did have brown hair at one point, by the way. And I worked on the Hill. President Clinton, and it was really Hillary, let's face it, she corruptly fired the travel office because she didn't like what they were doing. And the Republican majority came back and made those people whole. They gave them back their pensions. They helped them with their legal fees. What Cpac, I think, would like to do is partner with the good guys like you to make sure, not more spending, but DOJ has a lot of little slush funds over there, and they don't always go to good causes. I just think we should have some more funds over at DOJ that go after, if the United States government goes after you for years, uses every penny of your savings, or you have to hire all these expensive lawyers and go through all that process. You get down to the end, and they give you a parking ticket. I think you deserve to be made whole.
Well said. Well said. Yeah.
Finally, talk about these First Amendment freedoms. By the way, freedom of the press is not the first one. Sorry, guys in the back, but they always think it's the first one. But it's a very important one.
Sure is.
Catherine Herridge, what is going on?
Well, we're trying to dig into this, but what happened here looks really, really wrong in my judgment, because they've grabbed everything. So this is her sources, her information. And that is just does not happen when you're talking about the press. We're talking about what CBS, just as this breaking story, CBS fired Catherine Herridge, who, by the way, has done an amazing job, an amazing journalist, fair journalist, and grabbed her stuff. I mean, literally grabbed her stuff. So this is, again, I think this further encroachment by folks on the left, which now unfortunately controls the Democrat Party, this encroachment on First Amendment rights. And, you know, think back that think back to COVID. They told Americans, we had governors and mayors tell Americans, you can't go to church on Sunday. In America? I mean, think about that.
The government closed down the church.
Yes, it's crazy. That I remember I gave a speech to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because their liberal Democrat governor wouldn't let them assemble in their own state. So they had to go to Texas to get the freedom to assemble. And on it goes. So
and
it's
I think
scary.
a lot of them just ended up staying because it was a much better place.
Maybe. So, yeah, this is scary what's happening to Catherine. Many of you, I'm sure everyone knows what great reporting she's done over the years, both for Fox and then for CBS. But what CBS has done just doesn't make sense, and something that we're going to dig into.
So I think the biggest problem we have, despite all the policy and constitutional crises and everything else, the biggest problem we have is in our own hearts. A lot of people are giving up. They're saying we've lost so much ground. We've already lost the Constitution. They cheat in elections. We can't win elections. It's too late. We believe at Cpac, one of our biggest jobs is to wake those people up and make them understand this in November is the fight for the future of America.
Well said.
What is your inspirational message to those folks who might have given up?
The people. I mean, the left controls big media. The left controls big tech. The left controls big corporations. The left controls big sports. The left controls academia. The left controls Hollywood. The left controls the bureaucracy, which is crazy. The left now controls the United States Senate, and they control the White House. But the left doesn't control we the people.
Amen.
And that is always what this country is about. And that's why you guys are here. We remember that. And remember, there's a guy at the top of the ticket who has
You mean the really big guy, or?
I mean President Trump, who's going to be at the top of the ticket, who cares about that First Amendment, cares about this great country, and is just as positive as you can be in spite of everything that's happened to him. You know him. I've gotten a chance to know this guy, but he is such an amazing guy who loves this country, loves regular people like folks in this room, and is willing to go fight for us because he cares about the greatest nation ever.
Are we going to win?
We are. Yeah.
I think that's a great way to end it. Thank you, Jim Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you all. God bless. Good to see you all. Thank you. We're going to have
Ladies and gentlemen, who's the White House counsel? Please welcome from Florida, Congresswoman Kat Cpac, and editor of townhall.com, Katie Pavlich.
got a busy Friday afternoon at our hands.
A little bit. I've been up since 4. So
yeah, exactly. Good
a little
afternoon,
punchy.
everybody. Thank you for joining us here at Cpac. I'm with the wonderful Congresswoman Cpac, who got up at 4 a.m. to catch a flight to be here today. So thank you very much for being here with us today.
Absolutely. This is great.
So 1 year ago, we were here in the same place on the same stage, and you were just getting started with your work on the subcommittee for the weaponization of the federal government in the House.
Yes.
So I wanted to make sure that we gave the audience an update on the work that you've been doing over the past year, because really the weaponization of the federal government is an assault on people's constitutional rights. So maybe just give an overview of what you're doing, and then we can get into the details.
Yeah, absolutely. So how many people here feel that the government has gotten way too big? Okay. How many people feel that the government has abused its powers against everyday American citizens? Yeah. I mean, there's a pretty much general consensus that there's a problem happening in the country where these unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats think that they all of a sudden have the power to take on everyday American citizens and strip them of their constitutional rights. And so for the last year, under the leadership of Chairman Jim Jordan, who y'all just saw, wasn't Jim great? He's amazing. We have been tackling all the various aspects of weaponization of federal government, and it's everything from the Ukrainian intelligence service, which is directing the FBI to take down your social media posts, or a bank giving up your financial information to the FBI to search for key terms that would indicate that you are a radical individual. For example, if you shop at Bass Pro or at Cabela's, I guess that makes me a radical. But that is the type of work that we've been undertaking, and one of the key areas that has just really emerged is this nexus between AI and censorship. And this is where we dig into the industrial censorship complex. And I think that's one way to really encapsulate the work that we've done, is really defining and digging into this new era of the industrial censorship complex where big government and big tech work hand in glove to take away your constitutional rights. And the Democrats, they don't think that this is happening. Every single person in this room just said that they think that government's too big and that there's a problem and it's weaponized. And the Democrats think, no, it's not a problem.
So is it that the Democrats don't think it's happening, or it's that the Democrats are fine with it and they see it as a tool to use for their political purposes to continue their control? Because Democrats and the left like government. We've seen through the Biden administration and through the Obama administration before that they are perfectly fine with using the federal government against their political opponents. So is it that they don't know about it, or that they deny so that they can then use it to their advantage?
So we all know that the Democrat agenda, the liberal progressive agenda, it's nothing more than dependency and control. They want to grow the size of government so that we become dependent on all their big government programs so that they can then, of course, maintain control. So when it comes to the Weaponization Committee, without fail, those on the left, all they want to talk about is how it's a sham, that there's no weaponization of government, oh, and Donald Trump is bad. That's what they want to talk about. They are so obsessed with Donald Trump that they will do anything possible to make sure that he is not the nominee or the 47th president of the United States. Their obsession is real. And it is just unbelievable that they are so blind with hate that that's all they can focus on. They can't see that right in front of you, regardless of whether you're a Republican or Democrat, this is a real problem where everyday rights of Americans are being stripped away, and they're doing nothing in stopping it or trying to tackle it.
So we have a constitution for a reason. People still do have constitutional rights. Yes. But as we continue to move into a completely digital society, whether it's online with information that we consume or with banking, you said it as an example. You know, I shop at Bass Pro. I shop at Cabela's. Through the coverage of your committee and the work that you guys do in the reporting, you know, they're flagging things like Bibles as extremist sales, which is a violation of the First Amendment. And then, of course, the search and seizure without the warrants, which is not just limited to Bass Pro and Cabela's. The FBI has been doing hundreds of thousands of searches illawfully for years now. So how do Americans fight back against this kind of invasion and violation of their rights, especially when it's very difficult to see it happening when you have these federal government agencies like the Treasury Department, for example, and computers that you're not seeing the action on until much later, years later? You know, how are you working to combat this from happening in the first place? Because it seems like it's like guilty until proven innocent kind of thing. Like they do it and then you find out about it later and there's no recourse.
No, I mean, it really does kind of feel like you're in a twilight zone. Like, to your point, you're guilty until proven innocent. And so one of the things that we're doing, and I think Chairman Jordan alluded to this, is some of the legislative fixes, ensuring that your First Amendment right is there, it's protected, and that you have a right to free speech. One of the very, very troubling things, though, is that you could walk up to an average member of Congress, and unlikely that they could outline the 5 tenets of the First Amendment. That is very scary, because these are the people who have taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. And so one thing that we have done is the legislative element, which I will add, one piece of legislation that we're working on in our office is called a fencing bill. We know the challenges that we face in the government funding battles. I mean, no sooner than a week from now, we will probably be looking down the barrel of a government shutdown over a spending battle. So until we can get an attitude adjustment, a very much needed attitude adjustment in Washington, we have a more clever way of figuring out how we can hold these unelected swamp creatures accountable. And that's by fencing their money. If we can't cut their money, we're going to fence it. And people are like, well, what would that do? Well, you start in different departments and you hold their money hostage. Two can play this game. And I am so sick and tired, and I know you guys are too, of sitting on the sidelines and watching these people run roughshod over our rights with our money. And they treat it like their money. It's our money. It's crazy.
So I'm so glad that you brought up the fencing and the strategy behind holding bureaucrats accountable, because that's exactly it. It's bureaucrats who are faceless, nameless, no accountability for them in these agencies, who happen to mostly be leftists working in the federal government who think they can violate the rights of everyday Americans for the sake of whatever cause they're pushing. So we've seen this issue of big tech partnering with big government, whether it's at the White House, whether it's the federal government, other areas, also state governments, for example. Oh, yeah. But now we're moving into this new phase. I was in San Francisco a couple weeks ago.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did you
I was only driving through, thank God.
Oh, wait, I have to ask, did you download the poop?
I did not, because I was just only driving through, but it was risky. It was risky. But all the billboards were about AI. And your committee, the Weaponization Committee, just came out with this alarming, almost 100-page report about how the National Institute of Science Foundation, which is a federal government-funded program, is using taxpayer money to work with academia to censor information online, quote, at scale. So talk about this new partnership that has been unveiled, and you've just been appointed to a new commission to work on AI, a bipartisan commission, actually. So talk about the dangers of AI and the way that the government is already working through grants, through money, to use it to, quote, censor at scale.
No, it's really terrifying what we're seeing. And so to your point about this new commission that's been formed, we just actually this week announced the new Congressional AI Task Force. And this is really important because I don't know if you guys have seen in the news here in the last week, Microsoft rolled out their new AI platform, and you ask it a question, something as simple as, paint me a picture of a 16th century king from England. And it gives you a guy in dreads, and like, it's ridiculous. The front page of the New York Post had a great front cover that talked about how the Pope was a woman, and it is just riddled with DEI BS. And why it's that way is because of the language model. And so what we're doing on the task force is we are ensuring that the language models come from a liberty perspective. Because if you start with garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. And I think there's tremendous potential when it comes to AI. But what does an average American do? What do organizations do? What do organizations or municipalities, cities, counties, what do they do if there's massive election interference at scale because of AI? There's very little recourse. So there has to be some guiding frameworks put in place. But we don't want to overreact like government typically does and drive the innovation out. Because I do see a tremendous opportunity for us to do incredible things using AI. Yeah. But we have to be cognizant of the dangers around it. And if we don't get this right, we could be staring down the barrel of mass censorship at scale like we saw at Stanford, at MIT, at University of Michigan. And I'll give a quick example. The system that was awarded for MIT with their AI initiative, it said in their findings that they were utilizing AI to reprogram veterans, rural Americans, and people who had a conservative mindset because we couldn't handle truth. And so they were literally using AI to try to reprogram conversations and mindsets and facts. That's dangerous. That's incredibly dangerous. And so I think we have a lot of work to do. We're right at the beginning of where AI is going to be implemented in every single aspect of our life. So we've got to make sure we don't stifle innovation, but we also got to make sure that we are protecting our national security and we're protecting people's constitutional rights.
Essentially, it just has to evolve, right? AI is technology that is evolving, and as we've seen through COVID, through the 2020 election with Hunter's laptop and Twitter, Facebook censoring the lab leak theory for months on end while conservative media outlets were accurately reporting on where that virus came from. So this is happening at an even higher level. And like you said, George Washington was put into this AI system at Microsoft, and the real George Washington did not come out of that. And essentially, they've basically erased all white males from the entire system. And so outside of government, would you encourage private companies to go into this AI space and to hire liberty-minded voices? Because like you said, if you're only hiring people in San Francisco for this AI, it's garbage in, garbage out. You're not going to have any kind of different opinion when it comes to the result.
Absolutely. And I would encourage people who are in the startup space who tend to shy away from it because you have these massive competitors in Google, in Apple, Microsoft, all these people that are playing in this space. And when you start talking to them about a language model that has a philosophical base in freedom and liberty and diversity of thought rather than the traditional DEI check the box mentality, right? It's basically the equivalent of trying to explain Hayek to Stalin. So I know some of my history nerds got that. Appreciate it. Thank you. It makes me feel better. But it's crazy that we are not encouraging these startups to get in the space because there are so many talented voices that need to be in the space, and they're getting shut out. And you can see the big players getting involved with government because they want to regulate where they can keep competition away. They want to regulate where they can control it, and that's what we have to push back against.
So we have about a minute and a half left here. Just on the issue, going back to the constitutional rights aspect, because it's so important, and as I said, you guys keep finding new things all the time on what the government is doing to backdoor all of these ways they can go around the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, all of the amendments. And so, you're in the House, there's a slim margin, Senate is controlled by Chuck Schumer. Ooh. So how do you get this legislation that you were discussing into a form that can be passed so that they can hold these bureaucrats accountable for what they've been doing?
I think, one, it comes down to, you had asked earlier about what can everyday Americans do. I think getting involved, and you guys are here, so you're involved, but getting more people involved and educated about this, and then communicating with your members of Congress is critical. The power of the people is unrealized, quite frankly, and untapped. Because let me tell you, there is nothing that a career politician fears more than a group of people who are motivated, educated, and activated. They are absolute cowards if they roll into their office and their phone lines are ringing off the hook with someone saying, hey, I don't want you to vote for this bill, or hey, I want you to co-sponsor this bill. That is the power of the people that has really not been activated in ways we have seen yet. So that's one thing. But then in getting that across the finish line, there's some creative strategic things we can do through the appropriations process. I am all for single issue bills, and I would love for us to get back to that point where
what about pulling grants from groups?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the oversight element, 100%. Single issue bills where you have members of Congress on record saying, no, I don't want more oversight. I don't want people to know where all their money is going. Put these people on the record and expose them for the cowards that they are. We need to reassert our authority as the people and in Congress.
All right, well, on that note, Congresswoman Kat Cammack, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Cpac, for having us, and keep up the great work.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the Cpac store, powered by Revere Payments, located on the lower level in Cpac Central. And don't forget to vote in the Cpac straw poll. Go to cpac.org/straw poll and enter your PIN number located on your badge. Remember, every vote counts.
The old civil rights adage goes, no justice, no peace.
What we have to prepare for is we're going to see this propaganda spread even further in the media outlets, in the mainstream media outlets.
What's happening right now is in a greater context of one of the greatest crimes against humanity, which is an apartheid regime.
The Israeli government is what has fueled this. It's Israel that is occupying the Palestinians, not the other way around.
And it's basically like living, Alex, in an open-air prison.
I think Hamas mainly attacked military establishments, military installations.
You can't condemn women and children and elderly people being murdered in the streets.
What about it?
Do you condemn it?
I already said.
Why can't you say yes?
Because I already gave you my answer.
You didn't give an answer, and I think anybody who watches would understand what your actual position is here.
Once Israel moves forward with an offensive strategy in eradicating Hamas, they're going to be viewed as the killers.
We support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality. Congressman, why do you have the Palestinian flag outside your office if you do not condone what Hamas terrorists have done to Israel?
Do you condemn Hamas then? Tell me that.
I've already said that I condemn the violence that Hamas...
But Hamas as an organization, a terrorist organization, will you condemn them?
I don't see them as a terrorist organization.
Hamas is a political movement that was elected.
The justification of the violence is the occupation.
Palestinians are leading a freedom movement.
Hamas is a movement, and then you fight back for that and you stand for your rights. That does not make you a terrorist. That makes you a defender.
A lot of them were very disappointed when the United States moved its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Again, I think that Hamas decided that now to amass these capabilities and to carry out this attack, they need to bring more attention in the region and globally to what they consider to be their plight.
Palestinians are the people who have been protesting non-violently
to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
This is the most extreme fundamentalist, right-wing, supremacist government in the history of the state of Israel.
Israel is notorious for creating propaganda.
And did not get raped.
No.
Netanyahu is basically running his own narrative of what he wants to excuse himself. How does this end? Killing and genociding and holocausting all the Palestinians.
Of the apartheid state of Israel, which has no legitimate reason for existing.
I mean, hear me out. We striked first because we wanted our land back, and that's what people do when they want the thing back.
You guys are associating that Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's a resistance.
And then you have the left cheering for the violence, cheering for the killing of civilians, calling for more, chanting in the streets, there's only one solution. Israel is a terrorist state.
I salute Hamas. A job well done.
Hamas is not a terrorist group.
What is it, like a motorcycle club? Or?
Every single thing they have done is justified.
Resistance is a human right. It was exhilarating. It was exhilarating. It was energizing. Okay. If it weren't exhilarating, but this challenge to the monopoly of violence, but this shifting of the balance of power, then we would not be one. I was exhilarated. Intifada! Intifada! We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs!
Hamas are Palestinians! Okay? All of us Hamas! Free Palestine! This is justified
Fuck Israel, no problem. Fuck Israel.
Glory to the murders!
I'd like to know who's funding the Students for Justice for Palestine and where this money's coming from that's creating this propaganda that's infiltrating our academic institutions, our media institutions, and trying to drive this anti-Jewish message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome founder and director Cpac Australia, Andrew Cooper.
Wow, Cpac. How good is this? I love coming to Cpac. My name is Andrew Cooper. I live in a town or city called Brisbane in Australia. I know you've never heard of it. I have. But it's where we're having the Olympics in 8 years' time. It's also where we're having the next Cpac. I'm not sure which of those events will be bigger. Cpac's pretty good. Brisbane's also famous because it's located near the Gold Coast. And we've got the wonderful Great Barrier Reef beside it. We've also got all the things that'll kill you. You know, we've got sharks and snakes and spiders and jellyfish. And, yeah, we've got communists as well. They kill more than anyone else, right? I don't know whether you noticed, but Australia's a pretty woke place. Nigel Farage, 2 years ago on this very stage, you know, proclaimed that Australia is the wokest nation on earth. I think part of that opinion was formed because every time he comes to Australia, he gets protested at Cpac Australia. We don't get protesters unless Nigel turns up. But having said that, the COVID experience in Australia was absolutely abhorrent. You know, we had pregnant grandmothers. That's definitely not woke. We had grandmothers, you know, without masks in public spaces, no one around them getting dragged off because they weren't masked. We had a woman that Cpac actually funded the legal defence for, who posted the wrong thing on Facebook and got arrested, handcuffed and dragged off. She was pregnant. So, you know, there's some crazy things went on down under. And I guess the question that I guess we ask ourselves down under, and also perhaps you have this question, is why? Why would a country like Australia, which we see ourselves as these outback, you know, rough sort of tumble guys and girls, why would they do this? And I think the problem is, in my assessment, is that essentially the Liberal Party, which is the Conservative Party there, the classical Liberal Party, they didn't mount a counter-narrative. All the state premiers, which is equivalent to your governors, all agreed that lockdowns and mandates were the way to go. The federal Liberal Party squibbed it. They decided, that means they capitulated, they threw their lot in with the premiers. And, you know, you have your rhinos, we have our linos. And if you think about it, if all sides of politics are saying that one path is the way to go, it's pretty hard for the disengaged centre to, I guess, separate themselves and think, no, this is wrong, right? So you got your activists. We had a lot of protests. They got ruthlessly shut down with stormtrooper-like behaviour. But, you know, at the end of the day, when all the parties were saying this is the way to go, that's how we locked ourselves down. That's how we let them get away with this crushing of civil rights, in my opinion. So that was 2 years ago. Oh, I'll give you a statistic to tell you how crazy this was. So if you think about under 50s, the pandemic started in February. At the end of July, 5 people in Australia under 50 had died of COVID. Every one of them had comorbidities that made them susceptible to the disease. 6 people had died of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which we could call a virus, 8 people had died of shark attack. I mean, it's insane, right? You could still swim in the ocean, but you weren't allowed to leave your home. It was just incredible. In the back of all that, the Federal Labor Party, the left-leaning party, took power 18 months ago, federally, and they decided the smart thing to do, Australia's pretty woke, let's play some wedge politics, let's introduce a change to the Constitution where we create what we'd call a third chamber, a separate kind of parliament. We have, like you, we have our House of Representatives, we have our Senate, and they were going to create this third sort of chamber, and that chamber would have veto powers over the houses that are elected by the people. The only people that could be elected or appointed to that separate chamber of government were from one particular race, our Indigenous Australians. If you think about our values, the values that we share, Conservatives share across the globe, this breaches one of our fundamental beliefs, doesn't it not? That we're all equal. We're all born equal. One vote, one value. How is it that one race can get more power over all the other races? And we've got a lot of them in Australia, just as you have. This proved very popular. The reason it was popular initially was because there's not an Australian alive that doesn't want for better outcomes for some of our remote area Indigenous communities. I mean, we do. But this was never going to help them. The problems in those remote areas is generations of welfare dependency and drug abuse and lots of problems, kids roaming the streets. This voice, this parliament was never going to help. But it was popular. And this is what the left does, don't they? They wedge us, they divide us. They tried to divide us by accusing anyone who votes against this measure was a racist. You've heard this, right? You get that here, right? Yeah, it's abhorrent. Australia is not a racist country, but they will try to tell everyone that will listen that we are racist, and we're not. What this was a fundamental breach of that value. We're all equal. Cpac had an absolute fundamental Australia had a fundamental place to play in the fight back against this legislation, against this referendum, this constitutional change. Our chairman, who unfortunately can't be here today because of personal reasons at the last minute, our chairman, Warren Mundine, an Indigenous Australian, a well-known advocate for Indigenous business and getting people off welfare and advocating for Indigenous organisations and people and individuals to get up and make a life for themselves. He, along with Indigenous Senator and Cpac Speaker Jacinta Price, went on a road trip for a year explaining to Australian people that this cannot stand, this division within Australia, this tearing the country apart and claiming that people who don't vote for this are racist, this creating extra powers for one race is fundamentally not what a liberal democracy like Australia is about. And guess what? We won. It was fantastic. And not just one, it was a smashing. It was an absolute smashing. It started at 70% in favour. By the end of it, that had dropped down to 40%, and that sort of margin is unheard of. So a big proportion of the country changed their mind, and so that was fantastic. I personally am very hopeful that Nigel Farage, when he pronounced us as the most woke nation on earth, I'm hopeful he'll take his words back. Because the wokest nation on earth would not have voted against that referendum. Australia is actually a deeply conservative country. We elect conservatives more often than we ever elect the left. And to me, I was very proud of the Australian people. I was proud of Warren, and I was proud of all the things that we learned from Cpac, and we took those back to Australia. I'm just, you know. I think there's a renaissance, a pendulum swinging back in Australia. I'm really hopeful that it's well and truly underway here in the US. I mean, we need a change of government. We need a change of president here in the US. You are the light on the hill. You always have been. You're the greatest nation on earth. We need a leader that can, project all the good things that are good about the American people, because that will affect all the nations on earth. These Cpacs that are popping up around the world, they're on your side. We all share the values. We're taking the best of Cpac down to Australia. Others are taking them to other countries. I just wish you all the best. I congratulate you for being here. I congratulate you for supporting the Cpac board, Matt and Mercy. And if you're here, you're supporting us as well. I truly, bottom of our heart, we thank you for all this support. We'll do our best down under. Go out there and win this election. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Congressman Matt Gaetz.
Thank you. Well, we gather here just 10 miles away from the U.S. Capitol, but I must say the vibes at Cpac are very different. In Congress, I'm often excoriated, smeared, derided for exposing a corrupt system that has been weaponized against we the people. I've made it a living hell for the swamp rats, and many of them are retiring now. In fact, CNN just ran an article blaming me for their departures. You are welcome. Truth is, we can't save the nation with the current Republican team. We have to get tougher, smarter, and we need newer, bolder voices in the United States Congress. So if you're out there campaigning and running as a Paul Ryan or Kevin McCarthy Republican, my message to you is this: they don't work here anymore. CNN is accusing me of wiping out institutional knowledge. But if you had knowledge of some of my coworkers and how they made decisions, you'd want to put them in the institution. The next phase of our plan is to replace the droves of retiring members with America First patriots. Republican primary voters must do their part, and the battle space will be full of enemies. Mike Pence just announced that he's building a $20 million fund to combat America's embrace of populism. And it's no surprise to me that Mike Pence is against populism. He was never particularly popular. People say I'm divisive, but this is the guy raising Republican money to weaken MAGA Republicans. And the media isn't on our side either. The Matt Gaetz Chaos Agenda. That was the headline from the liberal New Yorker magazine. I must not know what chaos is. Open borders, $34 trillion in debt, $2.5 trillion annual national deficits. Your government might label you a domestic violent extremist if you buy guns or Bibles or, heaven forbid, show up at a school board meeting or attend Mass too often. This sounds a hell of a lot more like chaos to me, because your chaos doesn't matter to a lot of the folks working 10 miles from here. Interest rates on credit cards and car loans are skyrocketing. Home ownership, the central thesis of the American dream to our parents and grandparents, is now a mirage to the millennials. They say inflation is down, but prices are still up. I never thought I'd live to the day where I'd spend $11 on a bag of carrots. chaos for lawmakers is having to write budgets and take tough votes. The chaos they are willing to inflict on your life is changing things for the worse. I actually want orderly things like budgets that balance, single-subject spending bills, term limits, block grant Medicaid, drill for oil, export liquefied natural gas to anyone willing to buy it in dollars, demand that, I don't know, if the government wants to spy on Americans, they should have to get a warrant, and we should secure the southern border. Does that sound like chaos? Or the orderly administration of this country that you deserve? Now, Democrats, they believed in these things some point between 20 years and like 20 minutes ago. Now, they are the party of forever wars abroad, high prices, low tea, and reverse racism here at home. And by the way, speaking of racism, if it is not racist to ask for an ID for a hunting license or a fishing license, then it is not racist to ask for an ID to vote in any election, in any jurisdiction, in a free country, the United States of America. So I've noticed there are like two plays that House Republicans right now seem to be really good at running: the punt and the block. And granted, I've thrown a few Hail Marys into the playbook, but the punt and the block seem to be what they're all in on. We blocked the terrible Langford amnesty bill in the United States Senate, but we punted on needed spending cuts. We blocked Mitch McConnell's desire to deficit spend to fund the wants of nations oceans away, but we punted on chronically needed reforms to the abuse of the FISA process where Americans were being spied on. We blocked more money to Ukraine for now, and we punted Kevin McCarthy, who authorized $115 billion to Ukraine that we now see slushing around the money laundering capitals of the world. We shouldn't have any foreign aid to any other country without corresponding cuts to our own bloated federal budget. If you want to send aid to Israel, fine. Pay for it by defunding the United Nations. I want the UN to be zeroed out in our budget. The U.S. should be out of the UN, and the UN should be out of the U.S. How about that? How about take the money away from the entity that had some of their own people attacking and killing Israelis? Seems like a good offset. I know we've heard a lot about Alexei Navalny's death recently. Tragic. You should be allowed to oppose the ruling party in your country without risk of poison or prison or death. But I would remind everyone, especially the journalists in the back, that Ukraine's Zelensky imprisoned an American journalist who then died in prison, Gonzalo Lira. Not only that, but Zelensky supports outlawing an entire religion, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And he just canceled Ukraine's presidential elections. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I actually prefer democracies that hold elections. To be clear, Putin is no friend of ours. He partners with adversaries like Iran and is opposed to America's interests. But realism in our foreign policy means being clear-eyed. It is being anti-war, not anti-American. My goals are clearly defined. Can the neoconservative followers of John Bolton and Liz Cheney and Nikki Haley say the same? And what's really left unsaid in this Ukraine aid debate is that Europe's fecklessness is a direct result of them becoming national security welfare queens, largely at your expense. Our European allies, which consist of some very wealthy nations, underspend on their own defense because they dupe you into paying for much of it. Spain spends less on its military than we do on the Department of Interior. France spends less money on their military than we do on the Department of Labor. I think they're allergic to labor in France. With friends like these, do we really need to be searching behind every sand dune or in every Central Asian cave for more enemies? We went straight from a welfare program for Afghan poppy farmers to this. America is not the world's police force, and we are not the world's piggy bank. It is not sustainable. It doesn't make us stronger to borrow money from China to give to another country. We are saddling future generations with so much debt, all while becoming weaker at our core. Now, Democrats want us to believe that Joe Biden can still be commander-in-chief in 2029. I'm opening the 2024 vintage of this wine, and I don't think it's going to get better with age. Joe Biden isn't getting sharper or stronger or smarter. He is getting older, weaker, and less equipped to lead. Trusting Joe Biden for 4 more years in the Oval Office is like trusting Dominion to count your votes. It's a risky bet. We all know it is time to take Grandpa's keys away, and he just keeps getting meaner and weirder about it. What else can explain allowing the world's prisons to be emptied and sent across our border? Biden is aiding and abetting the invasion of our nation by thugs, Islamic extremists, and Chinese spies. Think about these: a porous border, an unending stream of money supporting a forever war. These are grave, but man, are there simple solutions, like not sending billions of dollars to corrupt countries and finishing the wall and endeavoring upon the largest deportation effort in American history. Word is, I now have problems with the Ethics Committee, which seems really odd to me because I'm the one screaming loudest for actual ethics reforms. Members of Congress should have a lifetime ban on becoming lobbyists or registered foreign agents. We should make it impermissible and disallowed by rule for anyone to accept a campaign donation from a lobbyist or a special interest PAC. Their sole purpose is to buy votes. And for the same reason you don't let the umpire bet on the game, members of Congress should not be allowed to trade individual stocks. How about the Ethics Committee take up those reforms? Now, the Republican ethics chairman, Michael Guest, not only voted for the January 6th Commission, he has become a brilliant stock trader while in office. And I admire the obvious genius. He knew exactly the right time to buy online gambling stocks. His purchase in Evolution Gaming Securities netted him a hefty 36% gain. Not too shabby. Now, I'm not saying that this is insider trading, but this monetary affair is perhaps the most suspicious I've seen since Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. So fire your financial advisor. Just follow the Quiver quantitative account on X. You could have been on the ride up with Republican Michael Guest on gambling stocks. You could have made millions like Nancy Pelosi did on NVIDIA. Or maybe you'll get a big return on a Raytheon purchase with Armed Services member and Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin. You see, when I offer these critiques that include the conduct of some fellow Republicans, I catch a lot of heat. Don't get me wrong, I'd prefer to just fight the Democrats. But if the Republicans are going to dress up like Democrats in drag, then I will lead the fight against them too. I'm here to fight for you. It's the people's house, after all. Last time I checked, the people hate Congress. We have a lower approval rating than the IRS. So I don't give a rip if they boo me on the floor, if they hate me and their corrupt little souls, and they can even try to expel me on bullshit if they want. But this is a movement that the Uniparty cannot kill. They're trying with President Trump, and even the MSNBC resistance libs admit that he grows stronger by the day. Well, you know what? In the MAGA movement, at Cpac, my friends Matt and Mercy Schlapp, all of you, we are all growing stronger. And I am the strongest fighting these battles with you in my corner. I appreciate your prayers and your hopes and your love, and I will never stop fighting for you. God bless you. God bless this great country. Let's go get them!
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Presidente de Vox, Santiago Abascal.
Muchas gracias al Cpac por permitir que me dirija a todos ustedes y que traiga un mensaje desde España. Y enhorabuena a todos ustedes por seguir peleando por hacer a América grande otra vez. Nosotros trabajamos para hacer a España grande de nuevo, como cada uno de los invitados internacionales de este Congreso que trabajan para fortalecer y para defender sus naciones y su propia soberanía. Porque solo desde naciones fuertes podemos defender la cultura, los valores que nos unen, la patria, la libertad, la razón, la fe de nuestros padres, la familia, la propiedad, la soberanía, la democracia y la limitación del poder. Y por encima de todo, la vida sin la que no hay nada, la vida desde su principio hasta su fin natural. Una cultura de valores que vincula a cuantos estamos aquí, porque todos formamos parte de ella. Y una cultura de principios que hoy se encuentra amenazada en todo el mundo por quienes pretenden destruirla, desde fuera de nuestras naciones, pero también desde dentro. Hace ya muchos años, el socialismo levantó un telón de acero y por primera vez encarceló a millones de personas dentro de sus propios países. Todos los que creemos en la libertad debemos dar las gracias a Estados Unidos y a las naciones aliadas por su empeño en derribar el telón de acero del socialismo. Pero hoy el socialismo, en sus distintas versiones, sigue amenazando nuestra forma de vida, sigue empeñado en dictarnos la manera de pensar, sigue pretendiendo imponer una versión falsa de la historia, sigue sembrando el germen de la división en las naciones y sigue tratando de esparcir el odio a nuestra civilización en el corazón de nuestros propios hijos. El socialismo, que sigue, en definitiva, desde su poder mediático, económico y político, debilitando a nuestras naciones y a nuestras patrias que se resisten a su ansia totalitaria de poder. Al igual que hicieron durante la Guerra Fría, los socialistas pretenden ahora criminalizar a los pueblos que se defienden y a los gobernantes que protegen las vidas de sus ciudadanos frente a las mafias de la droga o frente a las mafias de la inmigración ilegal. Pero nosotros sabemos que los pueblos libres solo lo son si emplean toda la contundencia necesaria frente a los criminales. El socialismo y el globalismo gobiernan contra el pueblo. Los trabajadores del campo, del transporte, de la industria, toda la clase media sufre las imposiciones suicidas de la Agenda 2030, del Pacto Verde Europeo y de todas las políticas que desde el fanatismo climático tienen como principal objetivo destruir la prosperidad y la riqueza de nuestras naciones. Y a la vez benefician a las grandes corporaciones y a los falsos filántropos que acumulan las tierras que tienen que abandonar los agricultores y a la vez impulsan la imposición de experimentos como el de la carne sintética, un negocio redondo cuando puedes obligar a la gente a comer lo que tú dices que hay que comer. Gobiernan contra el bien común, contra la iniciativa privada, promueven la inmigración ilegal y masiva en connivencia con las mafias del tráfico de seres humanos, que crea miseria en los países de origen, tragedia en las fronteras y destrucción de la seguridad en nuestras calles y en nuestras ciudades. Y como las naciones de Occidente por fin han despertado, como nuestros pueblos se resisten a esta eutanasia obligatoria, ahora tratan de prohibir la disidencia, de negar la democracia, de destruir la autoestima nacional, la libertad de expresión, la libertad de pensamiento, la libertad de enseñanza y hasta los simples enunciados de la ciencia, como la biología misma. Son enemigos de la libertad y de la ciencia. Eso es la cultura woke que el socialismo impulsa. Han hecho de ella una herramienta para dividir y para manipular, utilizando lo mismo la raza, el color de la piel, que el sexo o la religión. Las antiguas universidades, como las de Salamanca, la de Bolonia o la de Harvard, diseñadas para agrandar la cultura, han sido convertidas hoy en máquinas de censura, de coacción, de adoctrinamiento y de antisemitismo. Queremos universidades que sean templos del saber, de la libertad de pensamiento, de la transmisión de conocimiento, y no queremos comisarios perturbados que inventen géneros, que perviertan la inocencia de los menores, que reescriban la historia o que promuevan ideologías criminales. Si ayer las universidades eran un espacio de libertad frente al autoritarismo del poder, hoy, por desgracia, son la punta de lanza del totalitarismo que viene. Le han declarado la guerra al sentido común, a la verdad, al lenguaje y a la biología. Nosotros reivindicamos nuestras raíces, la herencia de nuestros padres y la herencia y el legado que debemos a nuestros hijos, porque la patria es la comunión de los que nos precedieron, de los que estamos y de los que aún están por venir. Y nuestro amor a la libertad se ha hecho piedra en monumentos que enseñan nuestra historia, como los levantados a Isabel la Católica, a Fray Junípero Serra o a Thomas Jefferson, nombres ahora perseguidos por quienes odian nuestra cultura y nuestra civilización. Y ese odio, como muchas veces en la historia, está promovido por grandes oligarquías económicas, hijos del capitalismo de amiguetes y enemigas de la verdadera libertad económica de las clases medias occidentales y de la propiedad privada. Ellos están condenando a grandes zonas a la desindustrialización y al paro. Se han convertido en el brazo ejecutor de los fanatismos ideológicos. Cierran las fábricas o echan abajo las centrales energéticas en Europa o en Estados Unidos para abrirlas en China o en otras potencias tantas veces hostiles. Su futuro verde no es más que un futuro rojo donde las grandes corporaciones se convierten en las policías del pensamiento. Debemos proteger la economía de nuestras naciones, debemos proteger la libertad económica y la propiedad privada. Debemos defender el derecho de cada persona a labrarse su propio futuro y a poder competir en igualdad de oportunidades frente a quienes pretenden someternos a agendas globalistas y socialistas. Son esos multimillonarios globalistas que están dispuestos a acabar con la soberanía de las naciones, sometiendo a la prensa libre, censurando en las redes sociales, impulsando la cultura de la cancelación, que no es otra cosa que la anticultura totalitaria. El socialismo, queridos amigos, ya lo he dicho al principio de mi intervención, se ha disfrazado de distintas maneras. En los países de la iberosfera, en Iberoamérica, avanza de la mano del narcotráfico y de políticos europeos de la extrema izquierda. Nosotros los conocemos muy bien en España, porque en España padecemos un gobierno de comunistas, de socialistas, que protegen y amparan el terrorismo de Hamás y que se declaran aliados a través del Grupo de Puebla y del Foro de Sao Paulo de los regímenes criminales de Venezuela y de Nicaragua. Y también de Cuba. Hace 65 años que esa nación hermana de España, la nación cubana, padece un régimen asesino. Y yo hoy quiero recordar a todos los cubanos que dedicaron su vida, y tantos la perdieron, para devolver la libertad a su patria y que lucharon en la cárcel, en la clandestinidad o en el exilio. Hoy y siempre, ¡viva Cuba libre! En el recuerdo de esos héroes frente al comunismo, nos conjuramos para decir que el futuro no está escrito, o dicho de otra manera, que podemos cambiar el rumbo al que nos dirigen. Gritemos stop al descarrilado tren de la historia y reencontrémonos con las costumbres y los saberes que un día funcionaron y alumbraron el mundo. La tradición no es la adoración de las cenizas, sino la transmisión del fuego. Volvamos a transmitir ese fuego. Volvamos a los vínculos fuertes que nos hacen libres como personas, los vínculos familiares, los vínculos locales, laborales, religiosos y sobre todo los vínculos nacionales, pues es la soberanía de las naciones y la libre colaboración entre ellas lo que nos protegerá del globalismo socialista. Si hacemos todo eso, creo que podemos tenerlo claro, estaremos haciendo a Occidente grande otra vez. Hagámoslo juntos. Tenemos muchas diferencias entre nosotros, por supuesto. La realidad de España no es la misma que la de Estados Unidos, igual que la de las naciones iberoamericanas, hermanas de la mía, y refugio hoy de tantos valores y principios de Occidente, no es la misma que la de muchos estados europeos que también sufren las mismas amenazas. Pero además de enemigos, también compartimos sueños, la pasión por la libertad y el amor profundo a nuestras patrias. Y el amor es mucho más profundo que sus odios. Por ello, en humilde representación de una nación que un día asombró al mundo, permítanme que termine dando un viva a España y a la libertad. Tenemos una gran batalla por delante para hacer a Occidente grande de nuevo, y yo quiero decir hoy desde aquí que deben ustedes tener la seguridad de que los patriotas españoles estamos preparados para pelear junto a los patriotas americanos. Que Dios bendiga a América y a todas las naciones de la hispanidad. God bless America and all the nations of Hispanidad. Muchas gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former leader of the Brexit Party, Nigel Farage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Cpac! Wow, what a pleasure it is to be here. Thank you for that very, very warm welcome. It feels to me like the Atlantic just got a little bit narrower. And that's because I always feel at home when I come here. Now, since my last visit to Cpac, I've been engaged in a new fight, a new battle, and it's one that we all need to be aware of. We know that the woke corporate culture is keen on cancelling people. And this includes our banking system. And so in June of last year, I got a letter from my bank, and despite the fact I'd been with them for 43 years, I got a letter from the bank saying, we are closing your accounts. And I thought, well, I'm not very happy about this, but it won't be a problem, because I'll just go and get another bank account. Only to be refused a bank account by 10 other banks. I'm beginning to think, well, maybe these people are doing their best to close me down, to force me out of the country. And I managed to get a copy of the internal documents as to why they'd made this decision. They said that I did not align with their values because I dared to question net zero. I dared to think leaving the European Union was a good thing. I dared to question globalism. But they wrote in their notes, don't worry, he won't go public on this. Because he'll be too embarrassed to do so. Well, I tell you what, folks, they picked on the wrong bloke, didn't they? So fight back I did, and fight back hard. I managed to get 2 chief executive officers sacked. The share price of Britain's biggest bank fell by 35%. And we have promises from government that legislation will change. But you see, I was fortunate in the sense that I'm big enough and ugly enough, and I've got a voice, and I was able to defend myself. But there are so many others out there who don't have that voice, but who find themselves being discriminated against by a system, a corporate system that is now in bed with globalist left-wing politics. And I was fighting this not just for me, I was fighting this for hundreds of thousands of other Britons who've been closed down by the banks. And of course, that's relevant here too. Donald Trump just the other week spoke about the scourge of debanking, only to be met on Saturday Night Live, which I'm sure is a very favorite program of Cpac attendees. And some idiot on Saturday Night Live says, what is debanking? Does it really exist? So we find on the other side denial at everything we try to expose and raise. But I am hopeful, I'm optimistic that we can get that pendulum to swing back. Because still, in all of our countries, there is a majority for common sense. We might not see that common sense if we watch CNN or read the New York Times or listen to many on Capitol Hill, but it's the same in every country. You get outside the capital cities and you find a clear, solid majority for common sense. But that shift will not happen on its own. It will only happen if we, in the populist movement, make it happen by getting people to vote for our candidates in numbers that we've never seen before. And we can do this, and we will do this, and however downhearted you get, never ever forget that in the end, right through the history of mankind, and it may take time, but in the end, good always triumphs over evil. Hold that thought. Now, for me, Cpac has become an annual pilgrimage. And I love coming. But boy, how Cpac has changed. When I first came here a decade ago, I was the only foreign-born speaker on the platform, the only non-American on the platform. And look at it today. Quite extraordinary. I've met delegates here, elected officials from Hungary, from Poland, from Romania, Australia, Canada, Colombia, Mexico, and I'm going to get this wrong because I'm bound to forget somebody, France and Germany, and right across the world. And the international summit that preceded this event had representatives from over 20 countries. We've even got the president of Argentina coming to Cpac tomorrow. And what an amazing guy he's proving to be, isn't he? Standing up for the right values, daring to cut government spending, daring to cut back on the public sector, encouraging investment opportunity. And it's a very, very tough journey that he's on, but already the financial markets are saying, do you know what? The Millet experiment may just work. And we hope and pray that for him, for those of us that believe in capitalism, and for the people of Argentina, we hope and pray he can turn that once great country around. So for me to be here, suddenly, I'm not alone. Cpac has become an international movement. The globalists, by trying to take away our national sovereignty, trying to take away our national democracy, and ultimately try to take away our individual freedoms and liberties, have forced us all together into this new movement in the most remarkable way. And it is the most amazing testament to Matt, Mercedes Schlapp, the Cpac team, that it's through these meetings here, it's through the energy and enthusiasm of Cpac that this new international movement has come together. We all want the same things. We want international cooperation. We want trade. We want peace. We want common sense. But we want it within the framework of the nation state, not within the framework of the European Union or the United Nations or the increasingly appalling World Health Organization. No, thank you. We don't want their international treaties. So we've come together in this remarkable way. And for me, it's all really rather heartening, because I'm going to make a boast now. I was the first populist. I was the first one doing it. Indeed, 30 years ago, literally to the day, 30 years ago, I was out on the streets campaigning in my first ever election campaign. And I've kept going for 30 years. So people talk to me about the Tea Party. Well, compared to my longevity in this, they're just a bunch of teenage kids. So I've been doing this forever, and I was completely alone in British politics. I was completely and utterly alone inside the European Parliament, which was an experience that I enjoyed very much more than they did in the years that I was there. And I was certainly, in the United Kingdom, completely and utterly on my own in thinking back in 2016 that not only was Donald Trump a very good candidate for the Republican Party, but I also predicted that he would win that election in 2016. And I'm very pleased that I did. And I've been an unwavering supporter of his ever since that day. But I might have had a few problems with banking, but just look what they're doing to him. Look at that judgment in New York last week. A private contract between a commercial company and the banks. A sum of money borrowed, a sum of money repaid with interest. No one lost any money. No one was defrauded. And yet somehow the utterly corrupted and politicized judicial system in parts of this country fines him $350 million. I honestly can't think of a more absurd or obscene court judgment that I've ever seen in my life. And this is just the beginning of many battles that he faces over the course of the next few months. You know, corrupt regimes, undemocratic countries, they either try to bankrupt or imprison their political opponents. And in the case of the Biden regime, they are trying to do both to Donald Trump, and that is why he needs, from all of us, our absolute, total commitment and our unwavering support for him as a man. Unwavering support. He is, and I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be demonized. I know what it's like to be called all the names under the sun. But I can tell you he's been through a lot more of it than I have. And simply, folks, I believe that Donald Trump is the bravest man that I have ever met in my life. I really do. I really, really do. So now it's not just me in the European Parliament. There are new parties right across the continent. We've got European elections happening on the 9th of June this year. That's going to see many, many more people coming in that want to fight the globalist agenda. And it's not just me from the United Kingdom thinking Trump needs to win this election, and needs to win this election not just for America, but frankly, for the Western world, and perhaps even saving the very elements of our Western civilization that we hold dear, and we do. No, not just me. We've now got two former Conservative prime ministers, including Liz Truss, who was here, Boris Johnson as well, saying they want Trump to win the election. So on issue after issue, I used to be, what we say in English slang, I used to be Billy No Mates. I was literally on my own. I was some kind of weird outsider. And now I find those things that I fought for 30 years are becoming mainstream and becoming popular. And that is good. That is good. And I look ahead to the election that will take place this year in America. And whilst I still have some reservations about the way in which the electoral system has been cleaned up state by state, and I still have some concerns about that, I'm still in no doubt that on November the 5th, we're going to get Donald Trump back elected and in the White House. It's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to happen, isn't it? Good. Because that's what we need: belief, confidence, courage. But it can't happen soon enough. I mentioned a moment ago Western civilization. What is Western civilization? We think about what's been built, in the case of my country, for more than 1,000 years. What's been built, what's been improved upon, what's been defended by the country literally going to war. What we've been defending are the basic concepts of the family, of the nation. And what we all have to understand is the fundamental underpinning of everything that we call Western civilization is our Judeo-Christian culture. That is at the heart of who we are, of what we are. And this week in London, we've seen the consequences of forgetting that. The consequences of not having the moral courage to stand up and defend that. Whilst you've been here at Cpac and on your way here, we have seen the most disgraceful and disgusting scenes in London. Thousands of people in Parliament Square waving Palestinian flags. Chants in Parliament Square and on marches through our cities that call for the destruction of Israel and, frankly, the people within it. And the low point this week, I think, was the image being put onto Big Ben, which read, "From the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free." That went on Big Ben. That was calling for the destruction of the Jewish people, and there hasn't been a single arrest. Just imagine the equivalent here, that somebody flashed that image onto your White House. Think how you would feel. And now we see British politicians cowed, scared. They were even scared to leave the building on Wednesday and Thursday evenings because we've forgotten who we are, we've forgotten what we are, and we've allowed an extremist fringe to bully us and threaten our very democracy. And that is why we need strong leaders. It's why we need leaders of conviction. It's why you in America and we in the world need Trump back in that White House to return some common sense. But let me say this to you. Please, don't just come along to Cpac to listen to the great guy tomorrow, and he'll be his usual self. He'll be larger than life. He'll say things that enrage the left-wing press. He'll be funny. He'll be terrific. You know he will. He'll be terrific because he loves you, the grassroots movement in this country. But coming along to Cpac, enjoying the event, going to the cocktail parties, in fact, the way I'm feeling today, the endless cocktail parties that happen in the evening, agreeing isn't enough. Coming together with friends, meeting new friends, it isn't enough. If you really want this to work, and I want it to work here because it is our Western civilization that we need to start standing up and defending. For this to happen, it needs you to commit to doing more than that. You folks have got to get your walking boots on, or maybe golden sneakers. So please, I urge you, if you want the same things that we want, this election here in America affects all of us. It affects the safety of the world, as for the first time since 1945, a possibility of World War III looks real. We only get the right things in life. Peace only comes through strength. Trump can deliver it. Please do your all to go out, work hard, donate, put your walking boots on, deliver your leaflets. Let's get this man back in the White House, and let's get common sense back into the Western world. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Making an investment decision with someone is the most sacred act that can be performed in business. You see, most people do not reach their position in life easily. You're taking something hard-earned and having faith that another will cherish and protect it as you would. Go to panex.us/learn and see why hundreds of Americans just like you have placed their faith in my family to generate them tremendous tax benefits and revenue by developing and producing American oil. For 3 generations, American oil is all my family's ever known. Go to panex.us/learn and see why the people at Panex are people that you want on your team.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Eric Bolling.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp, chairman of Cpac. We have an old-fashioned notion here. We only let you vote one time in our straw poll, but make sure you do and let Donald Trump know who you want to be his vice president. Go vote in the Real America's Voice straw poll.
The Green New Deal is so controversial with its $93 trillion price tag that it didn't get a single vote in Congress. Sadly, that hasn't stopped the Biden administration from trying to sneak it into every home in the country. The Biden administration proposed new rules to ban gas stoves, air conditioners, gas furnaces. They even want you to get rid of your gas car. In fact, if President Biden gets his way on banning items, it will cost you nearly $80,000 in just the first year. To make it worse, the Biden administration is imposing mandates through rules and regulations, meaning Congress has no say. Of course, you can always take them to court if you have any money left. The Green New Deal and all of Biden's secret and punitive regulations are making your life very expensive. And something to remember this election year, because energy is on the ballot.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Honest Graft. Please welcome founder and CEO, Faith Wins, Chad Connolly, Nevada RNC Committeewoman, Sigal Chadha, and your moderator, Vice Chair, AFPI Center for Election Integrity, Hogan Gidley.
Good afternoon, Cpac. How's everybody doing? How good is Nigel Farage, everybody? You know, I don't know if you picked up on this, but something he said that he was called Billy No Mates in England, which I guess means he didn't have any friends. What's ironic about that is he's from England, but he has so many friends here in this room and in this country because he knows what so many on the left don't know, that it matters to more than just America who the President of the United States is.
Amen.
Speaking of elections and who the next President of the United States will be, it's fascinating when we have conversations about elections and election integrity, and I've got a great panel with us, with y'all here this afternoon. But you're here in this room today because you know that elections have consequences. You're well aware of the fact that good policies mean good results, bad policies mean bad results. You know, we used to have to point all the way back to Reagan to say, look how good it was in the 80s. Folks, we had record-setting success in record-setting time just 3 years ago because of what Donald Trump was able to do by implementing America First policies that really improved the lives of all Americans, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. And you know that in order to get those policies back, we have to win elections. And that's getting increasingly difficult to do when we see all the instances of fraud and irregularities, illegalities, anomalies that happen across this country in various states. But I'm here to tell you, elections this time around are going to be a whole lot better off than they were before because of so many groups that have been working around the country in the states to make sure that laws are passed to protect legal votes and legal voters. So that's good news. So you can clap for that. You can clap more than that. Oh, it's got me into a weird cackling Kamala Harris. I almost started laughing. Okay, but I want to talk to the panel about so many things you guys are experiencing in the states and around this country as well. And Sigal, you and I were back there talking. And by the way, I said, how do you want me to pronounce your name? How do I pronounce your name? And she said, it's Sigal, like Steven Seagal, and Chata, like Nevada.
You got it right.
Well, there you go.
You got it right.
And since I used to do weather and local TV, which there was no YouTube then, so don't go looking for this, but I know it's Nevada, not
Thank
Nevada.
you.
So there you go. So starting with you, some news broke out of Nevada today that I want you to tell the crowd about, and talk about the landscape there, because obviously you have a mail-in situation going on in Nevada. People are concerned. People have questions. Tell us what you see the state of play is in Nevada.
So in Nevada, the latest story that broke was, in fact, as many in this room know, the Nevada state legislature passed a law in 2021 to hold a presidential preference primary. We knew that it was not going to be binding upon the party. So the Nevada GOP decided to go with a caucus because the caucus is controlled the way we wanted to do it, with voter ID, paper ballots, same-day voting, no mail-in ballots,
yes.
Everything that we share as Republicans and that is part of the Republican ideology is what the Nevada GOP wanted to do. Turns out that everything that we had anticipated was wrong with having a presidential preference primary with mail-in ballots, with 2 weeks of voting, and no voter ID actually turned out to be accurate. Why? Because this week a huge story broke in Nevada that thousands of mail-in ballots were recorded when people never mailed in their ballots for their presidential preference primary. So for the last 3 years, they've been calling us election deniers. They've been saying that it's rigged elections. And at the end of the day, we caught them in the act. And what they're saying is the Nevada Secretary of State issued an apology today for the glitch in the system. And the audience is going nuts.
Yeah,
the
sure.
glitch in the system. But, you know, what we really need to understand is that we had an outcry from our base over the last week about this glitch. And the question, the million-dollar question that we all have is, what would have happened had we not caught that glitch?
Right.
And how long did that glitch go on for? Is it a 2020 glitch? Is it a 2022 glitch?
Right.
So now that we caught it, they wouldn't have fixed it if we wouldn't have such a public outcry. So I think the moral of the story is, let's go back to paper ballots, same-day voting, no mail-in ballots, and everything that we did in the caucus and brought Trump a 99% victory in the caucus.
Yeah, sure. You know, interestingly enough, you mentioned this, and I have to say it. You know, you can ask questions. You ought to be able to ask questions about the outcome of elections in this country. I mean, remember in 2016, it was your patriotic duty to ask about the outcome of that election. In fact, you worked for Russia if you dared not question what happened in 2016. So just asking questions, I think we should be able to do in this country. And there are plenty of questions to ask, but I think a lot of answers are happening too, because what the left hates is transparency. Whether they're trying to trans your kids behind your back or teach critical race theory or what they're teaching in our colleges and universities, they don't like transparency. They definitely don't like it with election integrity. So it stands to reason they wouldn't want people monitoring drop boxes and are suing in several states to prevent that. But a state, I think, that has done a pretty good job is the state of South Carolina, Chad, where you're from. I'm from South Carolina.
That's right.
So just a state that's decidedly red, that has been on lock for a while, but you want to expand some of what you've been doing in that state on a national level into other states.
That's right.
And so while we're up here and you and I talk the same, and there's a whole lot of country coming to town with me and Chad sitting up here, explain to this group what you see as one of the I guess, major voting blocks and the holes in our ground game and who we target, how we get out to vote. When 40 million evangelicals don't vote every cycle, if they voted, we'd never lose an election.
Never lose an election.
Never. So explain a little bit what you're up to.
Yeah, look, I'm sick of losing. Y'all sick of losing? We've been way too good at losing for the last few cycles, and all I know we can prove is we spent $1 billion last cycle. And I know this, the experts can't find the low propensity Christian voter, the 30, 35, 40, 45 million people sitting in churches who don't vote. That's a real problem. We spent $1 billion, so all the digital, all the TV, they can't reach them. I spent the last 15 years of my life totally focused on reaching the pastor, building relationships that are authentic. I don't want to work for somebody. I don't want to work with somebody that doesn't have an authentic pastor outreach. And you can't do it by some faraway digital ad saying, oh, you got to go vote. George Barna, somebody that's a friend and does the Barna research, says one of the biggest reasons people vote is somebody they respect says this is a big deal. That's the pastor. And so we spend all our time trying to reach that 40 or 45 million people. A lot of them are registered, Hogan, but they're too busy. They're raising kids. They're taking their kids to the soccer matches, and they're not going to go vote. We have to go after those people. And so I believe, and we've spent our entire time with Faith Wins working in the states to build relationships with pastors from multiple denominations to do two things. Number one, register everybody. Don't leave anybody unregistered. Register everybody. Number two, teach and devote biblical values. Rinse and repeat. That's it. And we do small meetings that become big meetings, that become small meetings to identify and find those pastors who will lead the way. We empower them. And, you know, there's something really powerful about it. The experts across the river and with the party, the committees, I've sat in the rooms with them. I was a state party chairman. You listen to them. Oh, yeah, we can reach them. No, you can't. Some of you guys can't identify a church in pictures. We need people who actually know what a church is, who've opened their Bible before, who actually are believers and Christians, and they can talk to those pastors who are leading the way. And we tell them, look, Jesus ain't running, which is a South Carolina thing. Jesus ain't running. We're always voting for the lesser of two evils. And you got to look at not person or party all the time. You got to look at policies and principles that align with the biblical worldview. That's our pitch. And so we find that pastors who hear other pastors, they get empowered, they get activated, and they're not just data points, they're multipliers. I did a meeting right before the New Hampshire primary with 38 pastors in the room, and one of those pointy-headed expert consultants was with me. And I said, your problem is you walk in here and you didn't think your candidate should be here. It was a candidate that's not in the race anymore. And they said, well, there's just 38 pastors here. I said, yeah, but that pastor there has 1,200 in his church. And see that guy right there? He's got 5 campuses. So you think these guys are data points, they're multipliers, and we're missing it because we're not being authentic, and that's what our ministry does, is we want to reach those pastors.
That's right. And Chad and I actually did a little work together in Virginia for a guy named Governor Glenn Youngkin, kind of behind the scenes, under the radar in some of these churches. And as I recall, via Zoom and other ways, we were in 312 churches, registered 77,000 people. Y'all, Youngkin only won by 65,000. Yeah. So I'm not saying we did it all up on the stage. There are a lot of folks and a lot of things that go into winning and losing elections. But the fact is, finding those people, getting them registered, and getting them to the polls. That's how this works. More involvement matters. Now, back to Nevada. We talked about this backstage, about getting involved at the local level. You can effectuate the most change, the more local the government. Mike Huckabee taught me that years ago. And so in Nevada, get these people kind of fired up, give them some information, some hope, because a lot of what we hear is so bad and so negative, but there are some good things happening with people signing up to be poll watchers and poll workers and door knockers and ballot chasers and ballot harvesters where they can. So talk a little bit about what you guys are doing over there, too.
So March 1st, the Nevada GOP is launching No Excuse Nevada, which is literally, it is a grassroots movement, and where we will literally send people out to have them work as poll workers, poll watchers. We saw in this last legislative session our poll watchers' wings clipped with all this, I call it election interference regulation. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have Republicans work as poll watchers, as poll workers. Another thing that we want to make sure that they do is early voting. Nevada is an early voting state. We can no longer wait until voting day to get out there. We have to start beating them at their own game. Ballot harvesting. Nevada was one of the first states that decriminalized ballot harvesting in 2021. So until we change the laws in Nevada, we have to go out there and harvest ballots on day one.
Right.
And we have to continue until Election Day. So No Excuses Nevada is really that movement that activates the grassroots. And I want to tell you something, not because I'm from Nevada, but I really believe that Nevada has the best grassroots in the Nevada GOP.
That's good.
So,
well, for a state known for gambling, you're not really leaving much to chance. You want everyone to get out and do what they got to do, right?
We put everybody to work at the Nevada GOP.
That's
Let
good.
me tell you.
That's
especially
good.
me.
And you know, something you hit on, being in the rooms and seeing what's going on. Folks, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. You have to get involved and be in these rooms to see what's going on, have the eyes so they know. And Chad, one of the things you worked on was when you got people and you started registering them, you kind of gave them the all shucks, what else can we do? And they all want to get involved because they're all fired up. And you said, hey, here's an idea. Get involved at the local party. Go wherever you want to go, 501c3. But get involved nonetheless.
Yeah, you know, and we were amazed, too. This kind of was a byproduct of doing the voter registration. We picked out the places that liberals had won by a little bit, and we thought, let's run up the score. That's our whole plan. Let's go to the places that, let's just run up the score. Let's get all those, you know, discouraged people. And out of that, the 312 churches that did the registration, people said, what do we do? I said, I tell you what, you're concerned about election integrity. Yeah. So we started recruiting poll workers, watchers. In Virginia, it's called sworn election officers. We recruited 1,343 people in churches. Here was what's great. They didn't see them coming. These were Sunday school classes, y'all. These weren't political hacks. They weren't experts. They weren't consultants. They didn't work for the campaign or the committees. They were people at Maple Street Baptist and Calvary Chapel down the street. And I just wrote a little 3x5 card. We're here to pray for you. Want to pray with you. What can we do to help? And by the way, we'd like to see a copy of all the new registrants since last Friday night at midnight. Blew them away. Blew them away. One day they called and I said, look for two things. People over 100 that can vote, that voted. Not that they can't vote, Hogan, but it's a flag. Would y'all agree?
Come on now.
It's a flag. Or more than 6 registered in a household. These are not trained experts. These are church people. One day they called and said, Chad, we found a house that 17 people registered in. What do you think? I said, that's a really big house. Why don't y'all run out there and see what it is? It was a field. No structure. The first election commission official that Jason Yarez indicted was that lady, because that was going on. We looked in Michigan. We separated it by hundreds. We found the first 200 names, over 100. We found online obituaries for 67 of them. So I know there's no cheating and there's no fraud, but you got to have eyeballs on it. We believe, no secret sauce, like you said, no silver bullets. We believe if you get the churches involved, they've never done this before. The 1,343, only 2 had ever done poll watching. Y'all, there are God-fearing, flag-waving, tax-paying Americans who love this nation, and they're sick and tired of what's going on, but you got to talk to them authentically. So we're going to be in every state we can possibly afford to be in to find those pastors, to embolden them to say, I want to get involved.
There are a lot of reputations floating around out there about people from the South, but have you ever seen someone from the South that talks faster than Chad Conley? It's unbelievable. All right. One more question for you as we begin to wrap up here. I saw this on your Twitter bio, and I just had to ask you about it. You say you're a based mama.
I am.
You're a hashtag firebrand.
Firebrand and American nationalist.
That's exactly. You want to be involved in this country and make her a better place for generations to come. Tell us, Do you see that happening in this upcoming election? Do you see that happening in Nevada? Can we all work together to get it done?
Absolutely. I think there are definitely things that we could do to ensure that these election interference laws, that I call them, can be changed. If you want to see all this bad legislation repealed, what you have to do is support your state legislatures.
Yes.
If you flip your legislatures red, every bad law on the books will go away. And that's where it starts,
Yeah.
really. So,
Chad, last question for you, too. You're talking about the pastor networks. You're talking about a lot of different states. Are you seeing those groups not just form, but wanting to get active in some of the key swing states?
Man, I'm telling you, God's people are waking up. I was in Wisconsin. I could tell the story in every state. This guy came up. We were doing our meeting. He said, I'll let you use the church because your buddy asked. I'm pretty skeptical. I said, Pastor, what are you skeptical about? He said, well, just the whole political thing. I said, do you think I want you to be political? He said, yeah, I guess so. I said, no, I want you to be biblical. He said, I'm not sure I understand. I said, stick around. Listen to me talk. He said, I got to go. He stayed out there the entire time. He comes up to me afterwards. This is in a key spot in a place like Wisconsin, swing state. He grabs me by the arm, and after I get done, he says, I want to be ground zero for everything you do in Wisconsin. It gives me goosebumps right now. If we just wake up the church a little bit, just a little bit, 40 to 45 million non-voting Christians. And I know people want to go after this bright, shiny object, whatever's sexy and fun and all that stuff. Go find the low propensity voters in the churches, and the way to access them is the pastors through relationships.
Absolutely, Chad. You know, you and I have talked about this too, but God ordained the family, He ordained the church, but He also ordained the state. Amen. And it's time for those churches to wake up and get involved, and I'm sure they will, thanks to the efforts you're doing. Folks, as we begin to wrap this panel, I just want to say something personally here, because coming to Cpac for me is such a blessing to be a small part of what Matt and Mercy have built. I remember when it used to be over the Omni Showroom years and years ago, much smaller, didn't do anything internationally, and now this thing has grown to a behemoth because it's a movement that's not going to stop. It's only growing every single year. You know, I was born in a very small town in North Carolina. I was raised in a smaller town in Arkansas, lived in South Carolina 20 years. Great relationship with my father, but my parents got divorced when I was about 5 years old. I was raised by a single woman, for all intents and purposes. I don't have a fancy last name like, Kennedy or Bush or Clinton. Thank God, my last name's Clinton. But I
wondered.
But yeah, thank you. But I'm just saying, I'm a nobody from nowhere. I shouldn't be able to work in an administration for a president of the United States. But as Principal Deputy Press Secretary in the White House under Donald Trump, folks, I got to walk into that White House every single day, go right through those gates and walk down that world-famous colonnade, right there by the Rose Garden. You know, the white colonnade. Remember Reagan walking by there in his tan suit with all those leaders? I got to walk there every day. I'd put my hands on the columns just to feel it. And I got to walk in there every day, get in my office that was from here to that clock, 20 paces away from the Oval Office. I got to go into that incredible room every single day, stand in front of the Resolute desk and give the President of the United States advice. Now, he never took any of it. But that is not the point. The point is, only in this country would someone like me get to give it. And I am supremely confident. There are people around the world who use our American flag and walk through their streets chanting things like liberty and freedom because they know what everybody in this room knows, what the left doesn't know. That this country is still a beacon of hope and of strength and of democracy and of goodness all over the world. And I am supremely confident with people in this room, people on this stage, getting involved in our elections, it's going to stay that way, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. Thank you very much for today. Thank you. God bless.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
If you're having fun this year, just wait for Cpac 2025. You can get your tickets now. Go to cpac.org/2025. See you there.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
It's no secret that Joe Biden loves his Inflation Reduction Act and the $1.2 trillion giveaway.
Inflation Reduction Act is giving people more breathing room, as my dad would say.
But Joe Biden is hiding something about his favorite law, a green new tax.
There is a carbon price in there, which is the methane fee, and it's actually pretty significant, but it didn't receive much attention.
Buried deep within the IRA is a huge tax on natural gas.
We've raised royalties on fossils that are being extracted from public lands.
The highest burden falls on the working class.
The fee could amount to tens of billions of dollars annually.
Make no mistake, Joe Biden's secret green tax is designed to harm American energy and ruin your family budget.
But guess what? It's working.
Secret taxes on our families. That's why in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
They put their lives on the line to preserve our American dream. Everything we have is because of everything they give. And now, more than ever, they need to know that we stand behind them. Each year, our community salutes honors the thousands of high school seniors who have made the selfless decision to pursue military service, not knowing where that journey may lead. For just $19 a month, you can provide the recognition and resources so urgently needed. Let's say thank you together.
Elise. Elise, how's Elise doing, right?
A Republican from Northern New York, the youngest woman ever to serve in Congress.
Elise Stefanik, the #3 leader in the House.
One of the former president's most loyal supporters.
What a job she's done. Thank you, Elise.
Thank God there are people out there like Elise Stefanik who doesn't just moan about things on Twitter.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is now suing Governor Hochul, claiming that allowing unregulated mass mail ballots violates the state constitution.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik has filed a complaint against New York Attorney General Letitia James.
It is a witch hunt. This committee is not about seeking the truth. It is a smear campaign.
Stefanik has filed a complaint alleging judicial misconduct.
The real threat to democracy is Joe Biden and Democrats who are attempting to remove President Trump from the ballot.
I have been so proud to stand up for for the American people in the toughest fight.
I watched her run over the head of Harvard, the head of Penn, the great old Wharton School of Finance.
Did I not realize when she opens that mouth, you were killing them, Elise? You were killing them.
Whether it's standing up for election integrity, whether it's being the first member of Congress to endorse President Trump, whether it's defeating Liz Cheney to unify the Republican Party.
I'll always be your friend. What a great future you have.
Are we ready to make America great again?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from New York, Chair of the House Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
Hello, Cpac. I have two very important questions for you. Are we ready to fire Joe Biden this November? And are we ready to elect President Donald J. Trump to save America? Yes, we are. It's time to make history. We always say that every election is the most important election in our lifetime, but this election truly is. Because in just 3 short years, Joe Biden and the far-left Democrats have laid waste to our great nation. For the first time ever, the majority of Americans believe the next generation will be worse off than their parents. This is fundamentally not who we are. The American dream is being destroyed by the radical left, and we are in a country that's in crisis. From Joe Biden's catastrophic border crisis, to Bidenflation crushing hardworking families, to evil terrorists attacking our most precious ally, Israel, to the shredding of our Constitution, and to the unprecedented, illegal, and corrupt weaponization of the federal government. We, the people, must vote to save our hallowed republic. The mainstream media, the loyal stenographers of the left, they fundamentally underestimate we the people every day. They underestimate President Donald J. Trump every single day. And I'm proud to say they have underestimated me at every turn. But I will never underestimate the power of you, the power of we the people. Because we know, like President Donald J. Trump knows, that we work for you. Not the arrogant editorial boards, not the cocktail party chattering class, not the entitled swamp, you, the people. Ten years ago, I was proud to make history as the youngest woman ever elected to the United States Congress. And it is my... Thank you. And it is my highest professional honor to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, the cradle of the American Revolution. I started my campaign at 28 years old. No one thought I could win a primary, let alone a general election, and flip a district from Democrat to Republican. They said, she can't win. Sound familiar? You see, I don't come from a political family. I was raised in a hardworking small business family who loves our country. I saw the extraordinary work ethic that my parents put into building their small business and providing a better opportunity for their children than they had themselves. I was the first member of my immediate family to have the opportunity to graduate from college. And I graduated from Harvard, but that's not the achievement. The achievement is graduating from Harvard and staying a conservative. And don't worry, I'll get back to Harvard in a minute. But in this first underdog campaign, we out-hustled, outworked, and we flipped a district from Democrat to Republican. We were underestimated, and we won by a historic margin thanks to we the people. You see, this was a district that Barack Obama won twice. Now, It's Trump and Elise country. After that first election in 2016, Democrats came after me with millions of dollars in attack ads because I was the only elected Republican woman in the Northeast who stood by President Trump. The Democrats spent every penny they could muster, but I doubled down, fought back, and proudly voted for President Donald J. Trump. And we all know how this ends. Trump defied odds, made history, and made America great again. But the vicious left is relentless, and I was underestimated yet again when during the first sham impeachment in 2019, infamous Russia hoaxer Adam Schiff was so bothered by my crystal clear defense of the Constitution, the rule of law, and President Trump that he broke congressional rules to try and shut me down. But he failed. And like all of you, on January 6th, I stood up for the Constitution and election integrity. I then went on to defeat and replace Pelosi puppet Liz Cheney. And now I'm proud to serve in top leadership as House Republican Conference Chair, and I'm proud to be the first member of Congress to endorse President Trump for re-election. Time and time again, I have stood in the breach for President Trump, for the Constitution, and most importantly for you, we the people, in some of the toughest fights of our republic. The American people know that I always have a backbone of steel. Just ask the presidents of Harvard and Penn. Sorry, I should say the former presidents of Harvard and Penn. Did you all see that congressional hearing on anti-Semitism? I've been in a lot of high-profile hearings over my years in Congress, but this was truly the most morally bankrupt testimony that I have ever witnessed. And I asked each of the university presidents a simple question, and it was not a political question. It was a moral one. And that question was this: does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct on bullying and harassment? And shockingly, one after another shocked the world and answered, quote, "It depends on the context." And the world heard. Let me be clear, it does not depend on the context. You ask that same question to 3 hardworking constituents from my district, a farmer, a manufacturer, and a suburban mom, and they know how to answer that question. It is now the most viewed testimony in the history of the United States Congress with billions of views. And let me say it again for all to hear: 2 down, so many to go. They're fired. And this hearing showed the world what we already know, that there is a radical leftist rot in our higher education system that is destroying the minds of our next generation. These are the same so-called elite schools that rank last when it comes to defending freedom of speech. They gleefully cancel conservatives simply for being pro-life or standing up for election integrity, and yet they fail to condemn the genocide of Jews. We must stop the flow of taxpayer dollars to these dens of anti-Semitism. We must account for every dollar of foreign funding flowing into these schools, and we will end the tax breaks that have incentivized this moral rot on campus. And we all know it's not just these 3 schools, it's sadly schools across the country. That's why subpoenas are already out the door. It's why we launched an investigation, and we will not rest until we hold them accountable. That historic hearing showed that one voice supported by the American people can set off an earthquake and a reckoning and help save our country. We cannot give up. The life of our country is at stake, and as we all know, the closer President Trump gets to victory, the dirtier the Democrats, their stenographers in the media, and the corrupt prosecutors will get. They will stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, in their attempt to steal this next election. We saw Democrats baselessly impeach President Trump twice. They indicted him 4 times for non-crimes and are trying to bankrupt him and destroy his successful business. In my home state of New York, far-left Democrat New York Attorney General Tish James, who campaigned on going after President Trump, she teamed up with an unethical Democrat Manhattan judge to unconstitutionally impose a nearly $500 million penalty on Trump for the victimless non-crime of paying back banks in full, on time, as agreed, with interest. It's corrupt. And the left has gone so far as to desperately try to remove President Trump from the ballot. Why? Because Joe Biden's approval is in free fall, and they want to take away the vote from you. Meanwhile, you have the corrupt Joe Biden crime family lining their pockets from illegal influence peddling schemes, the Biden crime family. Yet Democrats in the media like to pretend they are saving democracy. But it's the radical left and the Democrats that are destroying democracy. But we cannot let them, and we won't let them. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter this election season, we cannot lose sight of what's at stake. America itself is on the line. We had the most secure border in our nation's history when President Trump left office. Joe Biden took executive actions leading to the most wide-open border in our nation's history, with over 8 million illegals invading our country, an amount greater than the population of 36 states. Biden halted border wall construction. He ended Trump's Remain in Mexico policy and implemented catch and release. In Joe Biden's America, every district is a border district. Every state is a border state. The southern border is being invaded, and even on the northern border in my district, illegal crossings are up over 1,400%, including individuals on the terrorist watch list. Crime is spreading from cities to small towns. Cartels cross the southern border with zero consequences. Illegal immigrants come to our cities, assault our brave law enforcement officers, rob our neighbors, and if they are in New York City, Democrats give them a taxpayer-funded debit card. Fentanyl is pouring into every crevice of the country and poisoning a generation of Americans. This is Joe Biden's border crisis. The media won't hold him accountable. The left won't hold him accountable. So you and I must, and we will hold him accountable at the ballot box. And the border crisis is not the only Biden crisis. We are in an economic crisis for hardworking Americans. President Trump left Joe Biden the strongest economy in my lifetime. Millions of new jobs, historic wage growth for blue-collar workers, the lowest unemployment in 50 years, booming U.S. manufacturing, and 15 million Americans lifted out of poverty. Yet Joe Biden and the Democrats quickly destroyed this booming economy by passing trillions of dollars of reckless spending, leading to painful Bidenflation, the worst inflation in my lifetime. Now, hardworking young families can't afford homes. Middle-class workers can't afford groceries. The cost for nearly everything has skyrocketed, from car insurance to family pizza night. And President Biden has the audacity to point to Wall Street and claim that the economy is booming and Bidenomics is working. It's offensive to the American people. And there's one more Biden crisis that I want to point out, and it's the most insidious of them all. It's one I witness every single day when I defend President Trump from the deep state. And that is the way Democrats attack our democracy. We saw it with the Russia collusion hoax. Obama spied and then lied. We saw it with how they unconstitutionally rigged the 2020 election. We saw it when the deep state colluded with big tech and used taxpayer dollars to censor the accurate Hunter Biden laptop story. And we see it today as unelected liberals try to unconstitutionally remove Trump from the ballot. And let's remember, Democrats objected to every Republican president in the 21st century. This is the same justice system that shrugs off the worst corruption we've ever seen in the White House from the Biden crime family. Here is a rule of thumb that I know you will agree with. What the Democrats accuse us of, they are guilty of 10 times over. And here's why this really matters. If they weaponize the government against President Trump, they can weaponize it against you. And they have. Joe Biden's weaponized DOJ has targeted Catholics, gun owners, conservatives, and even parents at school board meetings. It's up to you, my fellow American patriots, to save our republic. President Trump truly has the most powerful force behind him. You, we the people. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what I want you to know. Whoever you are, wherever you're from, whatever your age, if ever there was a time for patriots to step up and fight, this is it. And it will not be easy. When the media and the elites attack us for supporting President Trump, it's because they are scared. They're scared of what he will accomplish when he drains the swamp. And they're scared of what you will accomplish. So remember what President Trump taught us. When they attack you, we double down and fight back. We are counting on the people to save this great country, to save America, and save America we will. And I want to end with this. As we embark on the difficult path ahead, I again turn to Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We, the people, will never give up on America. I will never give up on you. President Trump will never give up on you. Thank you. God bless you. God bless President Trump. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, Cpac. Thank you. Thanks, Cpac.
For the last 3 years, the Biden administration's attack on American energy weakened our standing in the world. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Europeans worried about Vladimir Putin cutting off their energy supply. Here at home, the Biden administration would blame Russia for rising gas prices, even though the cost of gas was already up 40% before the invasion. Meanwhile, Russia joined with other OPEC countries to cut oil production, further driving up the price of gasoline. We saw President Biden travel to Saudi Arabia and beg them for oil. More recently, Hamas terrorists launched a brutal attack on civilians. Under President Biden, Hamas ally Iran had a record year for oil exports in 2022, with their biggest customers being China and Venezuela. Surrendering American energy independence carries a steep price tag. It's something we should all remember because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp, and I'm not here with Mercy, but we do a great show called America Uncanceled several times a week, and make sure you tune in.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Ohio, United States Senator J.D. Vance, and host of Rob Schmidt Tonight on Newsmax, Rob Schmidt.
Thank you. Oh. How are we doing, Cpac? Very good? That's nice to be here. This is my first Cpac, actually. I think it's your third, right?
I believe it's my third, yeah.
Third? Okay.
It's good to be here.
Good to see everybody here. All right, so we've got about 20 minutes here, and I kind of want to start the conversation on it's a 2-year anniversary of a war we've been funding now for 2 years in Ukraine. You've made a lot of headlines in the last couple of weeks with your position on this in the Senate. It's an unusual position. I want to kind of start off with that and just kind of ask you to clarify, what is your position on America's involvement in this war in Ukraine?
Sure. Well, first, Rob, thanks for doing this and thanks for interviewing me. I think that they had me be interviewed because they were worried I'd go on too long and get us off schedule. So here we are. But thanks to all of you for being here, and thanks to Cpac for having me. I mean, my argument is pretty simple. First of all, I think that it is absurd for us to devote so many resources, so much attention, and so much time to a border conflict 6,000 miles away when our own U.S. southern border is wide open. We've got to focus more on our own problems close to home. That's my first position. Really, if you dig in from there, what I've argued is, look, we know that Democrats are obsessed with Russia. The Russia collusion hoax, everything for the past 6 years has been Russia, 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 and it's clouded our judgment. We need to be smart about what we're doing. Now, of course, we don't like that Russia invaded Ukraine, but the question becomes, what can we do about it? And there are a couple of separate ways, I think, in which the elites of this country, Democrats and Republicans, have fundamentally failed the American people in this moment. The first is that we have expended decades worth of supplies of American weapons on the Ukraine-Russia conflict when we don't make enough of that stuff on our own. We know the story. One of the reasons Donald Trump was elected in 2016 is we don't manufacture enough of our own stuff anymore. So we need to make more of our own stuff, but they've put us in this position where we don't do enough of it, so we don't make enough of our own stuff, and at the same time that we don't make enough of our own stuff, they want us to send all of our critical weapons overseas. Well, what happens, God forbid, if the Chinese invade Taiwan? What happens, God forbid, if there's a direct threat to American soil? We now no longer have the weapons in store to actually prosecute our own national security. Let's focus on our own problems. That's the first failure, Rob. And the second thing, if I may say, is the way that these guys have obsessively focused on the problems of Ukraine to the exclusion of everything else that's going on in our country. I have seen colleagues of mine, even Republican colleagues, who are much more emotionally invested in what's going on 6,000 miles away than they are in their own country. If the thing you care most about, we can agree to disagree on Ukraine. I imagine a lot of you agree with me, some of you don't. Yeah. But if the thing you care most about is a conflict 6,000 miles away, you should not be a leader of this country. Focus on our own country's problems.
And that was the crux of my question is, I mean, and especially that what you're describing is so evident in the Senate, I think, more than anywhere. I mean, it's, what is that? Clarify what that is that exists inside of Washington. That why is it that when people go to Washington, they forget about the rest of the country? And that I think that all the wealth of this country exists inside of this bubble here in this city. And why is it that the rest of the world becomes so important and the domestic issues that we have go to the background? What happens when you get to Washington?
So here's what I think's going on, Rob. I think it's hard for these guys to psychologically accept that they have let the country become weaker on their watch. It was, of course, Donald Trump, a complete outsider to politics, who ran in 2016 saying, you people, the bipartisan consensus in this country has failed and we need something else. Now, of course, you know, he was born, I believe, in the 1940s, so he's seen all of this happen, but he's seen it happen as an outsider with the recognition that new leadership needs to happen. Now, here let me just give you an example here. So my family, obviously, we're all from Ohio, but I have a lot of family from eastern Kentucky, the Appalachian part of Kentucky. And the county that my grandparents were born in, the life expectancy in that county is 67. 67, that's comparable to a lot of third world countries. If you are a leader and you have allowed that to happen to your own country in your own backyard, if you're Mitch McConnell and you're a senator from Kentucky and you care more about the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine than about the fact that your own citizens are getting murdered by fentanyl brought in by cartels, and that's lowering life expectancy, you need to look in the mirror and accept that your job has been a failure. You've been a failure at your job of leadership.
And what is the diagnosis of that, though? What happens to them, though? Because there's no reason why that should be that way. That's what I don't understand.
The reason I think it's that way is because it's easier to look at the problem 6,000 miles away, to look yourself in the mirror and accept that you've been a failure in leading your country over the past generation. Look, think about this. The bipartisan consensus over the last 40 years in this country, it's seen the rise of China. It's seen the destruction of the American manufacturing base, which is why we don't have enough weapons to send to Ukraine and also focus on ourselves. I mean, I'm the father of 3 little kids, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. Take your kids to a pharmacy today and be told that there's not enough amoxicillin for the kids of our own country because we let the communist Chinese make the antibiotics that we put into the bodies of our kids. This is a legacy of failure from these guys, and it's very hard for them to look themselves in the mirror and say, we screwed this up. And of course, the biggest screw up, the biggest problem we have right now is the American southern border. And if you're not focused on that, and you're not getting fired up about that, and you're not pulling all-nighters at the U.S. Senate about that, you're in the wrong job.
Can I ask you, that's a good point. I want to ask about the Senate border bill that, you know, has gone through, that is, you know, basically being held up in the House at this point. Johnson doesn't want to bring it to the floor. How did a bill like that get crafted? I mean, was there any actual concern? I mean, was it leadership that put it together? Was there any actual concern about the border, or was it just used as a ruse to get money for foreign wars? I mean, how did something like that happen?
Oh, how much time do we have, Rob? This is, we could go a long time on this. Here's basically what happened. So any negotiation, we're divided government, right? Democrats control the presidency, Republicans control the House. The thought was, going into it, Republicans are divided about Ukraine, but we're united on border security. We want border security. Democrats are divided on, or are united on Ukraine. They're divided on border security. So there's the seed of a negotiation, a successful negotiation. The Democrats will give us border security, and then we'll give them money for Ukraine. Now, set to the side whether you like that negotiation, that was the way it was set up. The problem, Rob, is the border security was always fake. And I've heard from Democratic colleagues, I've heard from Democratic staffers who have said the Republican leadership in the Senate never pushed that hard for border security. there was always this kind of wink, wink. Well, we've got to go through the motions here. We've got to convince the conservative knuckle draggers like J.D. Vance that we can care about border security, but we don't really care about it that much. So the American people got screwed in that deal.
So then they don't want a secure border.
Exactly. Well, they at least care more about Ukraine than they do about border security in their own country. It was always a fig leaf. It was always the idea was, we're going to write another $61 billion to Ukraine, and we'll sort of throw a bone to the people of Cpac and say we tried to do border security. But think about it. If you go into a negotiation saying, we don't actually care about the thing that we're allegedly negotiating over, you're not going to get anything, and that's exactly what happened over the last couple of weeks in Washington, D.C. It's a disgrace, and every person here should be pissed off about it.
That's exactly, I'm sure they are. And to clarify, when we're talking about you're not anti-Ukraine. You don't have an anti-Ukraine position. You don't want Ukraine to lose this war. They try and paint anybody that wants perhaps diplomacy in this situation, which is something on my show we talk about all the time. We talk about with Rick Grinnell all the time. Like, what happened to diplomacy the last 2 years of this war? Why is nobody fighting to figure out a way to end this war? Why is it just send more money, send more bullets, send more guns? Why is that the only option that we have here? Why is that the only option that they're willing to look at? Why is it that there's no Tony Blinken in the room trying to figure out a way to get out of this thing? It feels like they want the war.
It's all, Rob, I hate to say it, but I think it's all about the money. It's all about money for people who are getting, look, let's be honest, whether it's the reconstruction that will come to Ukraine hopefully soon, but maybe not for another couple of years, or whether it's the direct supply of resources, whether it's the corruption in the country, we know that a lot of money is getting skimmed off the top here. We don't know how much, we don't know exactly how it works, but we know there are real problems. And I think another thing that's going on, Rob, is that these people have convinced themselves, meaning the leadership of our country today, that diplomacy is a bad word. I remember when Donald Trump, maybe the most important thing he said during the campaign was, what's in America's interest is for the killing to stop. Like, such a simple insight, right? We want the killing to stop. We want energy prices to come down, food prices to come down. All of these things are made worse by a never-ending conflict in Eastern Europe. But these guys, if you talk about diplomacy, oh, you're a Putin shill. Where have we heard that from? We've heard that for the first 4 years of Donald Trump's administration, that he was a Putin shill, even though Vladimir Putin, the only time he didn't invade another country was when Donald Trump was president. It doesn't even pass the smell test, but these people have gotten themselves convinced that it's a bad word to engage in statesmanship. It's crazy, it's bad for the country, but it's where we are today.
It's the politics, it's so insidious. It's so frustrating to. When the people in this room are paying attention, and most people aren't, which is why these stupid little games work the way they do. But if you're paying attention and you're watching this and you're seeing it, it's so frustrating to see that when you're just trying to do the right thing and you get painted as a certain way, they vilify people for just having a difference of opinion. Yep. I mean, that's the most dangerous thing. And in this country, we see that constantly, and they have complete control of the media narrative.
So it's funny, Rob. There are, I believe, 3 U.S. senators who are on a permanent lifetime ban list to Russia, and I'm one of them, right? Oh. So the mainstream press, the mainstream press calls me a Putin shill. I've never even talked to the guy. I don't get to go to Moscow to have the pierogies in Russia. Like, it's a lose-lose proposition for me. But of course, it's good for the country to have somebody saying, how long does this go on? How much money are we supposed to funnel into this country? And importantly, Rob, something needs to be said. You asked me, am I anti-Ukraine? Of course I'm not. In fact, I think these people are very brave. Most of them are just obviously good people who are trying to do the right thing. The average age for a soldier in the Ukrainian military right now is about 45 years old. Yeah. I'm 39. I was in the Marine Corps when I was 19 years old. That is not a healthy thing. So if you care about Ukraine, but most importantly, if you care about America, you should be wanting this thing to come to some diplomatic resolution. I think that's the only hope from here on out.
Zelensky's not pushing for that, though. I mean, that's the one thing that confuses a lot of people. His people are dying. I don't have any question that the guy loves his country. He wants to be in that country. He's a Ukrainian. He's letting his own people get killed on the field, and there's no push for an end.
So this is interesting, Rob. What Zelensky and a lot of folks in Ukraine have said, and I was in sort of Munich a couple of days ago, actually, the big national security confab, and I was pretty much the only person who believed the things that I do there. People said, well, you're on an island. I said, well, I'm on an island maybe in Munich, but I'm not on an island in the United States of America. The majority of the American people actually agree with my worldview here, and I think that's important. But what the leaders of Ukraine from Zelensky on down have said, that there was a negotiated peace to be had back in the early days of fighting. You know who prevented it? The Biden administration and Boris Johnson, who was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So I actually think that there was an opportunity for peace. I still think there's an opportunity for peace. You just have to get the wackos and the idiots out of the White House.
Yeah, well said. Well said. I want to talk about 2024 here for a moment. I mean, there's new polling out, it seems almost every day at this point. When you look even at the specific issues, former President Biden, I should say, is getting crushed. You look at specifically immigration, foreign policy, he's getting eviscerated. And people get excited, right? Because they think, oh, great, Trump has a great chance in the next election. That's wonderful. What I see and what I think terrifies me, if you look at a country that's been pulled for decades to the left, 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 you got to think long term. What I see is, that this next election is going to be competitive. It's not going to be a landslide. Look at what they're able to do to a country and still compete electorally and still compete for power. I mean, I've never seen, I could never have imagined that Biden was going to come in and just start dismantling every single thing that works about this country as fast as he can, and then somehow get to a point where, it's going to be close. I mean, you can look at the polls all you want, but damn well when that election comes down, it's going to be tight. It's going to come down to 4 or 5 states, and it's going to be close. How have we gotten to the point in this country where I almost feel like we're just full of guilt and self-loathing that we elect people that dismantle everything that we love about our country?
I think we have to be honest about 2 things, Rob. This is by design. So there are 2 major structural problems in the American Republic right now. The first is that we gave control over our entire information ecosystem to big technology companies that hate the values of the people in this room.
Yeah.
If you really want to have a free and fair election in 2024, the most important thing, break up Google. Break up Google and return power over the information economy to the American people. Just think about this. That's where 99% of people, regardless of their politics, get their information. We know now that it's completely dominated by left-wing radicals. It has a complete monopoly. I think it's illegal, by the way, to have that monopoly control over information. You go in and type in, did Donald Trump say such and such about immigration? Or is Joe Biden too old to be president of the United States? Well, the answer is yes, right? You don't need a Google search for that. But the results will be so biased and so corrupted in a left-wing direction. That's one of the reasons why we have major problems with our elections in this country. One other point, Rob, I didn't realize this until a few weeks ago. The immigration chaos, we talk about it all the time. We talk about the sex trafficking, these poor kids who are brought into this country by the cartels and sold into slavery. We, of course, talk about the fentanyl problem. The reason why we have a border crisis, it is by design. Biden is invading the country with people who he knows are going to vote disproportionately for Democrats. And this is an important point. Again, I didn't realize this until a few weeks ago. California has 5 more congressional representatives than it should. Do you know why? They count illegal aliens for purposes of assigning apportionment in Congress. So when these guys flood the country with millions of people who shouldn't be here, they destroy the voting power of citizens in our own republic. This is by design, and this is maybe the last very good chance we have to stop it in 2024.
It is something else. I want to finish off. I want to talk about Trump's legal woes. Obviously he still has a number of cases against him, but again, we just talked about the polling shows Biden in a lot of trouble. Do you really think that they're going to try and throw this man in jail?
Absolutely. They're going to try with everything.
But will they be able to do it?
Absolutely not. I think the American people are too strong. We're too woken up to it. But look, I was thinking about this earlier because I serve, I had some success in the private sector before I got into Washington. That's unusual for most of my colleagues in the Senate from either side of the aisle. Most people in politics, think about this, from Nancy Pelosi's stock picking to others, they get richer from having served in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is maybe the first politician in my lifetime who will be much poorer for having served his country. That is the best evidence that we should reelect him in 2024. He's actually sacrificed for this country in a way that's very unusual in politics. But because he actually does it for the right reasons, they're going to try to destroy him. And they've been trying to destroy him. What was the Russia collusion hoax? It was about destroying Donald Trump. This ridiculous New York fraud case, it's about destroying the guy's wealth before he re-enters the Oval Office. All of these lawfares, they're all about showing the American people that you can have the president you want, but we're going to try to destroy him if it's not approved by the elites of this country. It is why we have to renominate him for the folks in South Carolina who are voting tomorrow. We can't let the crazies and we can't let the judges determine who our nominee is. We decide who our nominee is, and we decide who our president is, too.
Well said. Well said. I think we'll leave it there. Senator, thank you so much. We appreciate it. It's great to talk to you.
Thank you all.
Thank you guys very much.
Great to have you.
Thank you.
This is great. See you guys. I.O.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to visit the Cpac store powered by Revere Payments, located on the lower level in Cpac Central. And don't forget to vote in the Cpac straw poll. Go to cpac.org/straw poll and enter your PIN number located on your badge. Remember, every vote counts.
On January 7, 2021, they tried to silence our voices forever as 1.2 million Americans were deplatformed, including our great real president, Donald Trump. It's been 3 long years of fighting to save our country and secure our elections, but now our voice is bigger than ever. God has blessed me with frankspeech.com and our courageous Lindell TV lineup with Emerald Robinson, Steve Bannon, and the great Lou Dobbs, along with hundreds of other hosts. We want you to be informed and involved as we work to save our country. So watch our epic lineup on Lindell TV at frankspeech.com. Thank you and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Better View. Please welcome journalist and host of The Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly, and Cpac Senior Fellow, Mercedes Schlapp.
That's amazing.
How's everybody doing?
Come
the
on.
media told me nobody was here. Look at all these people.
Megyn, this is your inaugural Cpac appearance.
Yes, I was never allowed to do this kind of thing when I was at Fox, and now I'm free.
You're free. You're free. And let's talk a little bit about this. So there's this rise of alternative media. I don't even want to call it alternative media, but it is this media that's trying to present the truth. It's trying to present a more comprehensive picture. How have you seen media change in your career?
Oh my God, hugely. I mean, when I was a lawyer back in the dark ages, I remember seeing clips of this woman, Jessica Savage. And if you're old enough, you remember who that is. And if you're young, you've never heard of her. But she was on NBC, and she was beautiful, and she rose at the same time as Connie Chung. And made it at a time when very few women were even in news. And that was the era of like straight facts, no personality, just the facts. And that was a golden era in some ways. It wasn't completely infected with left-wing bias. It was there, but it wasn't as bad. And then you flash forward to during the Trump era when they openly declared their bias. They leaned into it. They thought it was important to say their own opinion. He's a bigot, he's a racist, he's a this, he's a that. And completely sacrificed their objectivity, and in so doing, sacrificed the industry. I mean, it was, I've said before, it was an assisted suicide. Trump helped them, but they did it to themselves.
Yeah, but we just saw, for example, when President Trump won the Iowa caucus, and you saw Rachel Maddow come out on MSNBC saying, no, we're not going to put out the whole speech.
Yes.
No, because because she wanted her voice to be heard and not allow the viewers, now we know the viewers there are, lean left, to listen to what Donald Trump had to say. I mean, this is pure propaganda.
So this is her problem. She never had children, and she decided her audience must be her children. They need to be babied like little toddlers because their mommy can't allow them to hear any of the naughty words that Trump is going to speak because, she explained, they traffic in truth at MSNBC, which is the biggest lie we've heard out of anybody over there.
Yes.
I mean, after all the years of Russiagate, for her to actually look at the audience and say, we don't traffic in lies and we can't allow a non-true thing to be said to you, and I'll be the policewoman of it, please. I mean, people know it's a lie.
You're right about that. The media is this leftist media, this propaganda machine. They literally line up the Democrat talking points, and it is so much of this Trump hatred like I've never, ever, ever seen. And quite frankly, they hate the Trump activists. They hate the MAGA voter. They are insulted by the MAGA voter. What is that disconnect? Is it just New York and like the New York media, that kind of elite media that is not understanding where the rest of America is?
It's not just them. I mean, it's really all media other than alternative. But this is, I think, what CNN is struggling with right now. At least MSNBC has kind of owned how much it hates Republicans for a long time. They're not faking it. I mean, I give them points.
I mean, they're fake news, but they're not faking it.
Right. That's exactly. There's a distinction there.
Right.
But CNN, you know, back when I was on the primetime of Fox News, I used to watch CNN as I was getting ready for the Kelly File. They were kind of boring, but they were straight down the middle, and like, you know, you get the basic facts. Then during Trump, they completely broke. I mean, Trump broke CNN. He ruined CNN. They ruined themselves, but he gave them the invitation and they took it.
Right.
And now they want us to see them as possible to trust. You know, now we're supposed to look at the same anchors who said, not only do I disagree with you, I hate you.
Yeah.
I can't stand you. Your children, everything that is important to you, I loathe. And you're supposed to say, he could be fair. Sure, I trust her. It's of course a broken model, and I do think that's why one of the reasons why alternative media is doing so well.
Well, the Trump derangement syndrome grows even further when we're talking about lawfare. This is something that we see the propaganda machine, something you would see in an authoritarian regime. Then you're moving towards this sense of lawfare, which is really, I think, a scary tactic that's being used by the left. But then it gets interesting. I felt like I was watching a soap opera when I was watching Fani Willis and her love interest, Nathan Wade, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was one of the craziest TV court, that you can imagine.
It was like a soap opera.
It was like a soap opera.
I love what's happening in that case. I'm not going to lie.
Tell us more.
So I was not going to do a show today because I was coming here to be with all of you. So I took the train down. Yeah. And I took the train down, but then I don't know if you saw today's news on Fani Willis.
Oh, please tell us.
It's amazing. And so we did a show. I just did a show from the hotel room before I came down here. And it'll be out later, the Megyn Kelly Show. Download for free. In any event, it's insane. So these two prosecutors, Fani Wade and the man she brought in, Nathan Wade, admit that they had an affair. They denied it started.
Fani Willis, you already changed her name.
I go with Fani. I think we all know it's Fani. Okay? Fani Willis. I keep saying Fani Wade.
I thought you said Fani Wade.
She's Fani Willis, but I keep saying Fani Wade. I mean, I'm hoping something good could come out of this for them. So they both took the stand in this trial. They denied that they had an affair any time prior to her hiring them. And now, bit by bit, we're learning, of course, it appears very much the opposite. And what happened today was the Trump team they subpoenaed the cell phone records of Nathan Wade during 2021. And according to the private investigator, who's got expertise in analyzing cell phone tower data and cell phone data, he called her. They spoke on the phone in 11 months, 2,000 times, 1,800 texts. I averaged it out. It was about 180 texts a day. I went back and looked at mine with my husband. We were at 1/5 of the ratio that those two were. He was allegedly over there, according to the cell phone analysis, between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. and then midnight and 5 a.m. And according to CBS News, she's going to get ready to defend this today by saying, he was part of my kitchen cabinet team.
Oh, yeah.
For discussing random cases. Because,
Mm-hmm.
when you have business to discuss, who doesn't have their platonic colleague over at 4 a.m.? We were saying it wasn't a booty call, it was a Fani call.
Too much? No, not at all. Keep going.
But anyway, can I just put a opinion on that?
Please, no.
So I do believe they're both going to get booted off of this case.
Really?
I believe they lied under oath to this judge to save their own skins. They're prosecuting Trump and his colleagues for lying. That is one of the main things that she's accusing them of. And the reason it's so delicious is because the same thing, I believe, that made Fani Willis lie under oath, despite the fact that it would be wrong for a civilian, but it's really wrong for an officer of the court, is the same thing that made her bring this BS prosecution.
Yeah.
It's her partisan, dishonest nature. She wanted to get Trump, just like Letitia James wanted to get Trump, and Alvin Bragg and Jack Smith. And I really think that the brilliant lawfare artists on the defense side in Georgia should have a talk with the other defense lawyers in these other cases. Because if this is how we're going to fight, dirty, below the belt, making up charges, breaking our system of rule of law, which didn't use to prosecute political enemies, then we should fight back the same way. Right. It should be brought right back on all these prosecutors.
Right. Going into what we've seen with all of these cases, I mean, you've got the Stormy Daniels case against Trump as well. That's going to be heard here shortly. You've got Jack Smith's obsession with Donald Trump. Yep. You've got, obviously, the civil fraud case in New York, Judge Enderon, who $340 million.
It's going to be $450 million.
400 by the time we're done with this?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just trying to break this man. They're trying to destroy his life, destroy his family, all for political persecution.
We've really crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah.
We never used to do this to each other. Like, we would fight, we knew we disagreed, we'd fight, bare-knuckled brawling, the two sides, but we would never put a man's freedom at risk just because we disagreed with him.
Right.
We would never try to devastate his business and disincentivize any good man or woman for running for office, right? Like, who would run? Don't you know, like, a couple of great people in your life who you're like, God, you'd be great to run? Who that's sane would run if you thought this was a likely outcome? I asked Trump about it. I interviewed him in September, and I was like, what are you doing this for? You already were president. You could be in Scotland doing the golf, which you love, and enjoying your grandkids, and he isn't built that way. And I do think he thinks he's got unfinished business for the country, and I think the country feels the same.
So what legal advice would you give Donald Trump?
Honestly, keep at it. Because I'll tell you, Trump's got 4 criminal trials coming his way, and in order to avoid, I heard Rob and JD talking about, is he likely to, go to jail? And I do think JD's right. Senator Vance, they'll try to make him go to jail. But Trump needs to pull an inside straight in order to avoid jail. And can I tell you something? He's doing it. He's doing it. I've been watching these cases very carefully. It's not a lock, but it's going as well as it can go. He's obviously got very good lawyers around him. The New York case is BS. He's not facing real jail time in that one. That should be a slap on the wrist, and he is going to be convicted, but it's such BS. He allegedly paid a porn star to be quiet, and then they're mad he didn't document his hush payment. That's the very nature of a hush payment, is that you don't write it down and tell everybody about it. Anyway, so that's that one. Then you got the 2 Jack Smith litigations, where it's all, January 6th and the Mar-a-Lago documents. Well, the Mar-a-Lago documents is getting slow-rolled and slow-rolled and slow-rolled because it's so complex. Does the jury need security clearance? Do the lawyers need security clearance to see the documents he had? This is not getting tried before November. And if Trump can win, both of those federal prosecutions go away. He doesn't need to pardon himself. He just needs to pull the DOJ off of the cases. That's it. All he needs to do is delay those 2 cases until post-November, and it's happening. Yeah. Now, the one in D.C., she really wants to try this case. Judge Chutkan would love to put Trump behind bars. And that one he's vulnerable in because of the jury pool, but that one, too, has got the main heart of it, the obstruction charge, and I'm trying not to bore you, but the main charge is the obstruction charge. You obstructed a proceeding of Congress on January 6th. That's going up to the Supreme Court through the other January 6th defendants, and their case is very strong. Right. So the heart of that Trump case could get thrown out through a proceeding that's going up with other defendants. And that leaves us with Georgia and my girl Fani.
Girl Fani! Go Fani!
And if Fani Willis is thrown off this case, her entire office is thrown off this case, and there are real questions about whether there is another prosecutor down in Georgia who would take it and wants to try it.
Yeah, Fani Cash. Fani Cash. Yeah. That should be her name. Shifting gears here, obviously you're a mom, and you have 2 boys, 1 girl. We were having this discussion as a mother of 5 girls. And parents out there, they're freaking out. They're looking at the fact that this leftist agenda has penetrated into their schools. This is a topic we've been discussing here, where you have 14-year-old girls having mastectomies. They're getting puberty blockers. You have the medical industry supporting this. How do we stop this?
If you take nothing else away, I hope, from anything I say tonight, please take this away. Fight. You have to. You can't remain silent to protect your reputation or how people feel about you. Parents need to stand up against this. Your child's safety, and apart from their safety, their opportunity, the chance at winning, the chance of having the glory of crossing the finish line first, it's all in danger if you don't say anything. And I know it's scary, you're afraid, you want to be seen as empathetic and not a bigot, not a transphobe. Eventually, hopefully you'll get to the point where many of us are, which is, I don't care what you call me.
Exactly.
I couldn't care less what you think of me when I'm standing up for children's rights. A couple of things here. Number one, they tell us that the puberty blockers into the cross-sex hormones, it's fine. Puberty blockers are just a pause. It's a lie. 97% of kids who go on puberty blockers will do cross-sex hormones immediately thereafter, and you know what that does? That will sterilize your child. Now your child is more than likely going to be sterile and zero sexual enjoyment for the rest of his or her life. Did you know that? There will be no sexual pleasure for your child. You want to make that decision for a 13-year-old? You think they know what they're giving up? There was a detransitioner recently who managed to get pregnant, which is against all the odds. And she was in tears at the birth of her baby, not fully tears of joy, but also because she couldn't breastfeed. She had had her breast chopped off when she was a teenager, a young teenager. Yeah. And you know, Mercedes, it's like when I had my child, my first child, I, of course, went through the 9 months of pregnancy. The moment I felt like I really became a mother was when they put that baby to your breast and you're like, holy mother, right? Yeah, it's this before and after moment.
Don't men, what is it, chest feed?
I can't.
What it is? And
there's no such thing as chest feeding.
And the male pregnancy, that's the one I'm like, really, people?
Chest
really?
feeding is child abuse. They pump these men full of hormones and then so that it can produce something approximating milk. And then this poor tortured baby is in agony trying to get enough out of there. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Megan, but this is the thing. The left has hijacked our language. They have changed what would be common sense, just language. We have to now do pronouns. Every time I see these young people out there where they on Instagram and they're like, she, her, they, it's like,
no.
Seriously.
No. No.
Pronouns are for English class.
Don't do
not
them.
for but it's like, how can these parents get to their kids and their grandkids and basically say, please stop this. You're being brainwashed.
You have to inoculate them at home. You know, I mean, you have to get them, they're going to be in a leftist world. It's a leftist media, leftist sports, leftist corporate America, not to mention the academy, you know, the universities and so on. You have to inoculate them at home by talking about it.
Right.
We've told our kids, don't say your pronouns. If somebody asks you what your pronouns are, you just say, I'm not comfortable with that. You don't have to do it. Just because some leftist tries to make you, you don't have to do that. Right. And let me tell you something. There was a great piece online, and I love the line, the title of it. Pronouns are rohypnol. They dull your senses. It's the way the left controls language is to make you behave the way they want you to behave. You know, like, this is racist, this is transphobic, this is so that you won't do the thing, you won't say the thing. And saying the pronouns is how they get you to bend on gender ideology. They dull your brain to the incongruity of calling a he a she. And they're doing it intentionally. They want you to get dulled to that fake reality they're shoving down our throats.
Right.
You have to resist. You can say with all due respect, I don't do that. And look, if I'm sitting across, and I've actually had this conversation with Caitlyn Jenner, but if I were sitting across from Caitlyn Jenner, would I intentionally be like, he? No, I'm not looking to be a jerk. But I would not say, you know, what's it like to be a woman? How about being a girl, no, that's a lie. And I do think we need to reject pronouns and the lies of language because otherwise we're pulled in. We're part of the problem.
And then on the biological men playing in women's sports, which again, I cannot believe that we are talking about this now. Like, I just cannot believe that we have to face this where our girls have to be put in a situation where they can actually get hurt.
And they are getting hurt.
Yeah, and they are getting hurt.
There was Peyton McNabb in North Carolina who still has permanent injuries, including mental issues, brain issues, and paralysis down her arm after a male volleyball player posing as a girl spiked the ball so hard in her head that she suffered permanent damage. There was a girl playing field hockey in Massachusetts just a couple of months ago who got all of her teeth knocked out. As a boy, pretending to be a girl, slammed that field hockey ball hard into her face. There were 3 girls in Massachusetts this week, in Lowell, Massachusetts, who were hurt playing basketball against a 6-foot-tall boy pretending to be a girl. That's the way you should say it. There's no such thing as trans anything. It's boy pretending to be a girl who hurt 3 girls to the point where they had to end the game early, and the coach pulled the team. Someone's going to die. Someone's going to die. Find your voice. Fight. It's not fair, and it's not safe.
No. And I think, I will say, in this room, we've got the fighters. These are the people who go back to their community, and they make a difference. They are so incredible in terms of getting involved in their communities, and so many organic groups have come out of Cpac, and they are the ones involved in so much of the election process as well, which is incredible.
God bless you.
I want to move to the college campuses. We know, we had a panel up here, would Moses go to Harvard, which I loved. Of course, Schlapp comes up with these great panel names. And it made it on Jimmy Kimmel, which was kind of funny. So let me ask you this. There is, again, you stay shocked because you're wondering, how can so many young people not understand the role of Israel and not understand the Hamas terrorism propaganda message that's being pushed through TikTok, through social media, to these young people, and then you've created this animosity on campus for Jewish students.
Yeah. Well, I think there are 2 things going on there. Number one, back to the inoculation point. I don't think anybody could do this to my kids. No one's going to do this to your kids, Mercy. They know.
No, we disown them, quite frankly.
Well, we've gotten in early with our children. We've shared our values, and we've talked to our kids about what is going to be done to them on college campuses. And we, in our family, do not allow our children to use social media, which parents misunderstand. You can give them a phone. You can give them a phone, and they can message.
Yes.
And they can. We actually do some YouTube, which I know is technically social media, but like, my daughter watches Dance Moms on it. It's not,
Oh, don't talk about Dance Moms.
But the TikTok,
Rumble,
Snapchat.
we like Rumble.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm talking about like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. Like, these are not appropriate tools for children. And in particular, TikTok is where this begins. So I do think keeping them away from social media in the young formative years and you reinforcing your own values and what's true is important. And keeping the right news sources funneling to them so they're hearing facts that you know are real. Not left. It's not like, don't leave Al Jazeera on the TV while you go off for your run. But I also think that like when they get to the university, they're going to need to find their spines and their friends. This is one of the reasons why I love Turning Point. Like, we have to get to young people and make sure they know they're not alone. You may feel like you're the only conservative voice on campus, but you're not. The TikTok in particular is a problem because that is really funneling pro-Hamas information and pro-Bin Laden.
And
You saw the, like, literally these morons were like, you know that Bin Laden, really, you have to hand it to that Bin Laden. He has a point. No, you do not have to hand it to Bin Laden.
That's right.
You've got to actually do some study and some homework. So the only plus of the anti-Semitism that we've been seeing on college campuses, the only upside to all of this in the wake of the horrific October 7th attack, is that our Jewish friends who were more left-leaning and believed the DEI lie, I think are now seeing the truth, which is that it's pernicious and it's actually really dangerous. And so, like, it's not okay to, whether it's black and white or Hispanic and Jews, whatever, like, it's not okay to divide us by race or ethnicity. Like, we're all the same. It's why I don't like the Black National Anthem. There's only one national anthem. We don't need it by color or by creed, right? So, in any event, I think all that's important messaging, but the number one thing is to shore up your child before he gets there.
No, that is true. That is true. Although I've met a lot of parents that say, my kid was conservative, they go to college, and then I lose them. And that's a challenge for these parents, right? It's like, it's heartbreaking. And then you're just, literally, I feel like we have to constantly I say, pray every day for your kid. Pray every day. Because they have to understand, being here, you know you're going to get persecuted. You know you're going to suffer. And you went through it. Yep. I mean, they tried to destroy you. Yep. But you rose up again.
Well, there's a lovely feeling to that. I'd rather people try to destroy me and me keep going than people never try to destroy me at all. You know, you don't know how strong you are until somebody keeps knocking you down and you keep getting back up. And I really, I think it's true for my kids, and I think it's true for me. You know, mine are little. They're 14, 12, and 10. But in the same way, I really kind of hope, I know it sounds weird, but I hope they all get their hearts broken. Mm-hmm. I hope they get rejected. I hope they have a big failure. I hope they strike out. I hope all those things happen to them because I want them to be strong. They're going to have to be. And you don't get strong if nobody ever challenges you or hurts you or comes at you. And I think for all of you guys, if you're active and you're activists and you're out there fighting these good fights, it's a blessing. It's an important role, but you also have to be tough. And you, just like I, have to realize that there's a difference between the you and the branded you. Right? Like Megyn Kelly it's a brand because it's on a show name and people know it from news. But Megyn Kelly, the person, is also there. And when I see the attacks and people write the terrible things, I never take that as an attack on Megyn Kelly, the person. That's Megyn Kelly, the brand that they're attacking. You know, the public-facing Megyn Kelly. And that's fine. For me, that works to make that distinction. And it makes it very easy for me not to hold a grudge and to continue fighting and to continue seeing these people and not to become bitter.
Yes.
Right? To be a happy warrior. So you have the same thing. You're going to put your public face out there and you're going to say these things that are controversial and nobody else is saying them. And they're going to call you the names and maybe ostracize you. Maybe you don't get invited to the best cocktail parties. Those aren't the best. And you make the distinction in your own life between the professional you that's got to make these points to keep your kids safe, etc., and the real you who they don't know and they couldn't possibly be criticizing.
What message of hope do you want to give this group? Look, we're in, I would say, one of the toughest times of our country. We don't feel safe. We feel there is so much chaos all around us. And people are worried. They're worried.
I understand that entirely. I think you guys should feel great because the country is divided, but I actually happen to think it's not as bad as many think. Look at the left. The left is coming over on immigration, right? They're coming over on some of the Trump economic programs. They're a little slow. But I'm just saying, the right is winning these fights, right? They're winning. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes Governor Abbott sending the busloads up to New York and Chicago and California.
Yes.
These people have to feel the actual effects of their policies, and then slowly but surely they start to see reason. On the gender stuff, 70% of the American population believes that boys should not be playing in girls' sports, no matter what they declare themselves. That's something on which there's common ground. DEI, as I said before, that people are starting to shift on that and see the folly of this dividing us by race. And even those who aren't seeing it are going to have to live with it because we have a great U.S. Supreme Court right now that is issuing ruling after ruling, setting things straight, right? From Dobbs to the affirmative action case, and we're going to get a whole lot more like it. So that's not to say that they haven't crossed a lot of disturbing norms with the lawfare and so on. But I do think regular Americans aren't as divided and are starting to see the wisdom in a lot of these fights the right has been fighting for a long, long time.
Let's fight, let's win. Ladies and gentlemen, Megyn Kelly.
Thank you. Oh, that's nice. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes day 2 of Cpac 2024, where globalism goes to die. Please make sure to visit the Cpac store, powered by Revere Payments, located on the lower level in Cpac Central. And don't forget to vote in the Cpac straw poll. Go to cpac.org/straw poll and enter your PIN number located on your badge. Remember, every vote counts.